$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Shema Rahim here, Minister of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. The American Empire. The end of empire. America Empire. That's what you're witnessing. There will be two world empires, Gog and Magog. And there's only two that you know of. America and Britain. That's the short side of chapter 20, Gog and Magog. They try to tell you Gog is Russia. Right there it says it'll be two. Out of a 1,000-year period, that's European history, Dark Ages. A resurrected empire kept them locked down for 1,000 years. This is clear. See, brothers and sisters, there's no excuse. Those people that don't come to this light and apply the light, there'll be absolutely no excuse. Because this is so clear. There's no light out there anywhere near as bright as this. I mean, this light, all those lights, well, they're not even lights. They pretend to be lights. But see, if you're blind, somebody can tell you there's a light. You just have to accept their word for it. And that's what the preachers are doing. They're telling you, well, I was accepted. See? Meanwhile, just put money in the basket. See, why don't you accept that there's some money in the basket? You understand? This is so clear. It can be proven clearly, simply. It's our track record of accurate reporting of future events that's taking place right now. It's totally clear. It follows scriptures 100%. You have to go on scripture 100%. The God, the messenger, son of Revelation, then the messenger of the covenant. And right now, even those people that claim they would, they can't get around the fact that says you should seek the messenger of the covenant. And that Baruch is not him because he's not preaching the covenant. They say you should be seeking the messenger. It's right there. That's their claim of they're behind Elijah, Malachi. That's their claim. Yet still, it's clear. You're supposed to be seeking the messenger of the covenant. See? So, they have no excuse. That's one of the things, that's one of the things that we do through the gods. Before we judge a people or take down people, we make it so clear that they're guilty. That's why it says in the Quran, everybody says that the judgment was just. The judgment was just. Because see, somebody say, oh man, I wonder why he did that. That's not just. They will say judgment is just because it's so clear. How could you miss that? How did you miss it? Farrakhan's, I didn't know he was to have a devil. Well, he was told, wasn't he? Well, yeah, but I don't believe it. Well, did you go check? Did you go check? You asked Farrakhan? We got more records saying it. Well, I didn't thought, well, that's your problem. So I lost a lack of knowledge. That's why light is knowledge. Knowledge is what the mind takes and transforms into the brain. Well, not transport, but transfers into the brain. See, inputs into the brain. Brain gets input from the mind. The mind gets input from the world around. You understand? And so the information is there. People lost for lack of knowledge. Why? Okay, if it's lack because you chose to be alive, that's your problem. If you lost because other people blocked it, then that's their problem. It's your problem too, really. But it's theirs too, because they're going to have to be responsible for blocking that light. And the judgment's going to be just, it's going to be terrible. They said only a few would make it. What's that prayer? It said it'd be so few men that 10 women would take hold of one man. 10 women would take hold of one man. Be fighting over one man. You're begging him, could they be his wives? That's what the Bible says. That's just so few. And why is that? Remember, it's not talking about the devils because they won't be around to have any wives. Tell me you. Why is that? When this is so clear. He said the truth be so clear in the fool with err, but you're erring. I mean, there's no information like this clear as this. You don't have second faith. And plus, you have to pay for it. You have to pay a dime for it. You have to do anything. Right? All you have to do is take information and then apply it for what? To help yourself. Not help me. Help yourself. How can you go wrong with that? So either a demon or you're so weak-minded, because remember it's vectors. But the vectors come between your vector and theirs. If you got a real weak, you may be original, but if you got a real weak mind, then you can't overcome their vector. No matter what I tell you, you're not going to be able to overcome it. Like if you're born mentally challenged, I could send you to any college and university in the world. You may be original, but that's not going to matter. I can get all the best teachers, you're not going to ever learn anything. And we got people like that. See? And some of that is because of whether they're feeding us and all that kind of stuff, we produce defective children. Yeah, I didn't talk about that before, but some of us produce defective children. And so they can't do anything about that. That's why you went to the wilderness. We won't accept them either. It is children. They're defective. We don't accept them. Now we're going to go out and reject them directly? No. Because by definition, the criteria is you have to come to this level of knowledge. You have to climb that ladder. If you can't climb the ladder, I don't care if you're male, female, old, 9, or 1,000 years old, or whatever you want to call yourself. You can't climb the ladder, that's just it. That's it, period. Because you won't be anything in the world. You won't have to understand. You'll be totally lost. Because it's going to be a world of mathematics. A world of mathematics. This world is a world of mathematics too. It's not just totally on the conscious level, because they'll not apply it to how the universe, how to apply it themselves. But it's still the reality of mathematics. It's just computers mathematics, your cell phones mathematics, all the stuff you do is it's all based on mathematics. It's just that they don't understand. Most of it's theoretical. They don't know how to apply it to themselves personally. They know how to use mathematics. Hell, the Greeks know how to use mathematics in the past. They had a form of mathematics. But that's the criteria. You have to get in the Lamb's Book of Life. The only way you get there, you have to climb that ladder, get that angel. That's it, period. Case closed. And I'm going out of my way, and I'm not going to say it's out of my way because I have no issues doing it. It's just an extra push. They still have to climb that ladder. Still have to climb that ladder. And from my perspective, right, I have to give a little extra push because they got other because I mean they still take care of this nation. They still feed the children. They still deliver the children. There's different things, right? So that's it, right? So that gives the males an unfair advantage because I mean it wouldn't be if it was out there help change the diapers and everything else too. We know we ain't doing that. Okay. So and that's on me, right? But still, no, I cannot protect them if they don't come out of the door. I cannot protect you if you don't rise to that level. I can only give you a push and provide, some shelter for a short period of time. But I cannot protect you. Once this new reality comes in, I cannot protect you. If you can't deal with it, that's on you. That's the level that's the level the mind's going to be on, right? And all things new. thinking mathematically. And I don't see too many people, I don't see anybody do it actually. So you're going to get a helping hand on that. Because actually the sister's going to, but the brother's going to help hand too, because Master Hunt's going to be a big helping hand. He's going to put some fire on you, some fire will move you. And shuts down this reality. Major blow to it, bam. Cripple it. Break that vector that's holding you down. Break the power of it. So now if you had a power to rise up, they put a balloon under the ground, right, underwater, you take the foot off, it's going to come out. But if it's not deflated, you don't matter take the foot off or not, it's going to just lay here. Maybe a balloon, but it's deflated. You understand, brothers and sisters, I don't know if you understand or not. So those clowns out there with that BS, they're not bothering me. I see them, they run around crazy, frantic. All of a sudden they got Farrakhan all over the YouTube now, right? They're trying to give kind of credibility. They don't show everything. It doesn't matter. I don't care what they show. You ain't gonna get around the fact that follows the devil. Pure and simple. I don't hear anything else beyond that. There's nothing else. Oh, it's, no, God, well, I don't hear anything. It's nothing you can tell me to get around that one. Now, if you believe anything what Master Muhammad said, Elijah Muhammad said, there's nothing you can tell me to get around that. He's not Abraham's seed, so that covenant doesn't even apply to him. That's why it says, Daniel said, he despised the covenant. It doesn't apply to him as far as the devil. You know, it's fine, no devil, a light-skinned Jamaican. Well, that's not the story Farrakhan was telling. I'm pretty sure he never told Elijah Muhammad's father was the devil, because that didn't come out until after Messiah was departed. And in fact, right, I'm the only one who really pushed it, but he actually made an interview where he stated, he said his father's parents, not his mother's parents, father's parents were white Portuguese Jews, white Portuguese Caucasian Jews. You got him saying it. I know he wouldn't reveal that while Elijah was around, because anywhere in the world Elijah would have put up with that one. So he made that expose himself. I mean, he figured he's safe to say that, because it doesn't matter who created you in the womb, no matter who your father is, mother. Why do you need sperm and eggs then? God made you in the womb, and they still pushing that bullshit. But it says Abraham's seed. You know what seed means? Apple seed is apple seed. Orange seed is orange seed. You can't mix the two up. Apple seed will never produce an orange ever. And once you never produce an apple ever, it's impossible. It can't happen. And you are the seed. You started out as a seed, as a sperm. Your father carries a seed, period. So you are what your father is, period. There's no question about that. Now, if you can show me different, I'll give you $1,000 right on the spot. Prove to me that's wrong. That's not biology. Now tell me something special. Tell me how God overrides that process. Show me a scripture where it says it does that. Tell me what overrides that process. Where it doesn't matter who your mother and father is. There's my seed in there, right? Ancestry. Why are you talking about that if it doesn't matter? It says your seed. He says your seed. Well, he's not Abraham's seed. So he's not following the covenant. And plus, it wasn't his parents, right? I mean, his seed. It was his parents that brought about the Holocaust. It was his parents that oppressing everybody. You see, because his daddy, the devil's, that's his dad. He was the one doing all this. But see, you have that conflict between the demons and them. So you remember the movie, I saw Django, that Kevin, what his name was, right? Steven or whatever. You see how he was acting towards him? Because he was part of the family. He was a demon. He's probably was, which comes to make what that guy got, he probably was his brother. I mean, he said it like it was his family. He sat back and everybody, he was totally accepted. And he hated niggers. See, that's a demon problem. Because, Daddy, how come you don't accept me, Daddy? I'm your child. Yeah, but you a nigga. Yeah, but Daddy, my you're still my daddy. That's the problems they have. And they get mad at Daddy because Daddy won't accept them. And Daddy won't accept them because they black. Plus, socially, you can't go around telling people a nigga's a son. So, they get perks. They be house niggas. They can work in the house. They still niggas though. But they can work in the house. They don't have to work in the field because that's his children. Those are the perks they got. Unless they acted up. But that's close they got. But you saw that movie, his Kevin, what his name was? Right? He was family. He wasn't no say he was family. DiCaprio, right? That was his brother. And that's why you see in the so-called civil rights and everything, you had two directions. You had the Elijah Muhammad direction that was the original people followed that direction. You had the demon direction. One wanted to separate and one wanted to get close to the master. Because man, I'm one of you. I'm your children. Yeah, you're my daddy. And so they're fighting to get in. Interact. I want to live with you. I want to sleep with my brothers and sisters. See, they're my family. I want to marry one of them. They're my family. I want to be with them. I'm tired of these. I want to get rid. I'm going to get this curse of blacks off me. I want to marry one of my relatives, one of my devil relatives. So I have children that don't have that curse on them. Oh, you think that doesn't matter? You think they don't look at it that way? To them, they know that blacks are curse. The curse is stopping them from being what mass like they want to be. Being all take full part of this whole reality. They don't think they see that? Some of them lighten themselves up. I mean, you got the demons over in Arabia. They were big with that. Arabians done turned white already. You got so many demons. You got, demons all over the world. I never talked about that really deeply. Let me speak to that for a minute. I didn't mean to do that today, but I'm sort of brought it up. America, I talk about a gravitational vortex. America is the gravitational vortex. It's like a magnet. It's drawing demons and devils from all over the planet here. That's one of the things that, I told you, we planned this whole thing out. And we turned everything to our advantage. Turn ourselves from coal. It takes a lot of pressure to turn ourselves from coal into diamonds. Plus, putting way over here, so we can draw all, I told you, only place going to be nuked is America. So we're going to bring as many demons and devils over here as possible. Because you say, why don't the people come, they drawing here? Because they had the same mindset. I'm talking the Arabs and everybody else. What the hell come there for? Even the Indian, what do you come? If you had a real original mind, a righteous mind, you wouldn't want to come over here. You wouldn't come within me house this place. Why would I come over here? We run around naked and transgender, all this stuff. Why would you want to be around that kind of stuff? Dogs, and people got dogs running in the house and all that kind of stuff. I've never seen a movie yet, an African movie with a dog in it. Never seen one yet. I may miss something. I haven't seen one because that far as I know, it don't happen. They don't bring dogs in the houses. They have though. They don't bring them in the house, that's for sure. The worst people who do that are Europeans. So this is like a magnet drawing them. So when the end comes, boom, we get like rid of one shot. Because once that war starts, they're gonna close the door. If you ain't in, if you in, you ain't getting out. If you out, you ain't getting in. Well, they might let somebody in, but you ain't getting out if you in here. They're gonna lock. Remember 911? They locked up. They're gonna lock it up. So those people here right now, really bullshit. They fuel for the fire. They're fuel for the fire. And the only thing that's gonna protect you if you go into tribulation is that you have to have an asbestos suit, 5 pills, because you're going to be walking through fire. Do you understand that? You're going to be walking through the fire in the furnace. And I won't be with you. I mean, there was a possibility. Daniel said, you know, and Angel said, no, but I'm not going to do it. Because if you do that, that's the only way you're going to make it. Because remember, when you put gold in, you put the gold to burn off the impurities, but all the gold is impurities, then the whole gold won't get burned up. You put the gold in to burn off the impurities, so it'll be pure gold. But the whole damn gold is defective, impure, then it's all going to melt, it's all gone. And that's what it is. Because when you come out here, you're going to be right. And if you ain't right, those that make it, they ain't right. I told you what happened to them. Everlasting shame and torment. They fuel for the fire forever. Fuel for mockery. I don't know if I should say this. The other thing is, you know, God can't lie. Why? God made liars. I mean, he can't make something he can't be himself. Or he can imagine it. He can be whatever he want to be. He set up some emotions, make me shed blood. What was that about? The point is, he disciplined. This was the difference. He disciplined his nature. He disciplined his nature. That's the difference. See? He won't like him, lie. He wants whatever. He disciplined his nature. That's the difference. You understand? So he'll tell what God can do, what he can't do, what he wants to do. They discipline his nature. And they can't discipline theirs. And we're the most disciplined people on the planet. Because we had the potential for it. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, now, Empire. So we're going to do the math. If you have to rise level of math, brothers and sisters, I've seen you want to do it yet. But that's tribulation. You have to master it to get through. If you get through without it, that means however you did it. But you're not coming through whole. Might as well not do it at all. Back to that point I was talking about justice, right? You see what's happening right now in the world? Even right now, I got people saying, whatever happens to false judgment is just. It says rocks will cry out, justice. So everybody will say, yes, just. Everybody said it was just. What happened? That's about to happen. As we made clear in a few more days, because it says this gospel, it tells you correct that. It says this gospel means angel in Arabic, and when Jesus was talking, he was talking about the Revelation, that's the book he revealed. He says, this gospel will be preached in all the world. That's what they call Revelation, the gospel. Sometimes it's called New Testament, so-called New Testament. But it's still under veil because it only could be unlocked by an angel. Because it is preaching all the world. That means it's going to overcome all resistance suddenly, and then it will come. What you mean it will come? That means it brought about the end. It brought about the end. Because that truth, remember, truth is a force. Truth is the force of the time. Yeah, I hate to say truth is like this. Well, every action has an opposite reaction. That's a universal truth. But when I talk about truth, I talk about, is it in season? Is it in season? There's the truth. Make Mr. Shed Blood was in season. So it was the truth. Sunnism was not in season. So they weren't the truth. They were the jinn. It was a curse. But see, you never see it like that. You never thought of it like that. Because you think some ultimate positive truth. And the universe is constantly changing. Things change. And that effect right there tell you something that throws off right there. How can, if that's your idea is right, then that doesn't ever make any sense about. How you know I'm in charge by God? Make me this God is Satan is doing this talking like this, but then why is the angels submit to him? It doesn't make any sense. The only way it makes sense is you have to say that God put somebody in charge. It's going to be shed blood. Why? Because that must be the season that's season for that. So truth is based on the situation. What's the situation and the state of the universe at that time. Like I told you, the angel only lasts a short period of time after once we get home, right? Once we're home, as firmly situated, and the apocalypse is over, the angel will be of no value anymore. It's already done its job. It's been everything till you got your mind back, so what value is it? Right? Unless there's some other value, like the Quran, the value of the Quran, primarily right now, just recital. That's what was given. That's why I call it recital. That was part of the things back then was set up to make sure that Suleiman would get it, right? Because it's part of the 5 pillars. It's required to develop your discipline. It's a technique to show you how to technique to show you how to master your discipline, and that's definitely needed. Without that, we have a problem. Learn the angel, right? That gets your mind, but doesn't get your discipline. It's like uploading the angel doesn't get your discipline. You might need some discipline to learn to activate it, right? But it's not teaching you discipline. See, you get your mind straight so you can feed the correct information to your brain. But you need 5 pillars. That gives you the discipline. And so the Quran that was part of all those scriptures. Remember, because all those scriptures those scriptures was prepared for the message of the covenant. Angel the mind back. The Quran, the discipline. He knows how to use those things. But you didn't know what it was for. You had to still doing your little 5 prayers a day. That doesn't work anymore. If it works, how come it's not work for them? How come they haven't had victory in 500 years? If that works, how come it's not working now for them? See, that's the truth. If that's the ultimate truth, right? It should work all the time, right? If their idea, you got one truth that works all the time, then they should still be in charge, shouldn't they? They should still be in charge, shouldn't they? Because I mean, they got the Mecca, they got the language, they got the land, they got the Quran, they got the Prophet. That's supposed to be the ultimate truth according to him. Then shit, nobody should be able to mess with them, right? They got ultimate power. That's the ultimate truth, right? They say it's ultimate truth, right? Then why is it failing now? Why has it been failing for 500 years? This truth is clear. They can't ask these type of questions. Because the truth knocks their brains out of falsehood. They knock their brains out of who's getting their brains knocked out? Them. So if that statement is true, truth knocks the brains out of falsehood, who's getting their brains knocked out? So it must be that as soon as it's falsehood. And if you say that's the truth, or it's true sometimes, is that how it works? My brothers and sisters. American Empire, N. Okay, look at this. This is a principle. You understand? Not that's your problem, though. It says, we're here to convince you. If you get it or you don't get it. See? So my job is to take and get information. And you have to qualify. It says, many be called, only a few be chosen. It means he's choosing you, you ain't choosing him. He's choosing you. You ain't choosing him. He don't care if you come here or not. Mass time acceleration equals force. Universal. That's the truth always. That's the universal truth because it's the fabric of the universe. Mass time acceleration equals force. That's true all the time. That's the truth. Absolute truth. There's absolute truth. Mathematical absolute truth. Now seasonal, that's worked forever. Always has worked, always will. In a pressure field, all force is equal. There's another truth. Or if the force is not equal, you get a current. What is a current? A current is a corrective force that was the current that put it back stable again. You have a lake that's quiet and everything else, right? That means pressure is equal at every point. Force is equal at every point. But if you say current, that means, oh, well, this point is, there's more pressure in this point. Just like if you open the windows in the house, right, you get a breeze go through, because one side of the house, the pressure is lower than the other side, so now you got an adjustment. And so the air is pulling the other side, adjusted to pressure equal both sides, then the current is gone. The breeze is gone. That's what a current is. It's a corrective force in a pressure field. It makes sure everything's equal again. Because once everything settles down, and it's quiet all over again. See? That's what current is, just corrective. Because all force has to be equal in a pressure field. So the difference is the structure. They say mass times acceleration. And the force is 12, and your mass is 12, then your acceleration will be 1. 1 times 12 is 1. If it's opposite, if the mass is 1 and the acceleration, that'd be 12. It means you accelerate you faster because you got a simple mass. The lower the mass, the weaker the structure, the greater acceleration. Okay? And that's what happened. We gave by taking and making Yaku's graph creation, their simple structure, they have more acceleration than us. That means they think faster, act faster, and everything else because they had a weaker structure in this period of time. But a weaker structure, as energy increases, right? They move fast because they have more, right? But the point is, a weaker structure. Remember, you're in a pressure field now. So as the energy increases in the pressure field, the pressure increases. But you got a weaker structure. So sooner or later, even though you move faster than everybody else, you're gonna be crushed because you got a weaker structure. You can't withstand the pressure in this pressure field. I want you to understand these things, brothers and sisters. That's why devils are being crushed now. They move faster, they think it's fast, and all this stuff, right? But the point is, they're weaker structure, and the pressure's increasing. Universe is contracting, so therefore, it's crushing them. Nothing they can do about it, because they have a weaker structure. We have the strongest structure in the universe. The problem is, we don't use it because they taught us to act without discipline. So that's another story to get. I'm not going into that detail here. But anyway, the difference in structure is what they call mass, M. But 7 times 10 is 70, and 2 times 35 is 70. Right? So one got a complicated mass of 35, one got a simple mass of 7. Both equal 70. But the one 7, look how much fast moving around, 10 times, 5 times faster than the other one. So it means they get faster than everything else. But as the pressure increases, their simple structure after a while crumbles under the pressure, crushed under it. Both equal in force, energy, yet different in structure, mass. If you understand the principle, but you might as well just close up and just go, because that's all. Everything is built on that basic structure. Holocaust, false vision of Texas American empire. Let's do the math, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to give you a simple illustration. I hope you can follow it. I'm saying you got gold and you got shit. Now I'm classifying the gold. I'm saying on the gold, if you got gold, right, now what I'm referring to, right, is your brain. Now your brain, your mind, the mind you have, right, cannot be greater than the brain, because the brain won't be handled. If you got a real simple hardware, and your motherboard and your computer, but you got Windows 10, 20, 30, it's not going to do anything because the motherboard just can't handle that level. You got a version 1980 motherboard, and you got a 2000 operating system. It won't do it any good. You can't handle it. It's too complicated for it. And see what I'm saying? Same thing work your brain. So you can't get a mind. Your mind has to be either lower or equal to the complexity of your brain. You can't go above it. Otherwise, it's useless. It's useless. Okay? So what I'm saying, I'm trying to get some of the qualities. If you got a gold brain, right, you can have a gold mind. And this kind of qualities you have peace, creativity, harmony, love, cooperation, inspiration, truth, healing, confusion. Those are attributes of a gold mind. But if you got a shit mind, which is lower structure, weaker structure, right? Conflict, mischief, shed blood, right? Conflict, destructive, death, divisive, hate, resistance, oppression, lies, killing, mischief. That's the level they're on. So you got a shit mind. Now I gotta be careful that because I say mind. People say, was he talking about mind or was he talking about mind? See, that's the damn stupid ass language. So I'm talking about mind, F-I-N-D. Yeah, F-I-N-M-E. Right? That's a gold mine. But see, that'll confuse you with this, right? Because this is a gold mine too over here with a D. I'm going to try to avoid that confusion here as much as possible. I'm talking about mind, M-I-N-D, right? Shit mind or gold mind, right? Now that's what I'm qualified. I'm just giving you some basic one, so you understand what I'm talking about. So if you got a shit mind or shit brain, a low structured brain, then I say that's a shit relative to the gold. What's gold? Relative to that, this was shit. Because when you want peace, that conflict, right? Life as opposed to death, right? Inspiration, oppression, hate, love. See? Okay, understand that. I hope you understand that. You see here, it's original people, original black man, original black woman. Look, gold mines. Gold mines. Who were here before we came here. But the Europeans had shit mine. How do we know that? They're shit mines. We're gold mines. Let's look into their history. You see here? This is a 1,000-year period. What was they doing? Killing, mischief, shed blood. Wasn't building anything. It was a jungle. It was that called abyss. Disease, war, rape, murder. All those attributes I was telling you about. Confusion, tyranny, betrayal, lies. That's what all going on in the Middle East. When they was all Middle Ages, while they was all by themselves up in Europe, fighting each other constantly, fighting and everything. So they had a shit mind. Remember, they was isolated by. So that was. They weren't affected by anybody else's. They was locked up by the Arabs, Abraham's Islamic Empire, but they wasn't in there influencing them. They wasn't in England and France and all that plus, right? They were in Spain, but they wasn't in there influencing. So they wasn't influencing. There wasn't no vectors coming in influencing. That was totally them. That was their nature. That was their nature. Shit mind. That's well, left alone, that's what they was doing. You understand that, bro? Left alone, that's what they was doing. Not affected by anybody. But what was we doing during that time? So we had gold mines. We built pyramids, we building stuff, right? We in Africa, men and women working together, right? We didn't have no major wars and all that kind of stuff going on then. I mean, you said a movie with Shaka Zulu. The idea of war is that if they had conflict between two tribes, they would get together and then they would dance. And who was the best dancer is the one that won the argument. No shed blood. I mean, they were shocked when Shaka Zulu came along. And that was something that's made up. That's the way it was in Africa. You didn't have any major wars and that kind of stuff. You had building and peace, prosperity. How do you know that? Because the point, if they came more slaves, they want slaves that's intelligent. I mean, if you want to buy, if you want to get you an ox or a horse, you don't get one that's broken down and sick. You want to get one that's healthy and strong. And who's the strongest, healthiest people on the planet? That's why they want us slaves. They try to enslave their own people. It wouldn't work. These are absolutely facts. They call it indentured servants. They interred own people and they couldn't get them to work. Remember when they was in Europe, they called them plebs and serfs. And they were lazy. It was hard to get them to work. And then when they came over here, right, first they tried the natives. They couldn't get them to. But part of the problem was they said it was lazy, is that they was on home turf. So it was hard to hold on to them. They would escape. And they had plenty of friends and tribes and everything else they could run to. Right? And it was hard to identify because how you identify them from any other so-called native. So that didn't work. So they tried indentured servants. Look up indentured servants. That means they tried to brought people over from Europe and then have an indentured servant. So they make them work. So they didn't call them slaves. Called indentured servants. See? That whole slave terminology, all that stuff, that's a whole nother story I talk about all the time. Because you're a slave right now, you still know it. But that's what that was. Let me see what's going on here, Bill. It's just going to have to... Okay. That's what it was. So, like I said, they was... that's about, okay, enslavement. And so, anyway, that's what they... But in Africa, they was doing that. They was following their nature over there. Africa was following their nature. It was building at peace. So forth. I just mentioned that. So let's move on. So they had gold mines. MIND. They had shit mines. Left alone. Remember, they were separated. Wasn't interaction. There was interaction between Spain and that. But what did they do? They civilized Spain. That's civilized. In fact, they call that the Golden Age. That's a whole different. When we were the vectors, primary vectors, Spain was the best country in Europe. They were civilized. They was taking baths. That's why when in 1492, Columbus came out of Spain. They come out of France. They come out of Italy. Came out of Spain. Because Spain was more progressive. And then when they finally defeated the Moors in 1492, Spain was the most powerful country in Europe because they had education. They had all the technology and everything else. How they got that from the original black people, the Moors. See the difference? When our vectors was influenced, it lifted them up. But when we was on their vectors, it forced us down because they shit vectors and we gold vectors. So we actually add value to Spain. While when we had us under control, right? They took value away from us, turned us into shit. But we was turning Spanish into. That's why do you think everybody speaks Spanish over here? Because Spanish came over here. They was one controlled first. Hispanics. They was the primary. Why? Because the Arabs influenced on them for almost 700 years. Lift them up. Because they had gold mines and they took and transformed it and added value. You understand these things, brothers and sisters. Because the opposite happened to us. Once we got under their control, did they turn us better? No. In the shit. So let's look at this, right? And that's what we was doing. While they was out there warring and killing each other, and one taking baths, disease and everything else. What is disease here? Healthy people, healthy, strong, educated. Timbuktu, one of the major universities in the world, one of the best in Africa. See? This is what we was doing. Okay, let's go on. And then, boom, they got a hold of us. They got a hold of us. See? And now, remember, everybody gets the same amount of energy. I told you that. So say you get $1,000, $30,000, put in terms of dollars, right? $1,000 worth of energy per day. Every individual gets that much, right? And say you got, after they're all done, you got 300 disposable. I'm oversimplifying this, right? So the thing is, so that's how much you could use to control something else. Remember? You got so much energy you need it for yourself. If we got any energy left, we had just enough energy to maintain ourselves. We have no energy for anything else. If we need a 1,000 units of energy to maintain ourselves, and we only got 1,000, we had no energy for family, no energy for civilization, energy for anything. But we just had enough to maintain ourselves. And if you only get down 800, then you don't have enough to even maintain yourself. We got down that bad because they got control of us. We have enough energy to maintain ourselves. So the thing is, you understand that context. So the thing is, say you got, after that, or everything else, then you got 300 left. Right? So what they did was, remember, they got shit minds. So they gave us shit minds. They gave us shit minds because they got shit minds. They have control over us. The quality. So remember I saw the things, oppression, when shit mind, oppression, rape, that's where they treat us. Like shit. The form of energy they gave us was shit. Because what they was doing to us was energy they was controlling us with. What kind of energy? Remember, they have to put it this way. It takes energy to control something. So they had 300 units per day of energy, right? Disposable income, so to speak, right? So, but it was shit. It took the form of shit because that's the minds they had. It was oppression, war, whatever. Just did, right? So that's the influence they had on us. They couldn't do any better. That's the mindset they had. So they had something they control. So the form of their control would be shit. Murder, rape, all the things I told you, that attributes of shit. Right? And they get us. And remember, the transition has to be equal. Okay. If they force you to do something, this how much energy they put. They can only get that much energy back. They tell us capitalism profit. See, I'm supposed to hold into that. There's a greater hold in that you wasn't aware of. Right? Every action has an absolute equal reaction. So the reaction has to be equal to the action. The reaction has to be equal to the action. So if you take and force somebody to work, but remember, it takes forced energy to do it. So say you use 300 units, 500 units of energy to get them to work. Well, only thing you're going to get back is 500 worth it back. You're really not getting a profit. The only difference is the quality that you're getting. You're still getting the same amount back. So that's why you got to press more, but that means the more energy you got to put into it. So you're not getting any profit from that. Your profit, no net profit. They say net, that means, just bottom line. But you're getting a quality profit, right? Because it was $1,000 worth of shit, but now it's $1,000. It's still net. It's still $1,000. It's still worth $1,000, but it's $1,000 worth of shit that you given, and you get $1,000 worth of gold back. It's still both worth $1,000. Both with the same amount. It's just that the quality is different. So when they put us through the hard class, the energy it took them to put us through that, all they got back was the same amount of energy that they put in. Only it was a quality difference. Because they can't control how much energy we get. They can't control that. We can't control how much they get. Everybody gets the same amount. But they can affect the quality. And since they had shit minds, then the quality that we got from them was shit. Beaten, rape, murder, and everything else. But we gave back to them love, forgiveness. You see what I'm saying? Technology. I should have said that too. Because remember, that's technology is part of that. I don't think I include that. I think I missed that one. Technology. See? So, when we're creative people, they're not. See? Remember, they wasn't creating anything up there near Europe. They didn't create anything. Remember, they had to go around the world and learn to do math, learn how to build explosives, all that stuff. They wasn't building it. They had to get from other people. But they had to impress other people to get it. With their shit mind, they gave They gave people shit and they want to go back. That's the bottom line how you look at it. See? And what's the goal? Oh, I want you to go. Right? They want to beat your ass and kill you and rape you and everything to get it, because that's the only way to know. Make you shed blood. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? But they didn't get back any more than they put in. It's just that the quality was different. So we gave back the quality that we have, right? Submission, patience. Am I making it clear for you, brothers and sisters? Like I said, if you're a good person, your response to things will be good. If you're a bad person, your response to things will be bad. It's just the way it is. That's just the bottom line. So that's the only way they can do. That's what they do. Is all they can do. But they want them, but they don't. They got shit mind, but they don't want. They don't want to live a shit life. So they go and take. They can't produce gold because why they step in Europe? How can they step in Europe? It has democracy and all this stuff. How can they step in Europe and do that? How can they establish democracy and capitalism and all that great things that they America produce? Why didn't they step in Europe and do it? Why did they come over here to do it? Or if they had all that so great, how come they establish that in Europe? Why did they go take all people's land and press that people and enslave? Why, if that was such a good idea, why did they just do it up in Europe? You see what I'm saying? Because what? They came out with nothing. They came out with disease and murder and rape. That's what they came out with. That's all they know. Because that's the shit minds they got. They came out with shit, looking for gold. Okay, let's just take a little further about this. Okay. Get out of here. You see what happened? See, we transformed them to. Remember, I told you, the Moors transformed the Spanish, elevated them. Look up Spain, the so-called Dark Age. They didn't go to the Dark Ages like the rest of Europe. Look it up. The Moors had control. Moors what? Were black people, Muslims, out of Morocco. They won't tell you that. They were Moors, so-called Moors, another word for black. It wasn't like mixed, no. There were black people that was Muslim that came out of Morocco, and they ruled Spain for about 700 years. And they called Spain that's the Golden Age, because the people in Spain was living a peaceful life. Peaceful life. In fact, the Jews, all the Europeans, flee to Spain because they thought they was protected there, because Spain was so progressive, educated, disease-free. The plague on it hit Spain. The Black Plague stuff that hit Spain. See, why? Because the Moors lifted them up because they was golden, so they gave value to Spain. But when they got over here, this is the opposite. With Holocaust as opposed to the Golden Age, rape, murder. See what I'm saying? Because under their influence, when it was under our influence, it was lifted up. You understand? So then, what happens is that now. The goal is, they got all this technology, this creativity. All the creativity is coming out of here, all over the world. Every world just copying what they got from here. All the creativity coming here because of us, but they don't want to give it credit to us. They say, oh, the Europeans are creative. Why just here? Why just here? Why not the Germans? Oh, white folks over there, right? I mean, Caucasians, whatever. The same in England. How come they're not creative? How come innovation not come out of there? How can it only come out of here? Because we're the goose that laid the golden age. Golden age. Because it's come from us. Whole story about Joseph. They was about to die. The whole economy, everything was failing, economic, and he saved them because they didn't know what to do. There's also the same story about Joseph. I forgot the other one I was going to mention. Right? Same story. Saved him. And then they enslaved his children as a result of it. You understand? They didn't know what to do. They would have died. Isn't that Joseph? Remember, Joseph is supposed to be, the people enslaved in America supposed to be Joseph's children, his seed. That means the creator. Oh, that's the other thing I was talking about. It tells you, right, give you a hint. It tells that Pharaoh told us we couldn't It's according to Scripture, you have to make brick, you need a straw. So when you can't make you straw anymore, you have to make brick without straw. But you have to be creative. They give all these little hints. You see what I'm saying? So that's what happened. They turned us. See what they did to us? They turned us into shit. Just like we turned expansion into gold, because that's the influence held them. But they got actual, they turned us into shit like them, and we turned them into gold. So they got all this technology, they got all this military, all this stuff. That's coming from us. They didn't have it before. That's why everything's coming out of music, all that stuff's coming out of here. We're the gold is producing, but they can't tell us. Because if we figure it out, then we might make some demands they don't like. That's why I want you to leave. Because if you leave, what will happen? See, then if everybody found that they're not creative at all. They're coming from us. But see what they did to us? And we're still producing gold for them today. Because remember, you got to keep fueling this. If you take your foot off that balloon, it's going to rise up. So if we still being like, that means they still got force in place that you may not see. You can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. That means these Democrats and Republicans, maybe you can look at our condition. Farrakhan trying to blame it on us. He's trying to say, oh, the leaves are shaking. I don't know why they're shaking. No, because the goddamn wind is blowing them. But Farrakhan tell you, no, man, something wrong with them damn leaves, man. See, you be shaking and stuff. And that's why you're going to fall off that damn tree, because you're shaking. Why? You need to stop. You need to repent. You need to stop shaking up there. That's what he's saying to you. And we're not shaking because of the goddamn wind. But you're not shaking. So we just are sinful. Yet all these devils around us, but they don't have no influence on us. Because he's one of them. Father's the devil. So you look at us, then you know who the people are that's affecting us. We're under that control. So you look at that and see, that tells you exactly who they are. They're wicked, they're devils, they're hoes, they're pimps, liars and murderers. That's affecting how us turns into shit. Because they're shit. And we turn them to gold. So they walk around, oh, see, gold, man, we gold. And look at all the technology we have and everything else. You see, they control our energy. They control the quality of our energy. So we get them, they give us the shit, and we give them the gold. They change the quality because they give us, right? Yeah. Remember, you give 300, you got 300 back. That's where consequence work. You give same thing, male and female relationship. You give her your male attributes, if you're the best, and she give her female attributes the best. Once equal transfer. Equal transfer. She gives 500, you get 500 back. That's to keep the balance. Otherwise, it's misbalanced. Then you got negative energy, all that kind of stuff going on. The bottom line still comes out to equal. So if they're giving us 300, right? Because right now, look, we're under their control. They tell us how much what we can buy, what we can sell, where we can live, and everything else. They control the quality of it. They can't control the energy that we get, the amount of energy we create. They can't control the amount of energy we get, the same much they get. They only control the quality of it. So it gives us shit. But they're mad that we give them the gold. Because they can't get it. We can only produce it. And they can't. Understand that, brothers and sisters. Okay? So when you look at this, that's who they are. When you look at them, that's who we are. All this technology, all this cell phone, all this stuff, everything, that's who we are. Because they're coming out of us. See? That's who we are. Okay? And this is who they are. Every action opposite react. So look at the opposite. And see, when you see it react, look at the opposites. That's who's affecting who. You got everything thinking backwards. See? You guys thinking backwards. So this is who they are, what they claim we are, and who they claim they are, that's who we are. We're the masters. They try to play their God, or you put them on top of everything because of us. What's going on, sister? You see here? No, this is another thing right here, right? This is that Cosby shit. See, he's no demon. He's like one of them. See, you give your children, because they're influenced, right? Here you are. You give your children gold. Love, all the attributes gold, right? What are they giving you back? Look at them. Get your shit back. Anger, mad, talk back and everything else. Because this fool right here, he's part of that. We give our children all this and we get this back from them. That didn't happen before this fool came along. Everybody traces back, even this woman, she was talking, she traced all this back to the 70s. Because they turn on our children. It's all back to the false and all that kind of stuff. They need to turn the volume. Okay? So just keep us divided, but go back to the cradle. Make sure it stops right back there in the cradle. Because our kids so divisive now, you can't talk to them about anything. They know more than anything you. And it wasn't before. When I was a child, you ain't there, you wouldn't live very long. When the civil rights came, they started losing control over you. They said, let's get to the children. When the civil rights movement came in, when they started losing control over you, so-called civil rights, they had two sides. That you had the demons want to get close to master, and Elijah wanted to get head away. That was the black folks get more energized. Got more energized. You had two paths. One going to take the energy in the devil's direction, because that's the mind they have. And one going to apply in the original direction, because that's the mind they have. So one say, hey, man, I want to get the hell out of here. And I would say, I want to get close to the master, my daddy. And so they said, well, remember, they don't want to lose control of us. So, hey, go after the children. That's what he did. So you can't tell the children, hey, look at him. Oh, he give them love and everything else, and look what you get back. This is the devil's doing. That's going to change in a minute. That's probably going after the root. You see here? And Farrakhan's part of it. We ain't going nowhere. So what would the solution be? The other solution would be to stop that transition, stop that process, get away from it. Because they changing our goal to shit. So get away from it so we keep our goal. We don't want that shit. The obvious separation is to get the hell away. Pharaoh said we ain't going nowhere. The devil's the one. That's what Pharaoh said. Pharaoh said no, you can't let him go. And that's what Pharaoh said. Remember, he's one of them. Because the obvious solution, like Elijah Muhammad said, is get the hell out of here. So now they stop transforming your gold into shit that you even eating it. We was going out there and raising cattle and all this stuff for them. And they was eating steaks and whatever they was eating, right? Steaks and chops and whatever, right? Bacon, right? And what was we? We was eating shit. Shitlings. And then we so damn stupid. After we got a chance to buy our own stuff, we still buying it because they took the S off and put a C there. That don't change the fact it's still shitlings. Or called chitlins now. Just take the C off and put the S there, and they still sell at Walmart. So it's not still stuff dumb stupid. They was feeding us shit by that. While we was preparing. How was they getting that? How was they getting that steaks and stuff? We was preparing the stuff for them, but we couldn't eat it. We was doing that stuff and cooking it for them too. Not only raising it and feeding it and taking care of it and exploiting all that stuff for them, and we couldn't eat any of it, and even cooking it for them. And they gave us the shit. We gave them the gold and they gave us the shit. That's the transition, a symbiotic relationship. And the only solution anybody can tell you, the only clear solution is to get the hell out of that relationship. Get away from it. The father said, no, we want to stay, you want to stay, because he's part of it. He's got rich off of giving you shit for 42 years. He ain't gave you a goddamn thing but shit. And he's rich. He ain't produced anything to the Nation of Islam. Islam is basically probably bankrupt. It's not worth anything. But him and his highest son is a millionaire too. That dumbass. See what I'm saying? And you don't see it? Oh, we love her. What do let's say? Why love don't give you nothing? Right? Well, I'd be better off getting nothing than getting shit, but right? You understand, brothers and sisters? You understand that out there? And Pharaoh's behind it. And I would say, you're going he getting rich off of you. He got rich off of you. He says he's robbing the nation. It says in Malachi, this stuff is so simple. Who is robbing the nation? He's got rich off the nation. He hasn't produced a goddamn thing in 40-some years. And plus, he's cursed with a curse. Cancer. Okay, so watch this. Now, see, they look like billionaire, man. I got yachts, everything else. What you got? See, here you are, over here selling drugs and crazy. You look at women, look how you turn the women out. That wasn't, see? And wham. And then Suleiman comes. See, that's why I say seek the messenger of the covenant, because he's the only one. Elijah came, all he could do is prepare you to get out of here. They get you prepared to get out of here, like you prepared going to, you got to clean up, you got to pack and everything else. But you still got to survive where you are. That's what Elijah's job wasn't to get you out, to prepare you to get out of here. But he went seeking, and so Suleiman, he had the power to lift you up. That's why he says seeking, he has the power to get you out of here, and he's going to do it. That's if you want to get out. Only ones that want to get out. See? So once that happens, now you're over here, you got your goal, nobody mess, you ain't transfer, your goal is your goal. So now you live a goal life. Everything is built. You're building all these beautiful things, everything you was doing before. Pyramid, all these beautiful things, right? And look at them. They're back there, stuck in their shit no more. They ain't getting them on our goal. All they got is shit. They're back to caveman again. This is not just a joke, bro. This is exactly what the deal is. See, they back there with the little banjo. Hey, I went downtown in Mommy's town and I'm going to grab me some pork chops and give me a little dog. That was their music level. The whole world's rocking to this. The music coming out of black people, and they take it and assimilating it, copying it. They ain't creating it. They ain't creating a new music form. No one's creating a new music form. The blues, that was us. 50 years later, jazz, that's us. 50 years later, Motown and rock, that's us. Nobody invented anything. Everything took, their rock, all that kind of stuff is just as, next day, say Elvis Presley, I've got Chuck Berry was, whatever, he's copying over him. They copying all that. What's it, Eminem and all them? They invented any of that stuff. They invented any of this music, none of it. They copy it. And now new life, now 50 years later, it's time for a new music form. Because human has to, the music reflect our emotional condition. But that's another story I talked about before. See what happens? Now we home. Now we home, sisters, brothers home with their goal. And left them with their shit, because they can't do anything. That's all they can do. Because that's all they got, shit in mind. They can't build anything, they can't do anything with it. Once we separate, we home now. And they back to, that's the best they can do. That's what he did in Dark Age. That's what he did when there was a cage for 2,000 years or whatever it was. See what I'm saying? I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Right? Because I got another issue. But you see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Not a little issue, but some people know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you see what I'm talking about? This is simple mathematics. Now show me anything I said that's wrong. Show me the mathematics that shows that's wrong. That's simple mathematics. And exactly how things occurred. And that's exactly how they will end up. They ended back in the caves, like Elijah Muhammad said. Those that survived that far, which is hell. And they got the same much energy we have, but they can't do any more to it because their mind wouldn't allow them to, right? That's the best they can do is kick rocks and eat each other and whatever they're doing. And now all our gold belongs to us. They can't control it anymore. So we built a great civilization, beautiful. Our women, they watch the page now. You think they're going to be there? Brothers, man, they're going to be, this is going to love these brothers, but they're going to can't get enough of these brothers. Man, talking about the whole, man, they're going to be like, And they'll be so protect these sisters, this is going to be, they ain't been a war. Brother me. Right? Watching every footstep they make sure and doesn't get on it. That's how we protect, we're going to be these sisters. Honey, can I? You need help, sister? Honey? Hold your hand. So this is going to get tired after a while. Man, why don't you get out the way, man? I can't do nothing. They're going to get tired after a while. We're going to be so protective of them. like we're supposed to be. That's what we always was. We're always going to continue to be. Like, you know how these brothers protect their moms? They can be worse than that. Just going to get mad. Man, get mad. So, well, man, get the hell out of here. I can't do anything, man. I can't eat food. I go to eat food, you grab the fork and try to feed me. It's beautiful, brothers and sisters. I tell you, the relationship between the original black man and is heaven. It's the best relationship in the world. It's the best interaction in the world ever. We've always loved each other. This is an anomaly. This Holocaust thing. But in a way, it teaches us to appreciate our natural affinity for each other. Because before we kind of like took for granted. I mean, that was just the way it was, right? But now, after all this, then we look at it again, man, we're going to, at least the first few generations, but then about 20 generations, that kid's going to be back, forgot about all this and everything else, and not going to be, But when you first get there, you're going to really appreciate this because you said, damn, after what you just had, I've been eating shit all my life, now you get some caviar, you're going to appreciate it for it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, I got to go. So I had much more, but hope you understand. Now show me what's wrong. I get $1,000, show me the error in the master max here. They can't. That's why they have nothing to say. When judgment comes, the judgment will be harsh, extremely harsh. Like Assalamu alaikum. That's Farrakhan. Same thing, giving us shit, giving them gold. Okay, I go ahead and I'm like here. Okay, let me close, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. Short presentation today, brothers and sisters. A review of yesterday's presentation. The false vision, decision, an American empire. Empire. Loss of empire. What's the signs? Signs are clear, brothers and sisters. But if you're blind, right, it doesn't matter how bright the light is, you can't see. And that's the state our people in right now. But something's going to happen in a minute. You'll be forced to see now what you do. That's sight. That's no question altogether. But you will see. The people sitting in darkness will see a great light. You'll see it. And what you do with it, that's no story altogether. That's your decision. Because we're not here to convince you. I'm not here to convince you. If others want to try to take time to convince you, fine, that's their business. I don't tell people what to do. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just getting information. That's the promise to you. I promise to you was information, right? And information on how to get out of here, to return home. About the covenant, the promise made to you, and information you need to take advantage of that promise. Right? Somebody remind you of the Abrahamic covenant that was made. That was part of the covenant that you'll be made to. Because we know you'll be in darkness. That's why I said people sit in darkness, see the great light. You'll be sitting in darkness. But that's the light. The light is the covenant. Abrahamic covenant. Your identity. Right? Your mind. If you accept it. But you have to seek it and go for it. If you read on Mark, right? You had to go to the Christ to get it. You came to him. You came and bowed down. Right? But he had to be present for you to do that. And you came to him and says, you bowed down. Can I have my mind back? You had to want it. He didn't come to you and grab you and say, here, you're mine. You had to want it. It means you had to go to him and get it. So nobody's going to force you or make you anything. Okay? And then once you got it, right, those of you that get it, it's still your choice, because you have to spread that to your people. Because in Mark, the Christ leaves and said, no, you got to stay here. You got to spread that mission to the rest of your people. See? I got the light to you, and you have to go spread it to them. It's up to them during tribulation, where they want to come out of tribulation as right, some everlasting life, or everlasting shame and atonement. It's a choice. You see, it's two types that come out of there. Right? You chose the light. And those that didn't get through. Some get through to darkness. They chose darkness, so they stay in darkness forever. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. They're still delivered. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. It's a choice, brothers and sisters. In other words, everlasting life. Two groups come out of there. Out of tribulation. It's choice, brothers and sisters. I'm not here to force you, convince you. Just here to give you the light. It says, people sit in dark, see the great light. They see somebody come in begging them, convincing them, and fighting with them. No, they see a great light. Now what do they do with that light? They choose the light or choose the darkness. Choose the darkness, then everlasting shame and atonement. Some will choose the darkness. So come on, brothers and sisters. And the false vision, decision, an American empire, and Amalek. So come on, brothers and sisters. Amalek. Now, this question about Amalek, he keeps talking about, in false Israel, Amalek, Amalek, Amalek. They said, see, if you look up Amalek, they told, well, let's go and read it, brothers and sisters. So we keep this short. This one, what I did yesterday, right? It's a follow-up. This way it's about Amalek. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt. Remember, you come out of Egypt. How you come out of bondage. How he met thee by the way and smote the highmost. In other words, they attacked you. They attacked the weakest of you. Right? Even all that were feeble and behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. He just came after you. When you was on, by the way, when you were come forth out of Egypt. See, but we got now. There's two stages here. Come forth out of Egypt, right? First, you got to come out mentally, and then physically. So it starts while you're still in Egypt. So when you recognize, when you get the vision, that's what we're talking about. When you get the vision to leave, because right now you don't have the vision to leave. Farrakhan tell you ain't going anywhere. And anybody with Farrakhan, they demons or outright fools. Because right there, he's calling God a liar. The Abrahamic covenant said, you will, right, here, sojourn, look up sojourn, means temporarily, in land not yours. Now they got all kinds of stupid fools that try to make this the promised land here. See? They can twist it, turn all they want to. The Abrahamic covenant is one of the clearest, it's the clearest verse in the Bible, the clearest. There's no, you don't have to use a computer, AI, anything. It's the clearest. It's clearest. Even to the fact they refer to as Abram. So why do they call him Abram? Anybody tell you that? Only place in the Bible called why? Was Abraham. What happens to Ham part? Well, who's Ham? That's supposed to be us. Remember, if you read the story, Ham selling Africa, so Africa's our Ham. You see? So why do they leave the Ham part off? Because that's the part they'll be lost. And land not theirs. And they be calling them Ham. That's what they call us Ham. Being enslaved. Ham was supposed to be enslaved. We've been enslaved for 40 years. See? That's simple. Oh no. And so that's why they don't call Abraham, because his seed will be separated from him. That's what he said. Be separated to the land not theirs. It's right there. It's just a simple little puzzle right there. Abram, and Ham. That's whole. But Ham is the seed of Abraham, ain't it? Ain't it the seed of that word? And it's separated. And then later, in the covenant, he's referring back to Abraham. That means they come back together again. But during the vision, they were separated. Right there, look all the wisdom right there. So that's why I tell you, you just can't say anything. Because then and no one noticed that before I told you. You don't heard that anywhere. And then you look at it and say, well, that's right. That proves that we just see Abraham. The one that the people that call him. They're going to say, oh, well, those people call by my name and repent and seek I will heal that land. And Farrakhan says us. Well, we're not the ones called by God's name. False Israel is. Talking about them. We don't have a land. Where's that land at? We'll heal that land. We have to have a land to be healed. You see, that's right there. That's bullshit he's talking. That's talking about them. They're the ones called by name. They're the ones that's filthy and sick and need to repent. Not us. We need to repent. All we got to do is decide when to go home. Accept the light. Accept the heritage. It's yours, a free gift, as it says in the Revelations. It's all yours. You earned it already. You earned it. And you're not guilty of anything. Because you told Smith you did. Smith, the people said, make mission shed blood. That means you be doing stuff. You be obeying somebody who make mission shed blood. That means you be acting inordinate. other than yourself. Because if you submit to them, you do what they want you to do. And then the whole nature is evil, wicked. So have you acted wicked and evil? So how are you going to tell you submit to that and then blame you for doing it? It says, though your sins be black as coal, they be white as snow. I'm not paraphrasing, right? But that's what it says. You're not guilty of anything. If you understand, Israel says, bless those keep their God. You're not guilty of anything. It says, who is accusing us of being sinful? That's Farrakhan. The accuser of our people are cast down. So who's accused? I'm not accusing you. Elijah Muhammad didn't accuse you. And that's Muhammad didn't accuse you. He says, you're righteous people. It's Farrakhan that's accusing you. You're sinful, you're wicked. The son of a devil. And those with him, if you want to argue with them, fine. They come and tell you, oh, his father's a devil, period. Just Google it. Oh, I ain't going to Google it. Well, then tell. That's your problem. See, he got him. So if he, hold on to him. Right? You choose him, fine. The robber of the nation. What does he produce? And for nothing. But he's rich. He's cursed, ain't he? And he don't have cancer. Cut all insides out. When you call that a curse, what man would not call that a curse? You cut off from your heaven, cut from females the rest forever. You're not gonna get no transplant when you get home. We don't do that. So if you got eyes, come. You got ears, come. That's why I tell you that. Tell you ain't get no transplant. If your eyes come, we'll make you see. Your ears come, make you hear. You don't come and say, come here and we'll give you some ears. We ain't no transplant. That's the devil stuff. Right? So if you got what it takes, if you still got your manhood, then we'll get you hooked up with a sister. But you ain't got it. And ain't no transgender stuff going on over there. So you can forget that, you can step back here. So maybe that's what's going on with you and Father Flager. I see you kissing the guy's tongue over his mouth. So I mean, is that your boyfriend, Farrakhan? I think that's your boyfriend. In fact, I think you probably got a little orgy going over there. Him and the rest of them clowns, Ishmael and, right? I think Father Flager, he's having fun, boy. He's the man. Right? He's the man. Right? And I know, let me leave y'all. Y'all got some heavy days coming, boy. And they're not very far away. I know you can't see them, right? But you'll see them when they get here. And then you have a whole different message then. Oh, boy, you have a whole message then. And we ain't talking about next year either. As soon as the war starts, do the countdown. Don't think that you're going to say, hey, man, I'll just get rid of myself. No, they said they would seek death and not be able to find it. We got news for you, buddy. Right? But anyway, see, it says, Amalek here, it says they will attack you. So it says, therefore, right, it shall be when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from thy enemies. In other words, you got to be back home and everything. You ain't going to do it while you're here. I try to explain it to you. See, it says, do unto them that is done to you. But see, we have, it explains that, but I'm not going to go to that right now, brothers and sisters. It says, right, when you're home and everything, thou shalt blot out the remembrance of them, and thou shalt, it said, don't, in other words, do unto them that is done to you. Blot them out terrible, destroy them. Now, that's not false Israel, because they had no history of them ever being in Egypt. There's no history of it. And they said themselves, the scripture says clearly, all you have to do is follow what scripture says. We follow everything the scripture says. Show me a scripture that nullifies what I'm saying here. Show me a scripture that nullifies it. They told Jesus, we ain't never been in bondage to anybody. And Jesus told me, you ain't to see Abraham. But you don't, but Jesus lied too, right? Master Muhammad's alive, God's alive, Jesus alive, everybody's alive according to you. Everybody's alive according to you. We ain't going nowhere, you're calling God a liar. That's Farrakhan. Well, you call, It says right there. That was a covenant that God made. But you see, that's where he twisted. He takes the first part where you inflict everything, except that part. But then the part where you get the reward, that's what you see, because it's kind of hard for him to say it, because if you're so sinful and everything, why you get a reward for being sinful? Because he said, see, that's his take. We got in this condition because we're so sinful. Then what that Abraham covenant said, just see. He didn't say he was going to judge us. He said he was going to judge us. He was going to judge the nation that did that to us. So when these devils run talking, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do with it. He said he's going to judge the nation. He said he's going to judge Jefferson and Washington and Frank and Hamilton and all them clowns. Benjamin. He said he's going to judge the nation that did this. They're all part of the nation. But it's democracy, ain't it? So ain't everybody responsible for whatever country do? Yeah? I know someone asked, why is America the only country that's a corporation? That's powerful, if you understand that one. That means they're responsible for everything America does. And if America's a corporation, that means by their law, right, a corporation, right, it's like a being. So this corporation is guilty of slavery, genocide, death, and there's no statute of limitations by their law. No statute of limitations means if they catch you 10,000, if they catch Hitler 10,000 years from now, you still got to give them no statute of limitations. Every time if somebody clone them, bring them alive 10 million years from now, they catch him, he can still be prosecuted for what they claim he did. That's what no statute of limitations mean. It's all clear, brothers and sisters. So if you don't see, that's your problem. You don't want to go through this. You the one that didn't get on the ark, so you just man drowned. But when the flood came, and everybody, they were saying, I wish I had listened to Noah. They got it right then. But I was the last breath. You don't understand. We ain't here to coddle you. Give you information. Next time your reward, you don't want it. You want. It tells you. You want to sell your reward, like Esau does. Remember, Esau was the rightful heir, right? Rightful heir, right, to the kingdom. The rightful. He was the eldest. Jacob was his twin brother. But Esau didn't care much about that covenant of being the eldest, because that was a covenant. The eldest, right? If you was the eldest, that's what you got. But he didn't care much about it. He sold us out for a bowl of soup. And so then they ended up going to Jacob. Then Esau got mad. But it was too late. And God said, he said, well, you don't care about them covenant. I don't care about you. That's what he told him. I love Jacob. I hate Esau. You don't give a damn about the covenant. That's a sign to you. Right? You want reparation in America? When you got a kingdom that's going to last forever, you got a covenant, you got a promised land that's perfect and pure. It tells you, when you return home, right, you return to houses you haven't built. That stuff they're building on you right now is they're building it for you. That's our land, Arabia. It tells you how stuff will already be built for you when you return. And it's all beautiful, but it's up to you. I'm not going to sleep over it, but it says you don't forget it. See, now the Amalek situation, understand it. They saying that, because remember, it's a revenge thing. It's a revenge. So when did the Palestinians ever do that to the so-called Israelis? When did the Palestinians do that to them? Because they claim that's when they exercised Amalek on them. Read this. Okay? Palestinians never did that to them. So that's not the revenge. Okay? And over here, right? When did we ever do that to these devils? Because Amalek has two sides to it. There and here. That's why I said what they see it happen over there, they know it's coming here. They're going to know us clearly. Because this gospel preaching all the world. That means all resistance is gone. He's broken the resistance, resonance. Finally broke those walls down. Preaching all the world, because right now they're doing everything to suppress it. And so they're going to notice clearly, because this is clear stuff. You have to figure out, I'm saying everything is totally clear. Right? So he says, their hearts fell for fear, those things coming upon earth, right? Because they see it. Saying that happened before us is what's going to happen here. Even worse. Give people heart attacks and stuff. Because they don't understand it clearly, because this gospel is being preached all over the place. Clearly. They're going to see it clearly. But for them it's going to be strokes, heart attacks. Right? Burns, 3rd-degree burns and carrying on. Fire. Right? So this is a revenge thing, but it's tell you what it says in chapter 13. Do unto them, no, chapter 18. Do unto them as they done to you. That's vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So when he says mine, but then he tells you to do it, then you must be the Lord. Very clear stuff. Man, even to move from side from that, it's telling you to take vengeance on them. That's what Amalek's all about. And that's the same what happened over there. That's why I keep saying America and false Israel are writing their own obituary. Because what they're doing right now is especially with false Israel, what they're doing right now is they setting up this right here, the vengeance. Because what they're doing right now, and it's only going to last a couple more days, that's what's going to happen to them. The worm's going to turn, like they say. Table's going to turn, and the place is going to be under siege. And politicians coming after them. There's going to be no food let in, no water sent in. It's going to be told. And it says their sons will be in their father, and the father will be in their sons. And it says the whole world going to see it. Going to have those drones flying over with cameras. The whole world's going to see them eating each other in panic, fighting and killing each other. That's how they do it, eating each other. They can't get out and do anything. Eating their babies and carrying on. No water coming in. Eating themselves, eating manure and drinking urine. That's what you're going to see over in a minute. And that's what people see. They'll see us coming here. It's on the way here. At the speed of light. So it's going to be, that's what's going to be here. It says over here, it's going to be like a woman. That's what a dating woman. You know, some of these devils, they say, oh, so dainty, you know. Oh, man, they so like, you know, man, I mean, they can't put lipstick on. They got to have a maid and put so, they're so dainty, man. I can't, right? They say, if she's pregnant, she's going to deny her husband and her children. In other words, she's going to hide the fact she's pregnant or that she's about to deliver from them. She's going to go to a secret place. That's what Scripture says. Secret place and get that baby birth in silence. Now, I don't know. I'm not a female, so that must be hard because every time I seen her, I got several children. There was no silence. But she's going to give it in silence. Birth that child in silence. Because she doesn't want to share that baby with her. Probably not children. They probably already gone by then. I know dogs are gone because they will be dogs and cats here in a minute. Oh, now, they're going. Maybe with some people, some people eat probably their children, eat their own dog. That's how sick they are. Right? But she won't share it, and she's gonna eat it. Eat that child. That's what's said in Scripture. Let me show you the verse. Then she's doing a secret. I mean, she ain't doing any cooking. Electricity stuff will show up anyway. Eat it raw. That's how hungry she's gonna be. Eat it raw. Alive. Now you tell me that's, whoa, we gotta be bad. Well, that's what, and that's just the start of what's happening over here. It says all the 500 years of all the hell, they walk around like they're holy and pure and everything else, and they've been wrecking this place for 500 years, and they've been wrecking us, murdering us, raping us, beating us, torturing us, and they're sodomizing us and everything else for hundreds of years. And you maintain a system like that with terror. They're a terrorist nation. What I'm saying, tell me I'm lying. Tell me this doesn't make any sense. How do you maintain that condition that we was in without terror? 24/7. So who's a terrorist nation? They terrorize us. raped our women. Come on, Sally and Jefferson was lovers. She was a slave. Oh, she had a choice in the matter? I think we should break up. Really? Isn't that the case? That's where it was. They're sick people. That's what happened. He was raping her. She was a slave with no love affair. What you gonna say? I don't feel good tonight. Can we do something tomorrow? Can we take a break? That's what you gonna say? Whip sitting around in the corner. They're sick people. Jefferson, Washington, rapists, pedophiles, terrorists. Now people was terrorized. 100 years, they got these fools walking around, fist bumping and talking to them and having. They're going to pay a price for that. That's a sin right there. Because you're ignoring your own people and you're ignoring the promise. Because you found that means you want to stay. Well, that's the Farrakhan stuff anyway. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Terrorists. So now, for 500 years, what they think, just what they did to us for 100 years, that's going to come on them in 1 year. All of what they did to us, you can't imagine that. How can you put 40 years into 1 year? 40 years, you know, like I've been punching you every day for a year. Boom, punch you in the face. Boom. One punch a day. Bam, bam, bam. Then end of the year, on 4th of July, or Christmas or New Year, wherever you want, one day that, half a year later, right? I give you one punch that's equal to all the punches, 365. You would survive that. How can you imagine that? That'd be worse hit with a Mack truck going 1,000 miles an hour. You see what I'm saying? Because you dammed it up. I'm not going to retaliate. See? So every time you hit me with, say you hit me a 10-pound force. 10-pound force. Boom. 10-pound force for every day. Every day. So 365 days times that is 3,650 pounds now. That's how much you build up. 3,650 pounds. So I hit you with a force in here with 3,000. What do you think that'd be like? What do you think that'd be like? It would be nothing left of you. Like you never existed. Hit you with that kind of force? 365, 3,650 pounds at one time. One punch. Bam. And that's what it's going to be like now. So if you say 400 years, and every day, how many days is that? So, okay, we say, they said happened in one year, right? That means what we went through every year, more times 400, that's going to happen all of it in 1 year. 1 year. That's going to be a strange thing. How can you imagine that? That's their punishment. Because you can't escape consequence. So they had no fear of God. That's what it says right here, right? They feared not God. See? Consequence had, but it says they have the full once you're out of it, because they're not gonna get full consequence until you're out of here. That's what it's telling you. After you out of here, then that's going, right? Because if you read the story about the goat, right, and the children of Israel, right, they depart at the same time the goats come in. When Moses got to the river, see, the Red Sea is the goat, and that Daniel. I'm not going into detail about that, right? But when they got to this, then Moses parted the waters. In other words, the goat, they opened up, let you through. And then that's the consequence came in, rolling in, after you left. See, all these things that fit together. And you left, then the consequence got rolling in. And that consequence, it says, Because what it said, look what it says, consequence. Famine, death, all that stuff. That's when you're doing them as it's done to you. That's when it happens. When you roll out, and who, you said, well, I thought you was going to do it. Well, you read going to chapter 17, it tells you. They do it because you command them to do it. So they doing it. They like you said, a hitman out there. He doing. I thought you don't kill. I did. I said hitman. That was the difference. He did it for me. So you add these stuff up together. Learn to add, subtract, brothers, sisters. They're our weapon of vengeance. And when they come in, that's when they're going to come and roll in. And for 1 year, they're going to wrap havoc on this place like you can't imagine. There you go. Okay. Here it is. Get back to her. Listen, as double what she did to her, and cup to her and as many glorify. Okay. See, this is all the things that's going to happen. Mourning, famine, or torment. And that's what happened with the goat. Except they're the ones going to, at our command, they're going to do it. Right? So get back to her double. Ooh. So in other words, not only they're going to get the 400 years in 1 year, but it's going to double it. Ooh, with interest. Oh, interest. Why? Because our wrath is so great. Say, fuck with the wrong people. Right? Number one, but more than that, our women. And see, we love our women. We're so dumb right now. We're just dumb gorillas right now, but we love our women. Nobody loves original women like the original black man. We love our women right now. We're all messed up. But we love our women. And you know how you know? One way you know it is that I don't know one original black man that don't love his mom. I never. Now I heard them talk about their dad, but they won't talk about their mom. They love their mom. And they love these. We shouldn't go out there after these devils. That's because they ain't original. They demons. And it's a psychological thing there too. Some brothers just feel bad because they feel they can't protect their women, and we don't work on all that. But once we get our mind back, you're gonna find out how much these original black men love these black women, because they're gonna tear this whole goddamn world apart. And you know what the crowd gonna be? You shouldn't have fucked with our women. That's what the crowd gonna be. That's the battle cry. Yeah, that's the word they're gonna use. You shouldn't have fucked with our women. We love our women. I don't know if anybody loves black women more than me, but right? They might like me that much. I don't care. I love them. You know, if you love something, you don't care whether they love you or not. If you really love it, right? When I get them home, I understand. And once they understand, once we got our mind back, everybody gonna look around and understand. And they're not going to be blaming each other. They're going to recognize what was done to us. And once that's removed, a exceedingly great army. What do you need an army for? Kick ass. It's the battle cry. Okay? That battle cry, for here, the devils, right? Or there's going to be a battle here. Not the battle of vengeance, because they're going to attack us. About defense. But the evil they done to us, we can possibly return it, because our nature's so different. That's why we have to have, let me say this, I never said this before, but it's really hidden in the engine, it's really hidden. I talk about the Mongols and the creation of the devils. Now you understand that, these are called, what they use, special ed people, whatever these call them, mongoloids, right? They don't call them that. They say mentally challenged or whatever. Then they call them retarded, whatever. These call them mongoloids. Now, if you understand the whole thing, right, then you know they are. Okay? But in the angel, they seem to have it backwards. Because they should be on the bottom. See? But they call death. There's a reason for that. So I'm just going to a little hint on that, right? See? Because if the devils are wicked, they're more wicked than the devils are. They can be more evil than the devils are. If you understand their creation. You see? So what's restraining them? Restrain them. The reason why they restrain, because they have less discipline than the devils do. I shouldn't get into this. I shouldn't do this. I want to keep this short. Discipline times energy equals power, right? They're less disciplined. But devils are more disciplined. That means devils can control them, have more power than them. So they have more energy than the devils. See all the energy they got putting over there? And they're copycats. They don't have any ingenuity. Innovation, rather. Ingenuity. But the reason the devils have, because they have more discipline, their power keeps them back, hold them back. See? But if you understand the angel key, right? If you understand how this flood came, right? There was a barrier that was holding it back, the flood back. The barrier is a shear. And then once they move, there's nothing to restrain them anymore. And at that time, right? Remember the devils at that point, they lost their discipline. They don't have the power to hold them back anymore. So they could do more evil than the devils can do. You get it now? Double. That little secret how you kept myself, I believe really now. Think about it. I say these things, they're more wicked, but the point is because they have less discipline than the devils, they have less power, even though they have more energy. So the devils even hold them back. You see? But the devil's discipline is falling fast. Right? And then what happens? They get in war with each other, and the shear, they move out the way. The barriers holding them back. They're not holding them back anymore. And they have no defense to defend themselves because they fight with each other. So they lost their discipline. And these people are worse. That means they can be worse. They can do more evil than the devils do. They can be more evil than the devils themselves. If that's possible. You see what I'm saying? They totally undisciplined. That means they're totally wrecked, havoc. See? The flood. So they can do more evil than even the devils can. That's how it's done. Let them loose on them. That's what I call death. That's what. So I guess I dropped it now. Dropped it on you now. I've been holding that back 30 years. I never. Because I said people say, well, look, I don't know if anybody paid attention. Because if you understand the Mongolian story, you say, well, why are they there? They should be under the devils. Okay, hold on. Oh boy, let me move on, brothers and sisters. So much. But see, the Amalek thing, like I said, was talking about as an event. So that's what they're doing right now is about to happen now. They set the stage for it. They talking about Amalek now, right? They creating that situation. They fueling it. Because what they doing, remember, vengeance, a consequence. So there's a consequence of what they're doing. See, they don't believe in consequence because they're stupid. They don't believe in consequence. And we didn't really push consequence on them because then they wouldn't do what they did, and we wanted them to do what they did for certain reasons. That's no story altogether. We were advanced. But the point is that if you understand the consequence, that means there's a consequence of what they're doing over there. There's a consequence of what they're doing. If they believe in consequence, they wouldn't be doing that. Because they know we're going to backfire on them. In America, there'll be a consequence of all of a sudden, all what they done, all of a sudden roll back on them. They don't see that coming. That's when hearts be failing and everything else, just in anticipation. Just anticipation. If your heart failing in anticipation, what's going to happen what your heart going to do when it actually happens? Hope you understand that, bro. Let's move on. So, and then on this case right here, right? They're talking about the fake vision. Now Elijah came and gave you this vision. Because you had no vision. When Master Prophet came in, you had no vision. And people without vision was perishing. We was perishing. We had no vision. We didn't know where to go. We didn't know what to do. Right? We just doing whatever the Master has doing. We had with Zook suits and running around doing all kind of stupid stuff. We had no vision. We was walking around in circles. We had no vision. It tells you we was perishing. The people have without vision we was perishing. And Master Muhammad came and found us in that condition. And so he gave Elijah Muhammad the vision to give us. And that's the vision. That's the Abrahamic covenant. A vision. NOI. That was a beacon. NOI was a beacon. A vision to look up to him. That's what it was. Elijah came and gave us a beacon. Farrakhan's his job is to get rid of that beacon. We ain't going nowhere. He's trying to steal your vision. Because if you ain't going nowhere, what's your vision? And plus why? Okay, if you so wicked, then why? He said, if you don't repent for what? His so-called man march. That was a lie in itself. Because it was these Negro preachers that set it up. He claimed he got it from God. That's why the second was a failure, flop, because they didn't support him on that one. Because 99% of people there was Christian black folks. But he took credit for it, like he's a goddamn liar, thief. That's why the second was a total flop. That's what I'm talking about, the second one. If you hit a song out there, everybody's rocking to that song, right? Wow, man, ooh, you rocking, man. And then the guy said, hey, man, Diddy, Mr. Diddy, right? He got another tune out. Oh, you do? And you remember that first one? Man, you would start buying that second one just like that. Bam, because that first was jamming, right? See? So if that first was so great, like Farrakhan said, how come nobody show up on the second one? I ain't buying that. You love that first one. I ain't buying that second one. You ain't heard it yet, but I ain't buying it. Why? No, that don't make no sense. Man, that first one was jamming. I'm going to get that second one. Like when Michael, every time he released something, they couldn't wait to get the next one. So Prince couldn't wait because that was jamming. This one got to be a monster. The second one, can't nobody showed up because there was a lot to begin with. Man March. And then when you got there, he did blame you. Well, you got a tone. Tone for what? A tone for what? It's our fault, all this here. Because he's a devil. His father's a devil. He's speaking what the devil's telling him to speak. They own him. His father's the devil. People don't even want to admit that. He says it. He says it himself. We got him saying it. He says his father's parents were white, Caucasian, Portuguese, Jews. This is on his own mouth. So be like, well, man, his father's light-skinned Jamaican. And then all you got to do is Google it, show a picture of his father. Ain't nothing light-skinned about that man. He's white. There's no one, so that's fine. Hold on to that. Hold on real tight. Don't let go. See? So when it burns your ass, I want you to keep holding on. Because we're not going to rescue. We're not going to pour any water on your ass. Right? You're that damn stupid. There'll be no stupid people in the hereafter. No stupid people. Not in the kingdom. They'll be outside. The dogs, like you said, dogs are fools and everything else. And out of darkness. They won't be in the kingdom. So Elijah Muhammad said that. Right? And they said, oh, people start getting the vision. They didn't want that spread. They didn't want it spread around black folks. So he said, the vision. Abrahamic covenant. And then they had this movement with Martin Luther King, and he told them about it. And he said, and then Martin Luther King went and said, hey, man, we got a vision, man. Right there, look at there. Look, see, look. Right? There's a beacon out there. The Abrahamic covenant. What was the speech? The promised land. He said, I don't know if I get there with you, but I know I'm going to get there. He was talking about the promised land. We got the picture of him with Elijah. And what happened to him? He was dead the next day. They didn't want you to see that beacon. They want you to have a vision. Because they said, if Martin Luther King see that, he could ask people to see it. That was millions. They didn't want you to see that vision. See? Master Muhammad set that beacon up and told Elijah to fuel it with his blood, his life, his works. Fuel it, keep that light on. Light needs electricity, right? He had to provide the energy. Energy do it. His own, as he gave his life for it. He put his life. That's, I keep telling you, that stuff don't happen in order. That was his life that fueled that. He made him the fuel for that light. And Elijah Muhammad kept fueling that light with his own energy. And he kept the light on. And then, oh man, we can't shut that light down. So in 1948, that's what he did. See? Shut that thing down. See? So that's what he did. Boom. They shut down, set false up there. You know, took the beacon out, put another light in there. So look up there, oh, that's false Israel. We're now beacon. And then followed up by getting Elijah Muhammad out of the picture so he couldn't, right? And put Farrakhan there. He supported that same thing. We ain't going nowhere. That beacon ain't for us. You're sinful, you're wicked. Because he wanted out. Son of perdition said, after working Satan, said Satan would cast out Satan. Ain't that what he said? He cast out Satan. He supported that vision. Because if you ain't going nowhere, you can't be seed Abraham, can you? He said, we're seed Abraham, but you ain't going nowhere. I mean, that's a contradiction, ain't it? The whole point of being a seed Abraham is that you're going to inherit the promised land. But he said, we ain't going nowhere. That's what he had to do. Destroy that. Right? But he said, right? The beacon be gone, right? But you don't see the beacon. You seen it. So you're looking for it. You're still looking for that beacon. That's why you're seeking somebody to turn that beacon back on again. See, they've been seeking the message of the covenant. Right? The original one. They want to see it. They're seeking it. Because they know it's a false, something. They remember the vision. See, there was really Elijah, they remembered the vision, but the vision is gone. They're seeking that vision. They love that vision. They want it. But the vision been taken away. The light's been out. They want somebody to reignite that vision. Not only reignite it, right? But take and accomplish it. Right? Fulfill that vision. Right? That's what it says, seek the message of covenant. You put these things together, it makes sense. Right? And hold on, I missed something here, bro. It says, hold on a second. That wasn't supposed to be like that. Give me a second here. Okay, I'm leaving like that for now. Wow. Yeah, kind of just, how did I do that? Okay, I'm gonna make a, oops, yeah. I'll make a slight change here, brothers and sisters, but I think I deleted that. Let me do it this way. Okay. Come on here. And okay. kind of makeshift, brothers and sisters, but you get the message. Okay, put that right. Okay. Not as smooth as I had it, but I made a mistake, so. But you get the message. So this would, right? And then they be seeking it, and that's what happened. So it's not gonna be smooth, but the message of the covenant will come. Turn that beacon back on and take you home. As we seek the message of the covenant. Remember, they said message of the covenant. They're fulfillment of the covenant. It tells you right there in Malachi. That's what's going to take you home. Purify you, get you home. Get rid of false Israel. The true beacon. Okay. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. Let's talk about paradise and energy management. I'm going to close out. Okay. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, hold on for a minute, brothers and sisters. Hold on for a second. Let me. Let's have a trouble here. Hold on. Okay, brothers and sisters, let me check something else here right quick. I just want to explain a couple things, brothers and sisters. See, we got to be real. Okay. Now, paradise and energy management. Let's look into this. You see here? This represents the reality we are. That's the capital, or this reality. Right? This reality is energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. Right? Force is energy. Everything is energy. And so when you see a reality, it comes out of the minds. I mean, their capital didn't go out the ground. It came out of somebody's mind. This government came out of somebody's mind. This economic system came out of somebody's mind. Right? And they gave form. Everything is energy. They gave form. This is the form they gave to the energy. This is the form they gave to it. But you got to understand, everybody gets energies all over the place. You're energy. Everything is energy. But everybody, if you understand pressure, we have pressures. Everybody gets the same amount of energy. So say, for instance, everybody gets, if we put it in terms of dollars, everybody gets $1,000 a day. Everybody gets the same amount of energy. It's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. Child's born, he gets $1,000 too. Every living being, one of us, gets the same amount of energy. So you say $1,000 a day, okay, everybody gets $1,000 a day per child. So if you're a parent, you got 5 children, right? Then you control $5,000 a day worth of energy. You control it. It's theirs, but you control it. So when they tell you shouldn't have children, right? And the more children you have, the more money you control. Because like I said, when I had a whole bunch of children, when I had that mini mansion and everything else, I was rolling in dough because I had plenty of money because I was controlling. But I used that money for their benefit. See, you get somebody, now they control that much money, they use it for themselves instead of doing it for their family. That's another story. But understand that concept. Whether you understand or not, that's the way it works. Right? So devils can save my energy too. But it gets down to how much you need, how much you actually need, and then what they call disposable income, right? So in other words, you make so much money, and disposable income is how much money that you have beyond paying your bills. So you need so much energy to take care of yourself, and then what's left, you can do other things with it, right? So we had energy deprivation, all we had enough energy to maintain ourselves, so we could maintain a civilization, a relationship, anything. We had enough energy to maintain ourselves, and very little even that. So we lost control of ourselves, right? Because we require a lot of energy, because we're the highest form of genetics in the universe, and it requires a lot of energy to maintain that level of structure. But the devils, they low level, so they need that much. We like a Lamborghini, they like a Volkswagen Beetle. So they had enough energy. That's why Adam was given rule, because he had more. He had disposable income. We didn't. Right? So that energy, you take an energy, and it depends on the level of your structure. So your reality cannot be greater than the structure. So if you got a low structure a brain, your mind cannot be greater than your brain. Right? So if you got a low structured brain, that means what comes out of your mind will be a low structure. And so when you saw the Europeans back in the Dark Ages, low structure. Other nations were more civilized than them. No structure, because they're the lowest. Well, I talk about the Orientals, but forget about that. But they're low structure. Low structure. So they build a reality that's low structure. It's going to reflect. It's like a dog. How they build? They build a reality based on the level they understand, like birds and everything else, right? You're gonna build reality based on the structure of your brain. That's you understand what I'm saying? So they build this reality. So I'm gonna go into this. That's how kind of difficult to understand this structure, brothers and sisters. I'm kind of jump. Well, I'm gonna get to it. Yeah, I'm gonna get to it in a minute. Let me just do the basic here. So this is the structure. When you look at this, America right here, is a structure that came from them. Now, when you build, remember, everything's energy. So you take and build something, but you got to maintain it. So otherwise, it just disappears. Remember, you built the structure, but you got to fuel it. So you keep getting energy. In other words, you get 1,000 units a day, and so you build your reality, right? And if your reality is like $600, took $600 a day for energy, you got to keep putting $600 in it to keep it going. You got to fuel it. You understand? Otherwise, it dries up, dies. You got to fuel it. You got everything's energy. To keep it this form, you have to keep on giving it energy to maintain the form. So it takes America, they have to keep on the energy they have to keep the form they have right here. But see, one of the problems is that's why they fear us so much, because we're doing the same thing too. But they lose control of us, so that means we're going to cover a different reality than they have. Then you got a conflict between the realities. And when you got a conflict between the realities, what happens? They have to use more and more energy to maintain their reality. So it gets harder and harder to do it. See, so in other words, they got $1,000 a day, for instance, and you $600 made just to maintain that, right? Okay, fine. There's another reality coming. Okay, now, Oh, now you got to resist. So now you got to pay $300 or $200 to maintain the, right? Suppress that. So now you only got $300. Say you had $600, right? Or say $7. So, and you get $700 a day, right? But it takes $300 a day to suppress the other one. So you got 4. So now this starts crumbling, right? Because it takes 700 to maintain it. So you only got 400, so it starts diminishing. Hope you understand that concept, right? So we'll get more into it in a minute. So here it is. This is the reality that the Europeans over here, right? They got to fuel it. See, but it's hard and hard and hard. That's why they're in debt and everything else. Because they use because they got other realities that's a challenge to this, challenging it. So they have to suppress those because those came in, that's going to kill this. Earth is not so big. So it'd be one dominant reality, and the strongest reality is the most dominant one. So if other realities start growing, there's going to be a challenge to this one. So then these guys start directing some of this energy to suppress them, which means have less for this, so this start crumbling. Hope you understand the concept, brothers and sisters. Anyway, so then a challenge comes. In 1990, a new reality comes. That's the angel. Make all things new. Revelation, the great light. He shows up in 1990. That's the beginning of a new reality. That's challenging this reality with the people that they have under control here. So what happens? So now, right, he's starting to build that, fueling that reality, energy. With his own energy coming, using that energy to fuel that. He has to fuel it. So if he gets $1,000 a day, he put $1,000 a day into this reality, new reality. He's fueling. If he only put 200, then 100, then don't do that much. But if he put it all in, then you see, start. It's like you got a water, a lake, and it's solid, it's smooth, solid, right? It's not moving, motionless. Then you throw a rock in it. Also, it got waves. You change the reality of that lake. You understand? But if you want to keep that reality going, you got to keep throwing a rock in there. Because if you don't, you stop. It settles back down again, right? So if you want to keep the new reality come in, right? Got to lay this waves all the time. That's new reality. You got to keep on throwing a rock in there. Got to keep fueling it. Otherwise, you stop. The lake goes back to where it was before. And that's a simple analogy, but that's pretty much the way it works. And boom, it blows away that reality. Because high pressure overcomes low pressure. So if he comes to a new reality that's higher pressure than the old one, he blows away that reality. That's happening right now. Right? And then what? Then his reality comes in. Higher pressure reality overcomes lower pressure reality. Other pressure reality is going to new reality. Right? What happened here? Okay. Comes the whole planet. It's new reality. Got rid of old reality. Okay? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand that concept. That's what's happening right now. That's the way it always happens. They send one prophet in with a higher reality mind, a higher pressure mind. That's what scriptures are. Scriptures are minds. Like if you got a version 2001 Windows, they come out 2010. They don't support 2001 anymore. 2010 blows away 2001. And while one work, you don't support, you gotta get rid of it. Because now you got a new version. Same thing. Scriptures are minds. That's why they give you scriptures revealed. And that's how they send one person out. You don't need to send one person. Because the mathematics says high pressure overcomes low pressure, no matter how small high pressure is. High pressure could be just big as a small balloon. But if you put it right, if you put it in water, it's going to move the water out the way because it's higher pressure. If it's higher pressure, it's going to move. I don't care if it's a ocean or whatever. If it's higher pressure, it's going to move There's no exception. High pressure overcomes low pressure. And scriptures are minds, and that pressure, that energy, that force. And so they come in with it, and that's why, right, when Moses came in, he was able to remove that, the empire that existed before that. Jesus came in, right, the Roman Empire, he defeated that. You see the remnants of it in the Catholic religion, but he defeated the Roman Empire. Right? You see? And then Prophet Muhammad came in, right, and he defeated the Catholic Empire. Put it down for 1,000 years. And then Adam came along because of his deprivation, right? The new world on earth, he put down all of them. He put down, it was called some Jews that was following Moses. People say they were following Jesus, and people that following Muhammad. He put them all down. Adam put them all down. His presence was higher than theirs. The scripture he had was higher, and he put them all down. That's right. I put rule. They rule. Who been ruling the earth? Who been ruling the earth for 400 years? It ain't been the whole world. They try to say, Sunni said the whole world. No. Only 2 empires been ruling the world for the last 5 years. That's America and Britain, Gog and Magog. Our chapter 20. They would see the whole world, and that's one of the major exceptions right there. The chapter 20 is in the future. No, that's European history. And they came out and they see the whole world. 2 empires. Only 2 world empires you know of in all history. The Mongolians or Genghis Khan wasn't a world empire. Caesar wasn't a world empire. Napoleon wasn't a world empire. Alexander, the so-called Great, was not a world empire. No people was world empires. Only world empire was first was Britain, like it says, the Ram and Daniel, and then the one that comes last was the Greater American Empire. 2 world empires, as Gog and Magog. Period. See, this stuff is very simple, but it said they're perishing because they refuse to accept the truth. Well, probably because they got low brain. The demons, they can't accept it, and if he did accept it, it would be against them. The others, low brain structure. We don't care, because it says, many will be called and few will be chosen. So you get the light, but we choose you. You don't choose us, and we choose you based on your response to the light. Your response, that's how we choose you. It's your response to the light. Okay? If you walk around the light and you walk around the circle, you're blind. We don't want you. Understand that. So let's look at this. I'm missing something here, bro. Hold on a second. One second. I think I missed something here. One second here. Just give me a second. Yeah, put that in. Yeah, I did miss something. Where's it at? Oh, that's why. It was in the right place. Okay. Let's see what happened. Okay, I'm going to just move it around. Over here. I'll go into that. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what's happening with it. Okay. Okay. Okay, feeling your paradise. But first, before I do that, let me show you this. You see this right here? This is what I'm talking about initially. Remember I said you got to fuel. All right, okay. Now I'll show you with your mind will come. Your reality is based on the mind you have. So if you got a weak mind, you have a weak reality. If you have if you got a real low class mind, you're going to be. Maybe I should say this. I don't know. I guess I'm getting off track here. if I go out with a long explanation, the point is that if you got a low grade mind, right? Say real low grade mind, then your reality is going to be so maybe you're living down the street someplace. Well, no, that's not a good analogy. Living out in the woods or something, right? Or like you know, like in Europe, the architecture was really bad. Everything. I mean, they didn't have anything. They had to go out and they went around all the world trying to learn how to do this, learn to do that, because the mind level was low. You know, architecture and all that stuff. They got them every place else. Remember Marco Polo and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to make a better analogy. If I got good at analogy, but it's going to take me an hour to explain it. So in other words, say you got a very simple mind, right? So for you, right, 5 plus 2 is 7, right? The more complicated mind might say, well, 2 plus 2 plus 2 and 1. I mean, a little complicated, right? Or maybe 21 divided by 3 is 7. I mean, it's more complicated. It'd be more complicated. It can still come up to 7, but it's more complicated, right? So therefore, their structure, their technology, everything was on a very low level in Europe, very low level. They didn't take baths, right? There's disease. I don't know about Ornies, what Ornies came from and stuff like that. It was very low, right? The way he was living, it was very filthy, right? Because their mind, right? Everybody else was doing better. So they tried to make the Dark Ages was the whole planet. No, it was just Europe, okay? Because remember, they're on the lower level. You got the nations, and they got the simplest mind of all. So therefore, I came out with a simple, their civilization very simple. Just like even the Roman legions, I mean, remember, they had energy and power, but they was very simple. I mean, the way the army set, the squares, the rectangle, you know, and that's why Hannibal was able to defeat him, because he had a more complex mind, and he had a small army, but he was able to they couldn't beat him. People don't understand. Hannibal was an original man out of what's his name? Carthage. And Carthage was in Africa. So they don't tell you that part. And he was beating them with a smaller army, and he used mathematics, geometry to do it. If you understand the whole, they still study him at West Point now. See, because they had a very simple way of thinking, but they had power. So if you got power, even you know, I mean, if you got power, right? If somebody don't have power, they could be wiser than you, but if they don't have power, then you right? It's like if you're out there and you smart, everything else, right? A lion don't as smart as you, but he could tear your behind apart if you can get a hold of you. If he has more power than you have. Anyway, I don't want to get too complicated. So what I'm saying is, I don't know, I should go back to that, because this is just out of place here. What I'm saying is that, say for instance, okay, if you got a simple mind, and all you know how to do is build shacks, but you have money, so you hire somebody that knows how to build buildings, and say, okay, I give you money, they'll build the buildings for you. You know how to build it, they'll build it for you, because you got the money to do it. So you say, you build it for you. So they come out of your mind, come out of theirs, but you had the money to get them to do it. As long as you got the money to do it, they build a reality that's greater in your mind. Didn't come out of your mind, it came out of theirs, but actually it did come out of your mind in a way, because you're the one that hired them to do it. So that's part of your, right? It's still your reality, because it flew with your money. Okay? But the quality of it is greater than your ability, because you had someone else with a greater quality mind to produce a greater quality of reality. You understand that concept? Your reality becomes higher quality than you would have done because you found someone that had a higher quality mind and you had enough money to pay them. Remember, you're still fueling it to build a higher quality reality than you would have been able to do. So when you see here, you look at America. America's been able to build a high quality reality than all other Europeans. Now America, you the innovation say, well, Americans are so smart, right? Europeans so smart. White folks so smart, and everybody else, right? So sick. But if that's the case, how come Germany's almost all white? How come they don't have an innovation? All of Europeans just copy what they get from here. How come everybody's copy what they get from here? So there's something strange about these white people here. They're wise than all the white people in the world. You know, most of the Europeans that's here, Google it. I was surprised to find it myself years ago. Most are from Germany, not from England. That throws you, but that's the fact. So, coming over here made them extra wise or something? They got this innovation? Because Germany just copied what they got from here. England just copied what they got from here. All these other countries just copied this innovation that comes out of here. So why is that? Everybody's copying what comes out of here. So what's the difference between them and here? Us. We got the high quality of mind. See? And they pay us. Oop, did I say that? They pay us. Right? I mean, one of the only secret, Washington D.C. was supposed to have been designed by a black person. That's what they say. You Google, that's what they say. A black architect. But see, they have control of our energy. So it's like they paying us, they got control of our, remember they got control of our energy. Because we don't have control of it. So therefore, we work for them. Because actually, when you was in the slaves, you was an employee. You've been an employee the whole time you're over here. They just changed the name now to employee. But when you was a slave, it's the same. You was an employee, you was working for them. They changed the name to make you think you feel better. You're still a slave. But we had a high quality, but they had control of us. So they was able to build all this innovation, everything that came from our minds. But they control us, so they control our minds, right? They gave us their minds, but it came from our brains. Our innovation came from our brains. That's why they don't want us to leave here. That's why Pharaoh says, hey, don't let them leave. See? The whole thing's about creativity, if you understand it. That's what's going on here. As long as they control us, that's why they have an innovation, because it's coming from us. But they control us. And they lose control of us, then we're going, and also they go back to the simple mind stuff. They can't, no more innovation. And now we're over there doing all this great innovation. How do you think we think going to happen? How's going to work? See, one of the little hints there, they told us that we could no longer make bricks out of straw. You could still have to make it, but you couldn't make it out of straw. That's the scripture telling you, you have to be creative, that you're the creative force here. Who is the creative force to help them survive? Joseph. Joseph was us. Remember they enslaved his people. After Joseph showed them what to do, they didn't know. They was about to starve to death. And then that's us, Joseph, us. We were still in slavery, and then they enslaved his children, his people. We the ones caught. So that's what's happening here. Okay? Because we're taking the energy. Remember, they got to give us energy. They control our energy. They mean control energy. In other words, you get $1,000 a day, but you're under my control, so I give you $1,000 a day. But I don't give you $1,000, I give you $1,000 worth of beans, or still $1,000. I control the nature, quality of that $1,000 I give you. Right? And $1,000 shit farm is equal to $1,000 gold mine. It's still worth $1,000. But I say you can only buy a shit farm. See, so I'm controlling. You still get $1,000 as far as consequence. You get $1,000, but it's shit. $1,000 worth of shit. See? So since they control us, they control the nature of the energy that we get. So they give us $1,000 shit farm every day. $1,000 pile of shit worth $1,000. I mean, shit is worth something. What do you think the fertilizer is? So you get $1,000 worth of fertilizer, $30 worth of shit every day. Okay? And what you do with fertilizer? You plant and you produce vegetables and stuff with it. You may not understand, you might like it. That's where it happens. We think that stuff comes from. They put now they use chemicals and stuff, but that's where before all that, that's where you used put animal dung and everything else in the ground. All your manure put in the ground. That would fertilize the ground, and the seeds that's what seeds grew off, used to grow, and then grow your food that you can eat against recycling. You shit in the ground, the seeds turn that shit back into food. You shit again, going around. That's it. That's just the way it is. And so it's a symbiotic relationship, and that's what's going on here. See? Because we creative, we turn shit into gold, just like. Right? The seed turns shit into cabbage, pickles, and cabbage or cucumbers or whatever, right? The seed turns it into that, right? And you eat that stuff and you turn it back into shit. Shit goes in the ground, seed turn it back, What's happening here? That's what he's doing with us. We're the creative force. We don't want all this innovation. Okay? So we turn it into gold for them. And they turn the gold back into shit, and that's what feed us. So we live in the ghettos and everything else. Because we allowed them to control. That's why we got to get the hell out of here. Listen to goddamn Farrakhan, because that's the relationship here. They control our energy, so we keep getting $1,000 worth of shit. We could be getting $1,000 worth of gold, but we get $1,000 worth of shit. That's what they give us. They shit it out, and we give them the gold. They turn this shit. When we was in the field, right? We go out there and work our ass off and produce food and all that nice stuff for them, right? And so they sat back eating caviar and steaks and ham, whatever else they eating, right? And what they gave you? Shipments. With this shit from pigs, stuff they used to throw away. They gave you garbage. They gave cow chips. That's where this thing comes from. Potato chip stuff from. You don't even know it. Just like you call it chillers now, and Walmart sells it because people still buying it. That's what they called it back there when you was in the fields. Chillers, that's what it is. But then when you got out, they say these niggas, they might pick up on that. So let's change the S and put a C there. Still the same damn that. Just because they change the letter, it's still shillings. Yes, they did. And they give you shit. So you was out there working your ass, and they fed you. You didn't have this shit. They showed Django. You sitting back in a home. You had a fireplace. That didn't happen that way. I guarantee it didn't happen that way. Even Oprah tell you that to Oprah letters. It didn't happen that way. They lock your ass up in a little closet like a room outside where it was cold and everything else. Whole family in there. If you had to go to the bathroom, you did it on each other. So you wouldn't run away at night. You had no fireplace. You had no home. You had none of that. Barely had any clothes. Clothes you had was rags and everything else. They gave you shit, but you was putting caviar and steaks and wine and everything on their plate. And you was getting pissed and shit and everything else on yours. That's relationship. And you're still doing it right now. Because you're still an employee and you're still a slave right now. You go out there, you work at Popeyes, brushing your ass all day long. They sit back on the ocean, on their yacht and everything else, partying, watching video, whatever. And you could barely make enough. Because that's what capitalism, maximum profit, minimum overhead. That means the less they got to pay you, the more profit they make. That's what capitalism is. Capitalism is slavery by definition. So it gets you to work, and the less they pay you, and when that slavery don't pay you anything, just give you enough to keep you alive. In fact, initially, they wouldn't even give you enough to keep you alive. Because if you read the story, they said that the average life expectancy for a black male was like 3 to 4 years. They worked so hard. We saw pictures of old people. That was 30-year-old man. He looked like 90 years old. They worked you to death in 3 or 4 years. Then they had to bring you somebody to replace you. They didn't even. That's how they did it. This is a fact. I'm not making this up. And then you fist bump. They did that to our relatives, our ancestors. You don't give a damn about it. You fist bump. Hey, bro. And calling them bro. God damn. You must be a goddamn demon. You must be one of them. How the hell are you going to take... They rape your mom and you're going to be friends with them? Oh, that was my grandma. Oh, sir, they was already raped your grandma. Well, what was my great-grandma? Oh, it was all right to rape your great-grandma. Oh, it was great-great-grandma. It's all right there, right? And all the stuff they was doing to them. And if you was back there and they was raping your sister, your mama, and raping you, and beating you, working you 24/7, terrorizing you all, you never got no sleep, right? Terrified you 24/7. They fed you shillings, and not in the plate, in a trough, just like a pig. Even ask Oprah, she got her papers. They tell you the same thing they got from the slaves before they died. They did interviews with them, and you looked ahead and saw, oh, that's Jimmy Jackson, and Jimmy Jackson, that's your future relative, right? I love these. Hey, bro. Hey, what's going on, bro? Hey, bro, what's got the man? Let's hang out, man. Let's go watch the game together. And you get hold of your hands on that nigga? When you crush us to pieces, you look ahead, you doing this and that. You look ahead and see that's how he carried stuff after what you going through? If you was back there, that was your reaction? Oh, one day they're going to get along. One day them and Master going to be buddies. He going to marry one of Master's girls, children, girls, daughters. That's how your reaction be? Because if that's your reaction, you're going to get a chance to feel it. See? Y'all know about the tyrant. I told you, Elijah Muhammad told me about that, but I had a message back, man. This situation right here, brother and sister, and you laying back, man, just satisfied with the shit and producing them gold. Satisfied with getting shit, and you producing gold for him. He turn the gold into shit. That's what you getting. Shit life. Do what they tell you to do. Their laws. Cats make laws for cats. If you're a dog, you in cat land, you're gonna be in trouble. You're a criminal because you act like dogs. The law is made to act like. If you don't act like cats, you're in trouble with the law. You're gonna be oppressed there because you ain't gonna be happy. Because if you try to act like a dog, hey, what you woofing for, man? We got a law against woofing. We got a law against wagging your tail. See, because cats don't do that kind of stuff. So the laws they make is for them. And if you start to act like yourself, you're going to be in trouble here. You're a criminal. That's why you're scared of them. That's why you keep their name. Here it is, they gave you a name. They took your name away from you, beat it out of you. And now you're supposed to be free. And you're a slave to Jimmy Jackson. So they was calling you Michael Jackson, Jimmy Jackson, Jonah Jackson. Means that you was owned by Master Jackson. So now you own them, but you still walk around with that damn name? It's like a woman should get divorced from someone. I mean, I divorced from Mr. Johnson. What's your name? My name is Mary Johnson. I thought you divorced from him. Why you still carry his name? Did you divorce him? Why you still carry his name? No, because you're still a goddamn slave. You're still scared of master. That's why you walk them names. Unless you're a demon, then that is your name. That situation, boss, that's where we are right now. That's going to break. Now, those who want to keep eating shit, they're going to stay and keep eating shit. The rest of us getting out here. And we're going to start, we're going to keep the goal that we're making. And get them the shit. Because they wouldn't have this if it wasn't for us. That's what's going to keep us here. That's why all innovations come out of here. Another sign of this AI, right? All this AI age come in. Now, they know you're best qualified. One of the reasons why I know you're best qualified because I'm going to give you a short version of this here. They got a thing called SIC codes, standard industrial codes. And every time a new innovation comes, a new what I want to use I'm gonna try. That's what I want to use here. A new industry. New industry comes in, right? Like the Industrial Revolution, right? Okay, it had machines they didn't have before. So the industry come in with computers. So the government takes and goes to a demographics to find out what people, like would be women or children, whatever, who'd be best qualified for the industry, so he can start teaching them, so they can be ready for the industry to come in and work on it. But surprise, 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 and this is a fact because I went through the program. They found that black folks was best qualified to do computers, and they connect with music. Now you might think music is nothing, but you know something? It takes a lot of creativity to come to this music. They come with Beethoven and sing and Beethoven and what was the name? I forget. Right, Santana or whatever. Right. This music, the world of rock music, it takes a lot of creativity to come to that music. Look at that music. Somebody it comes so smooth and beautiful, but that's music is mathematics. And so, the black folk music is ruling the planet. And the same mathematics that take the pure music is the same kind of mathematics that takes the right computer code. You didn't know that. I said that was my business for years. I had my own business writing computer code. Didn't have a degree or nothing, and I was killing them. I was the best at what I was doing. Because I'd go to places and say, man, damn, you got a good record, but you don't have no degree. I said, what do you want? I said, you want somebody with a piece of paper, you want somebody to know how to do it. And that was case closed. And it was always calling me to fix systems that they had white boys build, and then after they left, the damn thing didn't work. So I always had to come and fix it, because I don't know. And one of the big tells is that that's a new industry. It's a powerful, one of the most powerful industries there in the world, right? In the world right now, right? So how come they got to bring Indians over to do it? Because they didn't want you to do it. Reagan shut that program down. Quiet to the program. I went to the program and started teaching black folks programming. Urban League was the one that sponsored it. IBM was the one that provided the technical stuff, right, and the teachers, right? And they had a contract with the surrounding government, surrounding manufacturers, that the top 10% of that class, they would hire them. That was the deal. I came out first in my class. I went through the program. They actually paid you while you was going. You went for 3 months. And Reagan said, man, that we can't have them doing that, because then we lose control of them. All of a sudden, they be running everything, because that's a powerful industry. Called standard industrial codes. Look it up. If you work in a place, you have one. You just don't know it. If you're doing tax, ask your tax guy. He probably tell you what yours is. Standard SIC codes, SIC. So I'm not making this up. I went through it. And Reagan shut that down and started bringing Indians over here. Because they couldn't do it. How come they couldn't do it? How come they can't get their own people to do it? They've been around homeless and walking and doing menial jobs and everything else. Why they got to bring all these Indians to do it? Because they can't do it. They don't have the ability to do it. It's above their ability. Who's beating them? China's beating their ass. Everybody's beating their ass in the computer industry. They got to bring Indians over to do it because they don't want you to do it. Because I remember when they tried to do it, they said, just like you did with the karate thing, right? See, this is the media. See, they had you, this Bruce Lee thing, they had everybody black. I remember back, every black, man, Chinese, most of them don't know anything about no karate. In fact, they don't even call it karate, they call it boxing over there. But they came and had Bruce Lee. So everybody thinking, man, all the Chinese, and you wouldn't get no argument with Chinese because you thought you were going to get karate. You wouldn't get no argument with no Chinese or Japanese person, you thought you were going to get karate. And 99% don't know anything about no damn karate. But that's the media had you fooled. You were scared. Oh man, you think all of them kung fu you. But now, they got away from that because now all you got to do is be a female and weigh more than 5 pounds and you can wipe out all the China. They said in the movies, she wipe all of them out. She wipe out the Hulk and everybody. You believe that bullshit? Anyway. And so they came up with this movie called I'm Alive #5. Look it up. Because they wanted people to think that Indians was the best program in the world. Just before they start bringing them in. See, the media's controlling. They control your image, everything. And you think it's just movies. No, they came up with this movie, and what the movie's about was this Indian guy. He made a robot that could think, that could talk and everything. He was super. I'm Alive #5. That was the robot was named #5, and he would say, I'm alive. And everybody thought, oh man, these Indians, man, they're really super, man. And so then start bringing them in. And now this place got millions of them here. And when you look at spelling bees, you know spelling bees, look it up. The one they had recently, every year, who win it? The Indians win it. This is the English language, ain't it? How come they win it every year? Because they ain't smart as they telling you are. That's the media's telling you that. And the Indians, they smarter than them, but they ain't smart as us. Because I work with them. They're all right, but they ain't smart as us, because I used to have to fix their stuff too. They come and ask me, when nobody was looking, man, we show them how to do this. How the hell you get this? How you get in here? Then you take a tech, they take the hell out of me. See, it's an all story together. So you don't know what's going on in the background. A lot of people are the smartest people on the planet. But they got you thinking backwards, and they use your information against you. Right? Remember that hidden figures? How long did they hide that? Those sisters, low education, some just high school, and there was PhDs and everything else, and they was wiping the floor with them. That's a true story. I've been telling people that. They didn't want to put them in space. That's why I was hidden figures. I work with, I know. Okay? I had no degree. I didn't have high school. I had a GED. Then they finished 9th grade. And I was killing them. And right now they still always send me stuff, especially when COVID came out. Because it got me and I'm still in the network. They kept calling me because they said, hey man, can you come in? There's another story together, because I knew this language that they don't probably use too much anymore. Okay? They don't want you to know that. So they got you with NFL and all this bullshit. And if you try to exert yourself, I want you to get my name back, I want to get my language back, then you know right away you're going to lose that job. Because I'm going there with my name, Raheem, right? And right away, my background was so great, right? So they didn't have to bring me up. They didn't want me around, though. They didn't want to keep me around. They love my work. They didn't love me because they couldn't control me. I ain't put with their bullshit. So they signed a contract, and they gave me extra reference. They had to do that because they know I did the job. I'm going to give you a short story. I'm going to go. I worked on AT&T. When they broke up AT&T, I was in New York. I was in that project in 83 and 84. I worked the project, right? And so AT&T, they had to break all the data up until all of my bells, all the different states, right? Because they couldn't be, they broke it up. So each state had their own communication network. Right, so it'd be New Jersey Bell, California Bell, whatever. Couldn't be, AT&T had all, so they broke it up. So I was working New Jersey Bell. And so in the process, all the data they had, it's like it was tons of data, millions of bytes. And so they had to figure out how to break it down by state. They didn't have to do that with AT&T, right? So they had to break it down. Okay, New Jersey, get all the people in New Jersey, they had to get all the information to the Jersey people. All the people that had information for New York, so forth. But some of it was confused because, they didn't have to separate before, so all the data was all mixed together. So they had to find a way to filter out everything else, right? And then they had to be able to look at it, be able to check it, edit to make sure it was correct. And they didn't have that part. They didn't have like they call CICS and stuff they have right now. They didn't have it back then, right? And they had like IMS, but they had this, well, I'm not going into detail. Anyway, bottom line, they didn't have it. And so it was a big backlash. All this data was coming in, but it was going to take them 6 months to a year. And that was cost a lot of money because they had a deadline, they had to get the stuff out. It was building up, but they couldn't check it, right? And so Hear me, the nigga don't have no degree or anything, right? I'm on the project. And so I'm looking at the situation. I says, wait, hold it. I said, you got a testing system here that you could use to do that, what you're trying to do. Because they brought some people in, and they was trying to design this new system so they could do that. They said it would take 6 months a year to develop the system. That means all that battle of building. The government said, you got to get this thing broken down. I said, hey, you can use this product right here. And all you got to do is make these modifications. And looked at me. So I went, before I told them that, right, I went and I made the modification, everything in the background, right? I tested to see if it worked. It did. Then I told them about it. They tried it. Damn. It worked. So now they had a means of doing it. It wasn't perfect, but it would allow them to do what they need to do. Because the other system would be faster because, it was designed for that. But this would allow them to do what they want to do and start, get people in, start getting this process going and start getting this data out. I say the millions and millions, maybe $1 billion to show them how to do that because that stuff was building up. So after they got in there, first thing they did, they let me go. I know they let me go because they didn't want to report to their superiors. This nigga that don't have no degree or nothing, he came in and showed all these PhDs, his bachelor's degrees and master's degree clowns, white folks right here, and they didn't see that. That would have been very embarrassing. I know it's a fact because it's the weirdest thing you ever know. I was there, and later, after that, not too long after that, I moved to Florida, right? So I was working at the place called GTEDS, right? It's Rogers now. I had a contract there. So one day I'm driving there, right, and there's a gas station. I never went to this gas station before, but I was like, oh man, I was too early. So let me go to this gas station and get some gas, right? It's the weirdest thing. And the supervisor that I had been that was supervisor in New Jersey on that. I mean, on the AT&T thing, right? He's in the gas station. He said he just moved to Florida. After all this, man, hell of coincidence like that. I mean, I didn't even go to this gas station. That's a hell of a coincidence, right? And so I was talking to him. I said, hey, what's happening? He says, oh man, I got a big promotion, man. And now they got me, I was able to get, because I got the promotion, right? I was able to get transferred to this thing down here in Florida, right? You're going to charge this thing down here, right? He got a promotion and everything because he took credit for that thing I did. They had to get me out of there. So they can say that came from them. It's the weirdest thing. I said, how the hell? I mean, the time had to be perfect. He wasn't living in Florida at the time. He just got into Florida. He stopped at a gas station on his way because he told me, I'm going to way out of this new position. I'm going to take, how the hell does that happen? That was the weirdest thing. Right? So that showed me that's exactly why they got rid of me, because they want to take credit for it. They do it all the time. I don't know if you know about plasma, blood plasma. Check it out. Who invented that was a black man. He invented blood plasma. How to separate how you do it. You know how he died? He was from Chicago. He died because he needed a transfusion and they wouldn't let him in the hospital because he was black. It's a fact. See, and you listen to these people like Jackson and Sharp and all these clowns, the demons and Farrakhan's bullshit. See, they distract you. We need to get the hell out of here. Because when you be a great nation. Because all this innovation in the world right now is you. You got the best music. And music itself takes a lot. You got to be very smart to develop that kind of music. But you don't know it. And you just do it naturally. So if you're thinking about it, let's move on, brothers and sisters. That's what's the situation right now. Let's move on. And I'm going to close out. Okay, look at this right here. Here's the angel. Right? And somebody looking on. You see, this is that situation right here. See, this is the bullshit. Like I said, they control our energy. So they control our minds. We have their mind they gave us. So, mind just gives information to the brain. And then your brain just calculates information. So if information is bad, you're going to make bad decisions. So people act like that because the information they give us is wrong. But that's all information we have. Until Elijah Muhammad came on the scene, the Master Muhammad came on the scene, and the message of the covenant, this give you proper information if you get through. They blocking it because they want to keep giving this, so that's why you acting like that. But what happens? Once that's gone, then they don't want that. See, because that information is overriding your nature. That's why you act other than yourself. Master Muhammad's getting ready to destroy all that. When that war takes place over there, that's going to destroy the economic system, which the American dream will follow right behind it, and then you won't have it exposed anymore. Now you got to decide what you want to do with it. You want to go back to being what you was before. I like being nigger, so you go back, or you go be a warrior, kick ass, and go home. Now, feeling your this is energy you're getting. Some energy. Everybody gets same amount of energy a day, right? So what are you going to do with this energy? What do you do with the energy? Remember, you get so much energy. What you do with it? How you do it? You're going to take it exercise. You're going to take it watching the NFL. It takes energy to bat your eye, to wipe your behind. It takes energy for all that. So you get so much every day. So if you use all your energy for what, then you have energy for anything else. It takes energy to keep your heart beating, to think. So how you use your energy? So here's your energy coming in. So now what you gonna do with it? That's energy taking. That's your reality, based on your energy. That's what you did with it. So if you did that way, you created paradise for yourself. Right? Or you create hell for yourself. The devils, you create hell for yourself because the devil's controlling your energy. They control how you use your energy. Or you got to work here. Or you live here. Or you do this. See? That's where we got to get away from them. Because the reality you're creating is not for you, it's for them. So you're creating a gold reality for them and they're giving you hell reality back. But if you control your energy is going to reflect your nature. So that's how you create your paradise, and you got to keep fueling it. Because the energy you get, you keep on putting it in, and your paradise gets better and better and better. But if you stop, the paradise goes down. See, like our paradise, we went from paradise down to hell because we had no energy to keep fueling our paradise. Energy deprivation, we got less energy, we have no energy to fuel our paradise no more, so it went away. We lost control because you got to fuel it. But now we get energy now. But now somebody's controlling it, so we don't have a paradise because we got hell when we could be in paradise. That's why Elijah Muhammad, Master told we could be in heaven overnight. But as long as we sit around here and listen to Farrakhan and them, they control it. So now we live in the ghetto, we live in here, we're working 9 to 5, all this bullshit, because they control the nature of our energy. Once we get away from that, then we control it, and then we're going to give it. It's going to be consistent with our nature. So it's going to be paradise because we're going to be happy. Because you're going to be happy being somebody else. You can't be happy being Michael Jackson. You can't be happy being Denzel. How are you going to be happy being other than yourself? I'm a fan. I'll be like him. I'm going to be like Jay-Z. Why don't you be like you? Doesn't matter how much be yourself. Then you're in paradise. You can't be in paradise being like, how can I, by definition, be like somebody else? But you got to fuel it. You got to get it, and then you got to fuel it. And that's what angels are here for, to show you how to fuel it. How to fuel your own, not my paradise, not her paradise, not his, yours. Because when you get home, it says, home you return as gods. That means no one's going to control you. You're going to control your own paradise, and it's going to be exactly like you want it. That's what paradise is going to be, exactly like you want it, because no one can make it like you want it. I can't make your paradise like you want it. You can't make it like I want it. See? And the devil's got you making like they want it. See, because the paradise you make is like they want it, so that means you making their paradise, and that's hell for you. Because that's a white man's heaven, a devil man's, white man's heaven is a black man's hell. That's true. Because you use your energy to create that paradise, which is hell for you. That's why I said you're working, you're fighting, you're beating yourself up in Bemar. Use your energy to just feed yourself. So that man was beating himself up. Use your energy to beat yourself up. As long as we stay in that's the situation. See? And then see, we're gonna have using out the better Sunni paradise. They got our land. Now it wants to follow their idea, their idea of things. We'll follow our idea of things. God damn them. We want to follow our idea. We don't follow Sunni idea. We don't follow Hindu idea. We don't follow Arab idea. We don't follow our idea. You get it? I don't want Sunnism. I don't want Hinduism. I don't want Buddhism. I want Christianity. I want our Islam. Our history. Our nature. Our paradise. Not theirs. You get it? We gotta follow the Sunnis. No, I don't want to follow the Sunnis. In fact, they still live on our land anyway. They are brothers, but they turned against us. They sold us into slavery. Yes, they did. They enslaved us too. We stood by Joseph and his brothers. I don't want your I want my paradise, but you're part of my body. So if you're in paradise and my heart's working fine, that means my lungs gonna be happy. My lungs working fine, my heart's gonna be happy. But I don't want my heart to act like a lung. I want my lung to act like a heart. I want my lung heart to be happy being heart cells. I want you to be happy being who you are, not you trying to be like Jay-Z. Then you're a cancer cell. I want you to be like who you are. I want you trying to be like Michael Jackson. You be who you are. Your paradise. Then that body's happy and whole. That's the message of the covenant's job, to get you home and be yourself. And nobody's going to tell you, I don't have to tell my heart what to do. I just tell them what we need done. And it says, okay, it cooperates. The whole body cooperates, so we stay healthy. Nobody's going to tell you a goddamn thing when you get home. You turn home and say, let's make man likes our image. Means male and female. So you be happy being who you are. And I'm going to be happy I'm happy that you being who you are. If my foot's happy, I feel good. If my foot hurt, man, my whole body's upset. So I'm going to take care of my foot. I ain't going to step on my foot, dictators. Therefore, they're so-called Jesus dictator. America's a dictator. You win, right? But everybody has to do what they tell them to do. You got a veto. That's dictatorship. And they're Jesus, right? If you don't do what he say do, you're going to hell forever, never, never. And you don't vote for him. And you do exactly what he tells you to do. They put your dumb ass in hell. He's a dictator. But they hate dictators. You don't get this stuff? He's a dictator. And they're dictators. And we're going to put an end to it. And when the so-called Jesus come back, he's going to get rid of all. Remember, Satan says he controls all the nations. He said, I'll control all about America. He told you, I'll control all of it. Jesus then to content. He said, all nations. I mean, Sunnism too. Control. Only way he didn't control was Jesus. And the nation he was building. Think about that one. The only way he didn't control was Jesus. He couldn't get Jesus. He couldn't get control of Jesus. But he got control of all other nations. So I got all of them. I'll give you a few bound. He said, no, hell with you. That's the message of the covenant. The Nation of Islam cleaned up. Because remember, he had to come back with philosophy clean up. Why? Because Farrakhan had turned into shit. Simple stuff, brothers and sisters. You understand? Did you understand? Do you really understand? So they worship Satan. What is Satan's works? What would Satan's works be? Genocide, murder, rape, terror. Isn't that American history? Isn't that American history? Tell me otherwise. Isn't that American history? Genocide, rape, murder, terror, 24/7, hundreds of years. Isn't that the works of it? Isn't that what Jesus said? No, you follow the devil. You do his works. Ain't that the work? So that's the God they worship. Because he said, that's why he says he's a God. I swear he would be a God. The people, he couldn't control them. He said he had all the nations except one. That's the one that Jesus, message of the covenant, is building. Couldn't get that one. Think about it. Come on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Hope you got it. Hopefully I can get back to doing my project on the angel. But I don't know. Hell's about to break loose any minute now, brothers and sisters. When it does, and that war starts, hell breaks loose. Farrakhan gets cast down. Read that chapter. The accused of brother get cast down. All the demons get thrown out. Nation of Islam rises. Get prepared steps. They come to me. I don't have to go to them. They come to me. They get their mind. He prepares them for the tribulation, purification process. Goes and bring the elect, take his land back to prepare. Say, I go. What it says? I go to prepare a place for you, my Father's house. I'm going over there to prepare a place for you. Take the elect. We're going to prepare a place for you. We're going to take them, get them, kick their ass out of there and take back our land. So when you get finished your tribulation, bam, I'm going to prepare a place for you. Then you got a place to come to, build this already built and everything else. That's the promise. It's all true. It's all come together, brothers and sisters. I'm going to prepare a place for you. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have told you. All it's been coming together, brothers and sisters. So when that war takes place, that vision returned, that false vision torn down, the beacon comes on bright. Man, that beacon, they're waiting for that beacon to come back on. It's got a false light on there. I'm seeking it. Oh, bam, oh, that beam, oh man. This light's on again. Let's go over there and see, check it out. Oh, there's the rest of the covenant. Tell me what did you do? Good. Assalamu alaikum. Hi, Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Mr. Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. Special presentation for you today, brothers and sisters. And if everything goes well, it'll be a while. Here, a little technical issue just now, but I think it's resolved. So we're going to talk about a few things. Right? One is this Amalek story. But first, those who consider all the books that Allah has revealed and take a small price, they had nothing but fire in their bellies. Allah will not speak to a day of resurrection and purify them. There's a painful chastisement. See, if you going to talk the scripture and not reveal the whole thing, they'll consider all the book. What book are they talking about? Talking about the Quran, the Bible? Because the Quran says you have to believe in both. So you have to believe what's revealed to you and what's before you. They tell you it's corrupt, but yes, they use it when they want to use it. Say, well, that's what they're talking about. Those that have erred for guidance and chastised for forgiveness. How bold are the challenge of fire? They think they can just say anything they want to say. And those people are there with Farrakhan. They don't feel any consequence. They sure don't believe in Allah. That we can prove that. Okay? Every time there's change, Allah changes every 5 minutes. First falls the originator, and it's Master Muhammad. Then Master Muhammad is making babies in everybody's womb. Really? Master Muhammad does that? You know? And you can't worship him because he's flesh. And then he's the God. You got to pray to him. And it's, this is called Allah revealed the book with truth. That sure those who disagree about the book go far in opposition. Allah is going to reveal the book, the Bible, and tell you must obey it. But it's corrupt. So how can you obey something that's corrupt, and then it's corrupt, then you obey it, and then you get chastised for your actions, but you follow the book that, Allah can't protect this book. Come on, brothers and sisters. Actual facts. Amalek and the false vision decision. Talk about both of these. Right? Before we get to our main topic. But Amalek. Let's look at this Amalek. See, they keep talking about Amalek over there. That's what those false Jews over there talk about. It's Amalek. What they're doing is Amalek. They follow the Amalek prophecy. Are they? Amalek. Who's Amalek? What's Amalek all about? Have anybody take a chance? See, they say things. Do you go and look and find out what they're saying, what it means? What they're talking about? Let's look at Amalek. Now, I'm going to show you now. Well, let me go ahead and do it and then come back. Here's Amalek. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when you were come forth out of Egypt. Remember that? How you was coming out of Egypt. How he met thee by the way and smote his most of thee. In other words, those in the end, back, he was kicking you in the butt. And just fleeing the ones that's, in the back, right? And even all those were feeble behind thee, so the weak, and the ones in the back, he was taking them out. Without this fainting, wherein he feared not God. Therefore it shall be, but the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thy enemies round about in the land which the Lord thy given thee for an inheritance to possess it. Oh, who is talking about? This was Mr. Covenant. Remember they going out? See? Rest from enemies around about in the land. See? Not this land. Right? Arabia. But it says, for inheritance of possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek and from under heaven, and thou shalt not forget it. That's in other words, remember, vengeance. Vengeance is mine, said the Lord. So they're going to take vengeance on them. But when you do it, you don't do it while you're in the land. You do it after you get out of the land. See? It says, remember, after all these, when you're home and everything else, then you wipe them out. Just wipe them out. Right? Now, what's that over there said? That means it's vengeance, something. Remember they did to you, you do it to them. But now they saying, see, that's like falsehood was a lie to begin with. But look at this lie. That couldn't apply to them. Because for them to apply to them, that means the Palestinians have done what they doing to them, have done to them. That wasn't the case. They was living peacefully with them for 1,000 years or whatever. They didn't oppress them. They never killed their women, their children, and that stuff. Right? They said, well, see what they're doing, Hamas and all that kind of stuff, right? See? Right? But that's not what they saw about here. That's when he was leaving out of Egypt. And we know that doesn't apply to them because they said they was never in bondage. I'm saying it. See, the scripture is so clear. It says, this be made so clear in the food and earth. Everything I'm telling you is clear. He's researching. Easy. So if you misled and you deceived or you fought, or you don't make it, that's so totally, you cannot blame anybody. Because everything I'm telling you is very simple. It's very clear. So that couldn't be applied to them because, first of all, they said specifically, we've never been bondage. I told you we've never been bondage to any man. And they weren't. Those stories, that's future story. That story's happening now. We don't want in bondage for 400 years. That's a fact. So that show, we destroyed, we doing God's will, we destroying them because they never did those things to you. And you was never in Egypt anyway. You wasn't fleeing out of there. They never did those things. You was there to show your goddamn lie right there. See? But see, remember, you gotta understand when this takes place. See, there's some confusion about this. Now, when I went over there and checked Farrakhan's lives, you can't do unto them. God, look, it says, give you back to her as she or as also she have back, and double you the double according to the works of her, and the cup of which she mingle you to her double. Right? So as many as she glorified herself and lived unreigning luxury, so much give you to her torment mourning, because, right? In other words, give them double what they did to you. That's command. Not suggest command. So everybody, we can't do it as they did to us. What he's saying is, those his people. He's a devil. He started as a sperm. He came from his father's a devil. We got him. He admitting it. We got pictures of him. Just Google it. So he don't want to take vengeance on his people. The murderers, the liars, the rapists, the terrorists, the devils. Right? So it says, vengeance is mine, said Lord. So you must be the Lord then, because it says they're telling you you take vengeance. Right? But if you look at the Amalek, where it says you do it afterwards. You see? So how you put this thing together? It says wipe them out totally. So, but how do you do them as done to you? Right? See? So let's go back and look at that again. You have that double, right? Coordinate, right? But it says, come out, hurt my people. So you don't take her plagues. But you're the one that's plaguing her. So that means you will not be here doing this. And you got to connect the dots. Read chapter 17 is you inspiring people to do it. So you inspire the 10 horns to do it. To take out the harlot. And to do these things they say about where it says it? Toward morning, says give her torment in morning. There's other things there too, right? See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Those are going to be your weapons. Because when they come in, they're going to tear this place apart. It says, we inspired her to do this. We inspired the 10 horns to hate the harlot and to make her desolate, right? You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? And then eventually just wipe them all out. Eventually, at the end of it, just rid of all of them, just wipe them totally out. Right? Not while you're here. Because they was doing that while you was here on the way out. It's hard costs on the way out. Right? Like I said, you're gonna be fighting a defensive war on the way out. They're gonna attack you. And it says the weak ones. What do you mean the weak ones? That's weak-minded ones. The ones in the back and can't keep up. That's what he's telling you. Those ain't going to make it. Because they don't have the protection. They don't have the angel mind. And they don't have the 5 pillars. That's what it's talking about here. You got to be able to read between the lines here, brothers and sisters. Like he told Exodus, Moses came to the camp. But we know that's not actually Moses. We know when he's on the angel key, that's that 4th wind. We can get into that in a minute. So that shows a line over there, Amalek. It says, wipe them out. But you're not going to do it personally. Right? One of your main weapons is going to be the goat. And they're going to come in raping, killing, murdering. And they will hate the heart. That's China. India would be with them. They don't see it now. Japan would be them too. See, all the enemies going to, all they said, all their lovers will turn against them. No, when this happens, America is going to find some isolated. Satan is going to be in America. Everybody's going to sink it. Please, no. Nobody's going to help them. Said none will help them. Says tides will come out of what? East and north? I forget exactly how it says it. They're troubling. He says, you don't go out to try to destroy everything, trying to hold on. But he gets defeated and says no one helps him. Everybody's going to turn against him. Because America's done evil to everyone. There's no way America hasn't. Now it's even turning on his own friends over in Europe. That would be Armageddon. That's Amalek. It's vengeance. Terrible vengeance. You're not going to do it personally. See? It's the consequence of what they're doing. It's the consequence of what they've done to you. See, because that's why it says, wipe them out. So, I mean, this is the consequence of what they did to us personally. Because we wipe them out. And there's no other consequence to anybody else for do anything to them, right? So there's destruction. That's why I said, do not touch that tree. Because we'll wipe them out totally. Totally break them. But we got those going captive. We talk, they're still in there. We're going to talk about that a little more later too. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's Amalek. I said, now we give her double, but you're not going to do it because it says come out of my people. So you're not going to be doing the plays personally. You're going to do it after. So in other words, this is hell. Once you're out of here, you're going to then rain down hell on them. You're going to spiral. Now, you're not only going to inspire the enemies, but you want to assist the enemies in destroying them. What do you mean assist? Right? Master Muhammad will nullify all their so-called nuclear weapons. They will not be able to use them. That's how you assist. We're not going to do it personally. That's Amalek, brothers and sisters. So remember, so just wipe them out. Thou shalt blot the remembrance, even remembrance of them. From under heaven, thou shalt not forget it. Don't forget, you're going to do this. This is a command. Therefore, it shall be when the Lord have given thee rest, more right, and inheritance, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek. Blot out. Mother heaven. That's their future for what they did, fate for what they did to us. And let's talk about the false vision decision. See, Elijah came, the God came and provided us a vision that we're lost. Right? Tell us about the covenant. And Elijah prepared a way for the message of the covenant. But see, it's still been a time of winter. Still a time. So Elijah had a double job. He had to prepare a way for the message. But how was preparing you way for it? It's like if you're preparing for the spring, you're still in the winter. If you're preparing for the spring, you're still in the winter. So if you're preparing for it, that means the message of the covenant. Now this, so you're still in the condition you were before he shows up. He's the one who's going to take you home. So that means you still be here. Right? So he has prepared you. So that means you have to succeed here to get there. You have to succeed here to get there. Because when Master Muhammad came out, people was on, I'm sure later, right? Was on E. It was collapsed. They have knowledge. There was mind against them. They were destroying themselves. They didn't know about discipline. They didn't know anything. They was following what devils taught them. Following devils. And if you follow the devil's path, that's even destructive for you. Because see, they have low discipline, but it has some discipline. Discipline times energy equals power. Now they had low discipline, but they had a lot of energy. That was the whole idea of putting them in charge. We had a lot of discipline, but no energy. So I don't know how much discipline you got, right? But ain't 10 times 0 is still 0. But then we start getting energy by following the devils. Remember, they got low discipline. We didn't have any. We had natural discipline. We just wasn't developing it. Like a man has natural strength, but he has to develop it. Man has natural strength, has to develop it. I mean, you have ability, you have to develop it. So we have natural, but we was taught not to, based on we found devils, right? Eating 3 meals a day, eating pork, drinking, and everything else. We found an example of no discipline. So therefore, we was on the way out. We was on the way to being destroyed. Okay? Because their power was still crushing us. Because we didn't have any power. We had energy, but no power. Energy times discipline is power. So we was practicing no discipline. That's the whole thing. There was no discipline. What Christianity said, you have to have discipline. Christianity tell you don't need this. Why you got to just call on Jesus? That's what the Catholic Church told us the same thing too. You didn't need any discipline. You was under grace. You just had to believe in Jesus. And so they had people thinking that. You don't have to have any discipline. You do everything you want. Because the Catholic Church, you do everything you want to. All you got to just go and ask the priest, tell the priest you did it. And you get 3 Hail Marys and you're done. You see, it's a whole open religion about no discipline. The Protestant religion practice some discipline, right? See, because they was before the Catholics, you don't have to have, and Catholicism, you don't have to have any discipline whatsoever. All you got to do is confess to the priest and boom, 3 Hail Marys. But Protestants, you had to follow some discipline. That's how they got power, because they start applying they start following some of the laws in there. They follow some of the laws, and if you go check Christianity, right, 500 years ago, they start following some laws like that. So now they found the guidance of Scripture Bible, sealed Bible. So therefore, they was practicing some discipline, so they became powerful because they had more energy, and when applying their discipline, they become more powerful in the Catholic Church, even Sunnism. You see, but they started declining in that discipline. They started falling away by the time the 20s came in, right? 1920s. It was pretty much everything gold. I don't know if you know that Coke. That's why they call it Coke. Because that's what it was. It was a drug initially. They don't tell me the grease anymore, but it was cocaine. Coke. That's why they call it Coke. This plan was rapidly falling. So then you started the wars kicking off. World War I, World War II. But the bottom line is, black folks were on the way out because they wasn't applying any discipline. They was following the devil's. And so, and they had less energy, so if they had any power at all, it was still less than the devils had. So the devil still controlled them. And if greater power, greater pressure, crushes lower pressure. Our people were being crushed until Master Muhammad showed up and started teaching discipline, to larger discipline. Okay? Eating properly, fasting, restraining from fornication and pork and all that kind of stuff. So I teach them discipline to So Elijah. We'll talk more about that later. Right? Okay, so our people start getting strong. Because see, if Elijah had high pressure overcomes low pressure, so if the pressure increases, they would never take over the country. Because they would have higher pressure than devils. The devils saw that coming. They saw that coming. See? And then the fact that Elijah Muhammad, remember, what he's speaking, what he's teaching is higher pressure mind. See? So therefore he was overcoming the pressure that they was putting on our people. He was overcoming the pressure. He was overcoming, because by teaching them, they was overcoming the pressure. They started coming out of that crushed mode. Because our people were being crushed when Master Muhammad showed up. Raised Elijah. Okay, Elijah gave us the vision, because we didn't have a vision. Our people without vision perished. We had no vision. I had no vision. Right? We was Ham. We was doomed to be cursed. We couldn't be slaves all our lives. And we prayed to pray, Master prayed, asked Master, would he pray for us if we died, that we go in heaven and still serve Master in heaven. But that wasn't thinking. He had no vision. Our vision was tied to the devils. And they was cruel about it. Because you be on your deathbed, you don't work, you're 30, 40, 35 years old, and you look 90 years old, because they worked, they said your life expectancy for a male slave was about 4, 5, 6 years. That's why he brings somebody over. They work you to death. And then you die at 4 or 5 years, they had to replace you. You didn't have no long lives like us. They showed the movies. They showed old people, those people, go and check it out. Those old people, look at old people. Oh, man, he's about 80 years old. No, he's about 30 years old. They work so hard, they look like he was 80 years old. And then when you're in work, they work 24/7, relentlessly, no matter what kind of weather anything was. And then here you are, and now you can't make anymore, and you're about to die on your deathbed, and they go, Master, please, Master, tell Jesus I was a good nigga. Yeah. Because now you don't want to go to hell. And you're already in hell, don't know it. But Master told you this is worse than this. And you say, damn, I don't want anything worse than this. Because you know how bad this is. Master really got you. You're going to worse than this. You're going to put your hell, and it's going to be forever. Forever. You ain't get no rest or nothing. Oh, man, Master, please tell Jesus I was a good nigga. I worked, And Master, cruel. He had all the stage right. Nah, man, you didn't work hard enough. I ain't going to tell Jesus that. You're on your deathbed. And you're just looking for a little, work this fool, work this devil for 5, 6, 7 years, relentlessly, 24/7, no rest, nothing. They fed you shitlings. They fed you it all. Beat you all the time. You're lucky if you got 2 or 3 hours sleep a night. If you're a female, you're just raped constantly. And they raped the men too. And he now burnt you out. And they please, Master, Jesus, I was a good nigga. Nah, you wouldn't. They put them up for other slaves. So now they can't work as hard as they are. I mean, when you work as hard as you can, how can you work any harder? But they try, because they want Master to say some good stuff. And Master had no intention of doing it. So I keep the slaves in line. But all they can do is work. See, because they don't keep their hair, they don't keep that cotton. See, because they made Master say some good to Jesus for me. That's the situation they had our people in. Terror. And now you sitting there bumping, fist bumping with these folks? That's horrible. It's horrible. And that's not even the worst of it. And so Elijah Muhammad gave us the vision after Master Muhammad raised him up. He gave us the vision right there. Abrahamic covenant, nation of Islam. And they was like, hey, you can't have the people with discipline. Because they overcome us. This tells you there. That was their fear. That you would fight against them and lead the country. So they said, man, we got to take that vision away. Because that vision was inspiring their discipline. And we're going to talk more about discipline a little while later, right? We're going to be here for a little while, I think. So what happened? So 1948 said, we got to destroy this vision. So what did they do? Blew it away. They got their man Farrakhan. He's one of them. See? Someone had no vision. That vision belonged to them. And Farrakhan ain't telling you he's telling you he's agreeing with that vision. Because he don't tell you you're going home. You ain't going nowhere. You stand here. Devil ain't devils no more. But it's just like all demons, all wolves sheep clothing, he disguised himself as one thing. I'm with Elijah. I'm representing Elijah. But he's doing something, but he's really inwardly, because he's duplicit by nature. He follows the devil. But his mother's is black. I don't know if she's original or not, but she's black. But no matter how much you disguise yourself as a lamb, if you're a wolf, you still sound like a wolf. You may look like a lamb, you sound like a wolf. So how he sound? He sounds like a damn wolf. We ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. We are one. Because he's one of them. He's not singing Elijah Mama's song. Oh, the synagogue sing some of them all right. He's singing the wolf song. He's singing the devil's song. False Israel song. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? As he did. They blew away the vision. Let's look at it again real quick, brothers and sisters. They blew away the vision. Blew it away. 1948, blew it away. And he's come 1975. He said to the establishment, make sure it was totally blown away by 1975. The nation was gone. Until that later again. Okay, the commentary, brothers and sisters. So paradise to my energy management. Okay, let's look at this. See here? Now watch this. You got this then. This is reality here. This reality here. And then 1990, Schumann comes on the scene, having broken the 7 seals of the angel, the gospel. Nice, plain. This may give you a scripture. Scripture has 2 folds. It's a gym. Because if you want to develop a muscle, you got certain equipment allow you to do that. I mean, you got leg machine, help you build leg muscles. You got, right? So scriptures is build this, and this is force. Thought is pressure. And so how to increase that pressure, increase your power of thought. And if it's greater than the pressure around you, then you grow. If it's less, then you're being crushed. So he sends it to your situation, and you apply that. You start studying it, because that's how you do. You go and lift weights. You have to lift it. You can't just look at it. You have to lift it. And same scripture. You have to study the scripture. And when you study it, that's how you think. That's the same for the brain. Studying is the same thing like lifting with your arm. And you get confused. That means just like if you get sore, that means the muscle is building. If as soon as you get sore, say, hey. You stop, then it means you don't get anywhere. When you get sore, hey, that means that muscle is building. So when you get confused, that means now you're learning. Because once the soreness goes away, you got a stronger muscle. And once confusion goes away, you're smarter than you was before. You're more elevated mentally. But people don't know that. Oh, man, it's too confusing. Well, that means it's hard. That means, oh, that weight's too heavy. Yeah, but that's the one's going to make you give a big muscle. The heavy one. But you say, oh, man, that's too heavy. Well, then it's no benefit for you. And, oh, it's too confusing. Well, it's supposed to be. That means the more confused it is, that means the stronger you're going to be once you get it. The heavier it is, that means the stronger you're going to be once you lift it. Same concept. So he said a measure of profit in. With that gem, that's the scripture. Show you how to increase. Apply it. Yes, you apply it, study it, and then you put your high zone, high pressure zone. Once you do that, then you overcome the reality, because the reality is pressure. This reality is pressure that came out of somebody's mind, came out of Adam's mind. God made God's mind. This reality is pressure, itself is pressure, and it came out of minds of pressure minds, God can make God. And so when one understands this pressure, then a greater pressure would blow it away. What happened is that in 1990, angel was given, he got the angel and started studying it, right? By studying it, right, he started increase his brain power. That means he created a high pressure zone, and they tell you that no one was able to do that. Instead, because he had to break the seals. He had to have enough pressure to break the seals, enough discipline to break the seals. It took discipline to break the seals. So he had to have enough discipline to break seals. No one had it. So that means he's a very disciplined person right there. Nobody had it. So he was able to do that. And then now he started working out on that machine, working out on the angel. It creates a high pressure zone. Right? And once the high pressure zone becomes greater than this reality, it starts growing. And this reality is built into resistance mode. Because you're crushing it, it's trying to keep it being crushed. If you go in the elevator and it's full and you start expanding, then you put everybody's gonna resist because you're taking up more space and they have less space, and now and the more you do it, the greater resistance coming to it. Maybe a fight or something, or you crush them. You understand, brother? So in 1990, Suleiman came along, son of man. That's what Suleiman means, Suleiman, with the angel, and start working out on it. Creating a high pressure zone. Okay? So how that happens? He pops up, he's studying it, right? Okay? Now, high pressure. He's vocalizing. He's putting it through a process. But got to activate it, right? So he thought process is stronger. So now he's got. If it's spreading out, that means the pressure is greater. If the pressure was less, then the circuits be going inward. So now he's got pressure waves going that's bigger than the pressure around him. Bringing this reality. See what happens. Here we go, sister. Boom. It's blowing away this reality because high pressure blows away low pressure. At some point, it blows away this reality. And pressure comes, see? That gets back to Farrakhan. He's either keeping on the same level of pressure as society or less. We'll talk about that later. It's greater, it's expanded. So it blows away. That's the process happening now. I just haven't got there yet. It's almost. And there you go. So he's bringing in a new reality. Blow away the old one. Now this reality can handle greater pressure than the old one. So blow it away. New reality coming in. because high pressure zone, so I cannot come back in because it's lower pressure, and plus it has an ability to become any greater pressure anyway. See, the demons and the devils, they have a limit to how much discipline they can have. Remember, discipline times energy. Since they're weaker, their discipline is less. They limit how much discipline they have. I mean, you tell me 1 million 3 days, and they panic. Yeah, but that's discipline. That's why you couldn't open the engine, and they can't. They trying to resist it. They can't. The whole point is they're trying to resist. They're trying. They're resisting. They're in the process of resisting, but it's not going to work. I explained that earlier. Because like I said, you were taught discipline, so now, but that's a caveat there. I'm going to get to that in a minute. You see what I'm saying, Brown says? So now, pressure is greater, expands, and lower pressure is on the defense. One Brown sisters. Nothing to stop it. High pressure. Let's talk another subject. Now we'll get back to it another way in a minute, but feeling your paradise. See, these things you're not getting this information. Now your hands back, nobody even understand it. You never heard any of this stuff before. You know nothing about it. I know you didn't know about it because you never heard it before because it wasn't revealed until now. The preacher ain't talking about this. Farrakhan, he doesn't know. Remember, he's grafted brain. He could understand stuff even if he wanted to. It's for improved mind. In the process of getting that mind. The thing is, like I said, you don't get this information, anything like it. I mean, it explains everything. So say it's your energy coming in right here. Fueling your paradise. See, everybody gets the same amount of energy. Nobody ever told you that before either. It's a fact. See? Everybody's the same amount of energy. The matter with you control it, someone else control the energy. The energy will not just lay there, it's controlled by something or somebody. So here, fuel for paradise. So you get so much energy. And so how you manage your energy? How you manage that energy you get? Because you look in the mirror, you see the result of your investment. Look in the mirror, you see the result of your investment. Because you are the investment that you made with your energy you get. Everybody gets some energy. So you use your energy all day watching NFL, and you don't have energy for anything else. You need energy to breathe, think, hear, see, interface with your family, your friends, energy for everything. You had to prioritize your energy. How you going to use it? If you knew this, you don't know this. You didn't know this to do that. You think I got energy. You never thought about where you get it from, how much you get. You know, I got energy. Maybe I got a good night's sleep. I smoking crack. Well, no, that's not how you get energy. We all get the same amount. More interest in heaven, earth comes all of a sudden. Every probably 50 years. So your reality around you. See, right now, we're part of this reality. But what part of this reality, how do we fit in this reality? Because as long as our pressure is lower than theirs, then we're part of their reality. But we're being oppressed in it because higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. Nothing you can do about it. If you're in their reality and their pressure is greater than yours, you're oppressed. You may not realize you're oppressed, and most of you are oppressed. Because you're employees. You're still a slave. You're industrial age slave. This industrial age now. We're slaves like industrial age. We know how to look at agricultural age. You have to pick cotton, being rape, and everything else. What we look like in an industrial age. That's an employee. You're still a slave. Now you call it employee. They got certain perks and stuff. Because before you came here, there was no such thing as employee. When you was home in Africa, if you was in a tribe or you was in a city, you know, a part of a family or whatever, there was no employees. No such thing. No such thing. See? So now over here, I'm employed because you're still a slave. And capitalism is by definition a slavery system. What's the maximum benefit from capitalism? Maximum profit, minimum overhead. So unless they have to pay you, the more profit they make. So if you go out and make $10,000 for them, say, oh, I was go out but you made it for them. So and they come and say, well, I'm gonna give you $1,000. Well, why do you get the whole thing? If you made it, that's what you're worth. They can't pay that. They wouldn't make a profit. It's an exploitation system by definition. And we've been the most exploited. Because my maximum profit, minimum overhead, that means we was in the fields. How come overhead was no more, come on, man, minimum than that? Yeah, but they was benefiting all the work we was doing for them. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. So they had to pay for our. They threw us in a little shack at night. My uncle told me, that people, he died old, but they shack. They take and put you in a room like a closet, attached from the house, and lock you in there. You and your whole family. If you're defecating, they got to eat on each other. You're going to get out and lock you in there all night. As long as 2 or 3 hours sleep you could be able to get. Mm-hmm. That's what he was doing. So you had energies, but there was managing energy. Use it for that purpose. They have children, they have the same amount of energy you have. But you control the energy. You say, well, you can do this, you do that, you go here, whatever. You control the energy. You understand, brothers and sisters? So, you're part of this reality here because your energy, the reason why you're part of this reality, because your pressure level, your thought pressure is lower than theirs. They have you, the sealed Bible, Jesus, all that kind of stuff. They make sure you stay there because they have control over you. That you have control of something when you control that which is lower pressure than you. Higher pressure controls lower pressure. So we're still under control of them. That means we have lower pressure in them, lower thoughts, and they want to keep it that way. Okay? And as a result of that, right, that means you have lower pressure, but the quality of pressure is still under their control. See? They say, oh, I got $1 million. Okay, well, I want to buy, well, you can buy a shit farm. You ain't buying no gold mine. Even though it both cost $1 million. That's controlling the nature of energy. They control energy. They say, well, you can live here, you can do this. See, they control that energy, the quality of it. Right? They control the magnitude of it by, let's follow an example, no discipline. So they keep us a low distance, so that means they can still control us. Understand? And also control the quality of our energy. So we're still call it employees or whatever. So the only solution is increase your pressure was greater than theirs, or get away from it. And so Elijah came and was increasing your pressure. Remember, he wasn't creating, we wasn't creating so be great in theirs up to be equal. That's why I say things be money, good homes, and walk of life. Be equal to master. So the master won't be oppressed anymore. So now you can he break their oppression of you by making your pressure equal to theirs. He couldn't take it and make it greater because that would be the message of the covenant would come and do that. So what's the result of that? Food in your paradise. So here's Master, here's my watch, breaking the seals. Studying the angel. Remember, you got to study it. That's the same thing as lifting. You got to study it. It's going to be confusing. That means you're growing. The more confusing, that means the heavier it is. Once you get it, how strong you'll be. You can't go to the gym just look. Have a personal trainer do everything and you sit and watch her. You won't get strong doing that. And many of that's conditioned around. Okay. So look at this. See, this is, right? He's in a low pressure zone. This is the pressure that's putting on him. They're grading his mind, so he's oppressed by these. He's acting foolish, stupid. Because all these pressures are supposed to keep his mind less than the pressure these devils here run it. This is their reality. Yeah. So it's the quality of the pressures. But Master Muhammad embraced that. Yeah. Okay. Let me cut to the chase here. You have to fuel your reality. Remember, you get your energy. Everybody say my energy. What you do with it? What you're doing is you create your reality, because you're giving the form to the energy you're getting. You're giving form to it, and that's your reality. Okay? That's what the devils did. They took the energy they was getting and gave it form based on what they understand the angel Bible, the seal Bible, and this is what the reality they come up with. So when you come in, but they get the same mind they have, so the best you can do is come here, but that reality is going to be lower pressure there, so you're still going to be employed in subjection to them. Because you're going to build your, remember, they control the quality of it. So now, because you still, remember, you're still being oppressed by them because your power is less than theirs. Your thought pressure is less than theirs. So not only that, you're in oppressed mode, you're employee, you got to work 9 to 5, you got whatever because we're still under their control. Remember, higher pressure controls lower pressure. So we're still under their control. That's another way of looking at it. We're still under their control. We're employees, we're still under their control. And then they try to change the quality of it because since we're under control, they can affect the quality of our energy. So now they keep it less by teaching us like this one. They don't hang out, do your thing. I think I'm gonna act. I think I'm gonna identify as a girl, whatever. Kill your discipline. So keep your pressure lower than theirs. Pressure times discipline, or energy times discipline equal power. Or pressure times discipline. Either one you're gonna put there. Energy is force. See? So that's how keep your discipline down. And then they control the quality. It's like you got $1 million, right? And so if you're in Japan, then you can buy things that you can't buy in Germany, or you can't buy them. See what I'm saying? So being in that environment determines the quality of your energy. You got energy, but this is what you got to buy. So here, this is you can't move here. That's why I have this whole, what do you call this thing? In the community zones, whatever. Right, where you want to move this neighborhood, but you got to go to the community thing. That's actually illegal. Just keep your ass out. I already been down that road. A couple times we was gonna move to a place and everything went down. Well, everything was covered. And they said, well, what do they call it? Community, whatever it is, right? I I forget what they call it. They got an acronym for it. Right? And they won't allow it. And so if they don't, I don't want to be anyway. I don't want to be around to begin with, right? But the thing is that you can sue them, but you ain't got the money to be suing them. Because how can they tell you you can't move in this community? They're setting it up. So now you can live in the ghetto. That's why it started. When I was a child, they didn't have suburbs. Didn't have them. That came up after the so-called 60s when the so-called civil rights, they fled out and started building up houses out of the city. They were living in the city, started moving out. Or farms, they started actually building up suburbs. That means cities outside of the town. Suburbs is not just farms, it's cities basically, right? Urban cities, not urban cities, but country cities basically, because they build communities out there. And they make sure you don't get out there. I would give they call that, right? Community something, whatever. You understand, brothers and sisters? So, following the example, make sure you keep your discipline stays low. So that means your power stays lower than this. That means they self-control you. And they've been losing control over you since so-called. Why? Because you have natural discipline. It's just you're not developing it. And you don't know how to develop it. Like a man can naturally stronger than a woman, but he don't know about the gym, no, that kind of stuff. So he never developed it. He got natural ability. He just walk around. You see him walk around, no muscles or anything. Like olive oil or something, like a spaghetti stick or something. Yet they have all the potential. They can look like the Hulk. But because they don't know anything about developing muscles, they walk around. And some got arms and everything smaller than females. Now, they don't know it, they don't care, but the point is, you see what I'm saying? They have to develop it. So you got you walking around, you got all this discipline power, and it's not developed. And so make sure you never develop it. Like I tell people, if women got control of the world, the first thing they would do that was wise to ban gyms for men. You would not be allowed to gym, and exercise would be forbidden. Then but they could go to the gym. And so you could never overpower them, because the only thing you could overpower them with is your strength, and you wouldn't have any, because they would never let you develop it. Just like they told us you couldn't read. Now, would you make a law that a dog couldn't read? Why? It don't make any sense. What's the point of making a law that a dog couldn't read? Well, that's why they made a law that you couldn't read, because they know if you start reading, right, you start developing this here, and you overpower them. That's why they made the law, because they knew that if you start reading, you start exercising this, they're through. And now people are not exercising this. They're not doing it. The NFL, NBA, they know all this stuff, right? Partying, hanging out, drugs, they're exercising this. They're not doing it. And so therefore they keep control over you. Because you start exercising this, that's their ass. The men start going to the gym, secretly going to the gym, that's why they come out, boom. It's all over for the females. They can't compete with them in stress contests. So execute, man, if y'all catch you going to the gym, that's a felony, That's murder. Execute your ass. They can't allow you to do it, because they will lose. You take control. Understand, brothers and sisters? They don't want. And some of you, after a while, guys so thin and everything else, man, and then he got so weak and everything else. He found out about Jim. He said, "Man, I can't go in there." He just gave up. Because now he's a little stick, arms like big as a spaghetti stick. And he can do it, but hell, man, woof. It'd be years before he could, right? And 4, 5, 6 hours a day at the gym. He said, man, woof. Because he let himself get down so weak. And now people with the drugs and everything else, that's why I say you had the 40 years in the wilderness, because it was just too late. Too far gone. They don't know anything. Someone can't add, subtract. And I keep, every time I run to a brother, somebody tell me, they tell me, I mean, I don't know, but I can't deal with math. I wasn't good at math, man. I hate math. And you're the mathematical genius. You are math. I tell you, I said part of the reason why you don't know math. First of all, you ain't. They teach it confusing. They teach it in a confusing way anyway. Then you don't know what to do with it to begin with because you don't know what it is. And plus, the math they give you is mostly theoretical stuff because they don't teach you how to apply it. Now, some people like the so-called synagogue of Satan. Now, they don't know how to apply it universally. They don't know how to do that. That's what Angel does. But they know how to apply it in their reality. So you got this guy, he goes in there and they got this capitalist system, right? Finance. So he goes to school, man, he learn all about finance. So he apply calculus and all to that. Remember, that's not the universal thing. That's just their particular slice of reality that they develop. And so when his son comes, he sees the relevance of learning math. Because now, look all these things I got. Now, all the quality of life I got. Look at the quality of life that daddy got. If I learn math, I had a quality too. Then they have an incentive to do it. But you say, what the hell I need that for? What I need to learn calculus for? You don't see a way to use it for anything. You don't know what, because see, they see a practical application. But you don't have a father that knows anything about this. You don't even know what it do for you. See, that kid he knows, oh man, if I learn calculus, I can do this. If I learn trading, I'll do this. But you say, if I learn calculus, what am I going to do with it? So that makes sense. One will learn something, spend time doing something, I don't know what the hell to do with it. What can I do with it? I can tell you, I got people in my own family that went and got these stupid ass degrees that never worked one day, and they got all this money owed, haven't worked one day in it. I got several people in my family who's done that. I try to tell them, they didn't listen. Got a big connection to it. And you don't know how to do that. So therefore, it's meaningless to you. So you don't do it. Okay? But everybody's talking NFL, so hey, if I learn the NFL, if I know about NFL, I can talk to people, I got a social life. So that's relevant to you then, that's relevant. But it's worthless. See, about energy management. So you have to go to that gym, but how you fuel, it's actually, you have to use your energy to do it. You can't go beyond that. So in other words, you go and you get the machine, and how you start development. The energy you have, you apply it to that function. And so the result is, you come out of the hole. Well, that's your creation. That was your investment of your energy. That's your reality now, right? From your energy, you create that reality from your energy. You got just as much energy as everybody else, but you use it for that. Somebody else uses their energy for something else. You develop this, you might use develop muscle. Whatever, how you use it. So you look in the mirror, what you see is how you invest your energy. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. You see here? Now, we didn't have any energy. We had enough energy to maintain ourselves. That's our energy deprivation, because we didn't have enough energy to maintain civilization. The earth was in a state of low energy, because all the energy was out there, building stars, constellations, all that kind of stuff. So it got to a point of energy deprivation here, right? Low energy. And so we didn't have enough energy. You take energy to think, energy to walk, energy to talk, energy to see, energy to blink your eyes, energy to go to the bathroom, take energy, everything takes energy. So if you need 1,000 units of energy a day just to maintain your heart, your lungs, right? The digestive system, it takes 1,000 units, that's all you're getting. You have no energy for intimacy. You have no energy to talk to other people. You have no energy to do other things. You have energy to maintain civilization. It takes energy to do those things. To maintain a family, to create a family, to take energy for that. You didn't have enough energy. So everything fell apart for us. So the solution was, if we can make a being that requires less energy. So if you're a Lamborghini, man, everybody got Lamborghinis, right? But they don't have enough money to maintain, so everybody's got them, but they're sitting in the garage, right? They take $1,000 a month to maintain it, to buy the shorts and everything else. But you have the money for gas. So everybody's got them. Man, we got them, but nobody's moving them. Because nobody had the money for it to move them. They had to buy the gas. So then you go out and say, well, can you make a car that don't need as much? How about how if you make a Volkswagen Beetle? Oh, we'll make a car low. They don't need that much maintenance. And it only takes $200 a month to maintain. I got $800 left. So you do that. Everybody's got one of those guys. They moving and grooving. Right? You sitting there with nowhere. You can't go anywhere because you ain't have money. Because all your money is just to maintain the thing. But they moving and grooving. They're partying and everything else. And that's what we did with Yakub. So okay, that's with devils. And the biology tells you they're recessive. They have less. They came out. Even science tell you they came out of us. Their genes are recessive. Our genes don't ride. That's why if you get a black and a black and a white person together, if you just on skin level, if you have genetics, the baby is most likely to come out dark because our genes are more powerful. That means it takes more energy to maintain them. So now they don't require as much energy. So the animal, but he been weaker though, weaker structure. That's why he make men shed blood, but he get control. He make men shed blood, but he get control though, because he requires much energy. But now he can rule. You couldn't rule. That's why I told him, hey, you can't rule. You gotta submit. You get the story now? Yeah, you can't rule. You gotta submit. Maybe listen, that's another story altogether, right? Because Adam could rule, but he'd be weak. He'd be weaker virgin, but he didn't require as much energy. That's the master of it, brothers and sisters. But now universes can start contracting, and energy start coming back. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes above a sudden. So it's all by the earth. Anybody that knows physics know, for that state to be true, the earth has to be the center of the universe. And it's all by the earth. Momentous in the heavens and earth. And earth converts to form we can use, and then we experience it. And we're in the process right now, because every 50 years it happens. Because the first ones we start breaking out of our captivity 20 years ago. No, not 20 years ago, 150 years ago, 1860s. Because start getting energized. 50 years later, the 20s. Remember, because we had the blues back then. See, the music reflect that. I won't get too detailed here, brothers and sisters, but the music is a hint. We had the blues go. We had very little energy, but at least we broke our chains. And then 50 years later, right? 20s, hey, now jazz. Start feeling jazzy. Start Eurocentric. Start thinking about Africa and stuff. We didn't know anything about that before. And 50 years later, right? Rock. What else they call Motown, rock. When this rap came out, all that, right? Now, black and I'm proud. She's black and I'm proud. Energized. See, so I ain't putting up y'all shit no more. Civil rights, all that kind of stuff, right? And now we're 50 years later. What kind of music is about to come on the scene now? Victory, because now we're about to break all chains at this point. But now because we have more energy. See, in 50 years we gained more energy than we had before. So now we got more energy. So now we got enough energy now to maintain, right, family, tribe, a basic civilization. That gets more complicated because we don't need them anymore. But you don't know that, because you don't have the right mind. So you remember the quality. So he tells you, hey, use your mind, use your energy. NFL, so mismanagement. Instead of using it to gain power, go in that gym and envelop this, because that's what defeats them, because it's a mind war. It's your mind against theirs, and they keep yours low. Low pressure, the pressure low. Maintain control of you. So you're misusing it, and that's what they got you doing. No discipline. I think I'm identify as a girl, I'm identify as a guy, I'm identify as a dog, whatever. Right? Party, drugs. Put in movies where don't discipline children, don't discipline anything. They teach you. They're doing that purposely to make sure you never, because if you do, you overcome them. And so that's where Elijah came, right? And to give you enough, to show you where you have enough discipline to stop from being oppressed. That's all he could do. Not for you to gain power over them, just to come to the same level as theirs. That's why I said money, good homes, all friendships, all life, right? Because remember the ultimate of getting rid of them all together. So it's two stages there, because why would you want friendship if you're going to destroy them? During that period of time until the message of the covenant come, money, good homes, and friendships for all local life here, because the 400 years wasn't be over until the message of the covenant came, and that would be when he came, and then he started the process, but it wouldn't be over until 2020, 2019. 2019. So you had to survive until that, because we're being crushed. We're being crushed out of existence, because there's got all these programs and everything to keep our mind, and so that's what Master Prophet did to Elijah, right? So if you follow what they told you to do, right, then you had enough discipline to offset what they was so equal there, so they wouldn't question anymore. So now you could survive here until the spring came. Because we're still in the winter. You understand? But I'm just showing you. I'm going to talk more about that later. Probably jumping the gun over here. But see, now you got enough energy. You got enough energy to put gas in that car now. Put that away. Now you can drive a Lamborghini. But here's your energy coming in. So what are you going to do with it? Okay. What are you doing with the energy? How you develop it? Okay. You got energy, so this is what message coming is. See? Get you to do. What happened here? Okay? You bring your paradise. Once you discipline, you bring it into the reality. Remember, your paradise is when you break reality consistent with yourself, your nature, you. Extension of you, not somebody else. You're like, I want to be like Michael Jackson. That's not paradise. I'm like Denzel. I ain't paradise. I'm like Beyonce. Paradise is when your reality is exactly like you want it. Not like being like them. Everything like you want it. Or she like chocolate, I like chocolate, she like chocolate. No. That totally, it's like, it's come to part of you. It's like your heart. Your lungs, it's part of you. I don't want Beyonce's lungs. No. Your reality becomes part of you. It is you. It was created by your energy. Okay? That's if you have control of it. Your paradise, this situation where they create their paradise because they control their energy, they manage it properly and have control of it, the quality and the quality of it. So they manage it, they have control of it, not the devils. Because the devils, if you was the devil here, okay, I got me a job, I got me a condo. That's the quality they gave it. Paradise is when you have the quality you want it, exactly like you want it. Not like somebody, because right now I can buy this car, I can't do this, I can't lease this, right? I have to work here, I have to do this kind of job, get this kind of degree, because there are other people telling you how to do it with your energy. When you get home, you will have total energy, and then you apply and you create your paradise. You fuel it. You have to fuel it. Because you got to keep giving fuel to it. Every day you got to keep giving fuel. Every time you get energy, you got to keep fueling it. Otherwise, it's going to dry up. You got to keep fueling it. You got to live the life of constantly. All the energy you get every day, convert it, and your price gets greater and greater and greater. You have to fuel it. That's what I'm talking about. Fuel your paradise. But right now, you're fueling their version of what they think your paradise should be. which is hell, actually. You're fueling their idea. You're fueling their mind. Because you don't have your mind, the mind they gave you. So actually, really, and what's that? That's back to capitalism again. Because what you're fueling is their paradise. See, we're part of the fuel. Okay, remember you got quality, right? You get so much energy if that's quantity, and the quality of it. So the quality is by going to the gym or whatever. If you want to build muscle, you got to go to the gym, do it, whatever, right? Whatever. See? So we like the robots that's building theirs. We building that quality. They use us to build the quality. We build all this for them. You ain't building it for yourself. You're an employee. So what are you doing? You're taking energy to give it the way they want it. Once you do this, boy. Once you do it, nigga. Once you do it. You see what I'm saying? You're using your energy. They're taking the energy you have for yourself. They control the quality of it, right? To build their quality. Because you're building their quality. That's why I'm talking about building robots and stuff now, see? But now that's why I call it Negro butts. Because you're building the quality of theirs. You're not building the quality of yours. Quality of paradise. You know, that's okay. Let's move on, brothers. And now you got Farrakhan, right? Once you build the quality of Sunni stuff too. Oh, we're gonna beat the Sunni. We're gonna go over them and worship them. That's what it said about the golden calf. You start worshiping the golden calf, took that for a god. No, you start using his magic to build there. Because they don't give a damn about you. Everybody protesting about what's happening over there. When have they ever come to protest about what happened to you over here? You suffered the word in any civilization, any people in the world. You ever see them come in and protest anything about your situation? You see? So now you build a quality, you come over here, you want to help build their blue mosque, all that kind of stuff. We're a tool to build everybody's quality, their paradise, without energy, because they control our energy. So Farrakhan, you go there, we go over Sunni land. We allowed Muhammad, we forbid them to even come to the temple. Forbid them even come to the temple. They could not, Sunni Arabs could not come to the temple. They would stop them at the door. Farrakhan bring right in. Everybody's useless. So what Suleiman does, he's correcting all this. You should use the quality of yourself. Turn that around. So use your energy for your quality of yourself. Get you control of it. Okay? Elijah would give you enough to neutralize, right? So you won't be oppressed anymore. You have your own house. You still had the quality of this. You just wasn't oppressed anymore. Because he made you. You still had quality. You still was under the quality here. You didn't have to control that yet, because you're still here. You had to get out of here. So that's why he said, do it yourself. Build a house, build your own store and all that kind of stuff. Still quality of this. Still quality of this, because we're still here. That's why I had to get out of here. But as long as you're here, but the point is you had the discipline to keep them crushing you. So he was able to neutralize that. By giving discipline, they weren't able to crush you anymore. But they still had control of your quality. That's what Elijah's all about. So now, you was free. You wasn't being crushed anymore. But you still had under the authority of their quality, because we're still here. So you build a house, you go out and build a store. And they said the object was first to free us from being crushed, and then free us, right? Free us from being crushed, and then start increasing our power. So now our power will increase, and also we have control of our quality, and that would be up to the mission of the covenant to do. About spanning, right? Because right now, just stop being oppressed. If our pressure is equal to their pressure, they can't oppress us anymore. We can oppress them. But if yours greater, then they can't oppress anymore, and they resist it because we're oppressing them. If our oppression comes great there, they don't want that. Okay? So he was able to neutralize, so we wouldn't be oppressed anymore. Money, good homes, and friendships, all walk of life. That's why he was saying stuff like that. See? But they told you, all walks of life, but he told you was going to destroy most all walks of life. That means after. But while he was here, we're still in the winter, how to survive during the winter until the spring comes. Spring's on the way. He's come to tell you, spring's on the way, but you still got to be alive to enjoy it. So that's what that was all about. See? So they still had quality. They didn't have quantity. You know, they had control of quantity anymore. Was it? Right? So that's what happened. Okay, let's move on, brothers. I hope you understand. I'm going to talk more about that in the more mathematical in a minute. Oops, I keep doing that. Oh boy, a little technical. Oh boy, what's going on here? Why? Oops, okay, it's not going to work. Hold on. Give me a minute, brothers and sisters. Oh, wait, something. Wait, something. Hold on. I did test this. I don't know why it's not working now. I don't know why it's not working now. Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, I added that and forgot. Okay. It should work now. Well, let's do it this way. Oops. Little things like that get you every time. That should work. Okay, 1 second here, brothers and sisters. Check on something. Okay, hopefully everything is okay now. Yeah, okay. See if this works now. No, let's see if it works this time. There you go. Yeah, well, that was my mistake that time. Nobody hijacked it. Okay, transition new season. Let's talk about that. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to talk the process, the mathematical process of, I just mentioned about Master Muhammad, right? See, here, we had no discipline when he showed up. It was being crushed. He's fresh. In fact, it was being crushed. We had no discipline, so it was being crushed as a people. Because we didn't have no direction. We didn't know who we were. We had energy, but we was misusing it. It was out there, Zook suits, and you heard stuff about Malcolm, how he was just a criminal, like, we was doing all kinds of, because we didn't know how to control our energy. Like, you have money, you don't know what to do with it. He's out there just part. Right? So we had energy, you don't know what to do with it. Right? So he showed up. Master Muhammad showed that's the condition we was in. So no discipline. We had more energy now, so no power. 0 times energy is 0. That's when he showed up. Okay? So he was being crushed, see? And he showed up. Okay? He hadn't showed what he did, would have been crushed out of existence. That was the aim. And then he said Elijah. Now, he forced discipline on you. So he started, right? And enough to neutralize their force. So it neutralized, so it wasn't affecting us. The quality was being crushed anymore. The ones that listened to him. Because he forced discipline. That's a very important point. Elijah forced discipline. Because usually Elijah, he forced you to go out there. He forced you to start beating pork. He forced you to sell papers. He forced you to do all those things. You had to do it. You kicked your butt out of here. Forced discipline. Forced discipline, well, it's just good as discipline. If you force somebody discipline, it's just good as discipline. It's still discipline. Maybe forced, but it's still discipline. He forced discipline. So therefore, the people were successful. They had money, homes, all that other stuff, right? But they wasn't doing it on their own. He was forcing them to do it. Still wasn't ready. They hadn't absorbed it yet. Still forced to do it. See? Because they weren't studying those lessons and all that kind of stuff. In fact, they actually looked down on people that did. Because you just call them being soup scientists. In other words, all you do is study them lessons. They used to talk bad about brothers like that. They would go to the restaurant, like Elijah Muhammad he had a special restaurant on 75th Street, I believe it was. I worked there for a little while when I first came into the nation. It was his personal restaurant. Which probably was Sabah's restaurant. And they'd come in there, boy, and they'd be sitting around and they were just talking about the lesson, all that kind of stuff. People laugh at me. Y'all being soup scientists, y'all don't do anything. So they actually looked down on people that, and the ones that was doing, I mean, they were science. I mean, they was well, I don't think really call it studying, but that's what they talked about the lessons. Talking about it and studying 2 different things. When talking about, hey man, I'm talking about the gym, all the equipment. That's not the same thing as actually lifting, is it? But either way, they was called basic scientists. Right? And me, I was studying the lessons. And somebody would talk to them, and so they tried to call me basic scientist, but I was actually studying. But I was selling papers, I was doing all this stuff. Everything Elijah Muhammad said, I was doing it. But nobody had to force me to do it. That's no. I'm gonna get to that one day, another time, and explain that. But nobody asked me to do it because I came on my own. Nobody fished me in. I didn't know anything about it. I wouldn't look for Elijah. Nobody came. That's another story. But that's a forced discipline. So now the pressure was neutralized because he was giving discipline, but was neutralizing theirs. Right? So now you start doing good. Money good home because I tell you. After Elijah departed, I kept what he was doing. So I had in me. Nobody had to force me to do it. I was doing good. I said I had a mini mansion. I said 5, 6 bathrooms there. I know it's a bunch of bedrooms. It was 3 stories. Nice piece of land. Detached garage with an apartment over top of that. The mayor, Orange, lived right down the street from me. Right? It was really nice. I was doing it. I ain't had no degrees and that stuff. I was following Elijah Muhammad, the discipline. I was following with his, and that'll say he baptized right? So when Jesus went to, he said, yeah, you can't. I ain't worried. He said, no, I got to baptize and all store together. The point is, I was jamming, had my own business, rolling in dough, nice new cars, everything. Because I applied it. That's why Muhammad departed. It wasn't forced on me. Okay, so what happened? Then Elijah departed. And since he wasn't forcing the discipline anymore, it went away. And Farrakhan missed that. So people would turn back. They went away. Some went crazy. Some went back in jail. Some, I don't know if it said suicide, but they said ran back to the devils and everything else. Yeah. Because there was only discipline because Elijah Muhammad was forcing discipline. He wasn't there to force discipline anymore. Everything fell. He wasn't there to force it. As long as he forcing to do it, they stopped selling papers, stopped doing all kinds of stuff. But Wallace didn't make him do it anyway. He said, you don't need this stuff anyways. He was right along with it. He was right along with telling me, you don't need discipline. See, people don't know that. Wallace said things like, the only reason why the Quran said we don't eat pork because they didn't have the means to cook pork thoroughly back there. We got microwave and stuff, you can kill the germ. Yeah, he's saying stuff like that. He was making all quick because he all right to eat pork. People don't know this stuff. I was there. There's no secondhand conspiracy. See? So you didn't have to do all that stuff anymore. Or you just pray. You had to go build. We don't need stores. We don't need this. We don't need that. No discipline. You weren't teaching any discipline. Eat 1 meal. Nobody eat no 1 meal a day. They threw all that stuff away. You know how Wallace died? Diabetes. Did that do anything for you? That's why he died, diabetes. They took the discipline away. And I fell. I wasn't there to force discipline anymore. Everybody was happy for it. Oh man, I ain't got to sell papers no more. I ain't got to do this no more. And one of the first things Wallace did, he has a big old picnic where everybody just go and party. Picnic, everybody, Then you have picnic, all this stuff, pies and all that. That's what he was doing. So I was there. And that's why I felt no discipline. Said power. That's how he made a lack of stock and everything else to the world. He said, y'all go over there now. My daughter's married 3 of those clowns. All of them just clowns. None of them worth anything. I told her, don't go over there. I told her, if you go over there, don't go over there and drink the Kool-Aid. She didn't listen. 3 failures. They don't do anything. They want her to do stuff. No discipline over there. You see? Okay, so he departed. Then what happens? So that's right. No discipline. Stop. Pulling up. And then you see, you can't see them right there, but those arrows, the black arrows, they point inward. So Farrakhan made it worse. Scientology and all that crap. What do you need if you got the supreme wisdom? What you need Scientology for? L. Ron Hubbard. That's their worship of it. I know when I was over there, I saw they used to have big conference things, on the phone, with a network, whatever. Everybody get on there, and all they want to talk about L. Ron Hubbard. So I said, well, what about it like? And they muted me. They shut it down quick. They're not about discipline over there, and Farrakhan make it worse. They talk about how they don't obey that stuff. I remember when I went over there, right? I was in Florida, and I went to what was that one? I think it was in Tampa. A few years back, right? And the captain, they had a little study group. They don't have temples anymore. Even in Tampa, I think they got one temple. They call it a mosque. I think it's in Miami, all in Florida. They're out here all over the country. A little study group, and this group where they took, and it was like somebody let them use a kindergarten room at night. Little kindergarten thing, let them use it at night. And little kindergarten chairs, that's what you sit in. And they give you some crap that Farrakhan wrote, and then they give it to you, and then you got to read part of it, give the next person. It's propaganda. That's what they was doing over there. And so the captain, he was suffering from gout, a young brother. He had to be in his 20s. He suffered from gout. So I said, "What's wrong, brother?" He told me. I said, why don't you maybe 1 meal every other day? I assume he's doing 1 meal a day, right? That was his damn son. He wasn't even doing 1 meal a day. He said, "You mean that stuff really worked?" He said, "You mean that stuff really worked?" That's what he said to me. "You mean that stuff really worked?" He's a captain. It's stuff from gout. They don't believe in that stuff over there. Yeah, I tell you, Farrakhan said, "Yeah, he didn't mess with black men." They don't believe in that stuff. Mama said, "We're fools to stay here." And he said, "We ain't going anywhere." I said, a wolf in sheep clothing, right? He looked like a sheep. Yeah, see, Elijah. They don't believe in that stuff. Look, all these people dying. They won't tell you the reason why Ava died. We know why she died. They hide it. Why? And all other ministers too. Because they died because of either one of them died for COVID and another one died because of diabetes and stuff. Because they don't believe in that stuff over there. They tell you, "Oh, you write the books." No discipline, and he makes it worse. That's why I make a laughing stock, Aaron. See, that was the point. So they point, and then he point. He got his even making it worse. So he got the devil's putting pressure on us, and then he's taking and weakening the pressure you even already have. Weakening that. So that's why it says being consumed. Who long consumed with spirit's mouth is being consumed, is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. No discipline over there. They don't sell any papers, anything. They don't own anything, have any property, anything. Farrakhan's rich, but look at him. How you doing? Cancer? Why you get cancer? Was you eating how you live, Farrakhan? You the curse with the curse, because you robbing nations, like it says in Malachi. It's all simple, clearly, bro. It's just what they try to cover it up. He wasn't doing no 1 meal a day either. Remember some of that mosaic? He's gonna be what you call those? Mason. He's gonna be a Mason. How you be a Mason? How can you be a Mason? That secret. You're supposed to be the leader of the Nation of Islam, and you can be a Mason? How you square that circle? So I mean, you got secrets from your own people. You can't say your own. You probably be telling everybody everything. So it means you got Mason. You got to keep secrets from your own people. Are you supposed to be a leader? Your loyalty. If you're a Mason, you got to be loyal to them. You understand? If you're a Mason, that means you got to be loyal to them, not to the Nation of Islam. You got to picture your Mason. You got to be loyal to them. Swear oaths to them. Why is he doing that? See, people don't pay attention to this stuff. Forget about the fact that his father was the devil. See, so that's what happened. That's what they doing right now. Then what happens? And then Suleiman comes along and started giving you discipline again. That's the ones that are listening. But he's going to do it to the whole nation. See? But right now, right, 5 pills, those ones are listening. Right, 5 pills. This has been the time of tribulation, which is about to happen soon. Okay. So that's what he's going to do to the Nation of Islam. Give their mind back. See? So they start growing again, but he's going to make them not just balanced, but greater pressure. 5 pillars. That's what overcome. And then that's, see? Obeying back, it's a little slower to slow that, brothers and sisters. So you understand this. See? Master Muhammad shows up. Bam! What does he do? Look at this carefully. He gets rid of. Oh, okay, I need to go back up a little more. He gets rid of the vectors that, by taking out the American dream, breaking their power. Gets rid of that. So there's no that resistance. braced that. That's root is here. Right? So he neutralized it. Somebody neutralized it. Right? He braced this. That's what's about to happen. Right? And then what happens? See, that's gone. After I took care of that, boom. That growing, powerful, because now you got your right mind, and you're fueling your reality now. So you give your quality. Understand, brothers and sisters? And then boom, they're gone, and you're home with the pair, the messenger of the covenant and the God. I'm prepared to wait for them. See? Prepared to wait for that. Now you're home. And the devils, they're gone. Remember Amalek? Trying to get you to understand, brothers and sisters. Let's look at this. I think we're getting pretty close there. I told you it's going to be a while, brothers and sisters. I actually had this ready yesterday. I had two ready, but I worked hard to put both of them together, and then what happened? It takes a lot of time. That's why I can't be distracted. Don't have time for the BS, too much BS out there. People come here with BS and all that kind of stuff. Like I got to deal with them like children and carrying on. I don't have time for that. But Muhammad was told to go ahead and play patty cakes with you. I'm not. Right? So see this right here. Now I don't know if you can understand this. You see in the center there? That's the greatest pressure. Outside, the next ring is little less pressure, less pressure, right? To get down to that white. This white one here, if you can see it. Then here you got a wall. So there's no more room. Right? Like the earth is so large. So you say, this is center and maybe this is a continent. No, it's after a while. As far as you can go. Right? So this shows this is a limit. But the formula is 1 over r squared. That's how the pressure decreases. So 1 of r is the radius. So r is 1. 1 over 1 is 1. If r is 2, then you got 1 over 4, 1/4. If r is 3, 1/9. So you get smallest. That's the formula. Okay? So I'm hoping you can understand this, right? So in other words, what happens is this the maximum pressure? Say Suleiman, the angel is the maximum pressure for this time period. So right there. Right. So say for instance, he was living in Mecca. Then maybe Jerusalem, surrounding that, right? It'd be a lower pressure zone. It'd be high pressure, but lower than that. Right? So the people there, they couldn't live in Mecca. It'd be too much pressure for them. But they could live in Jerusalem. You understand? And then the next group, they might be able to live in Jerusalem, but they may be able to live in Egypt. They couldn't live in Jerusalem because there's too much pressure around it. See? So you got those different concentric circles until you get out here, right? And maybe this is South Africa or something, right? So you can live there. Because that's what it said about kingdom. So the center was the highest pressure, people can be there. That's why it says the time will come and people say, this place is too straight for me. Because some place they couldn't go because the pressure's too great. The mindset, these people are talking super mathematics, super calculus, and you know calculus, you know the calculus, so you can't talk to them. The language, they talk a super mathematical language, and you better understand what they're talking about. The pressure's too great. But you go further, right? You see, if you understand that, until you get here and say, there's no more room. No room. In fact, you get here, there's no more room. See? Our kingdom, that's the lowest pressure we allow. Lowest pressure we allow. And that pressure is still mathematical language. It's just low mathematical language, but still mathematical language. We won't allow anything less than mathematical language. Put that away. Right? So the highest mathematical language live here, the lowest mathematical language live out here. They couldn't come in here because it'd be too much. These can go out there, but this could not come in here. Because the quality, the test to come here means you have to, maybe you have to know calculus. You only know trigonometry. Well, you won't be able to get here because you don't know calculus. I'm oversimplifying, but you understand? Okay. So that's as far as you go. Right? That's what we accept. Right? So we told there'd be a place called hell, and there'd be a place called the tyrant that's outside. I'm going to show you that in a minute. Well, I'm going to show it here in a second, but it says, because those outside the kingdom, that means, what do you mean outside the kingdom? That means they're still on the planet, but they're outside the kingdom. So the kingdom is limited. Right? It's limited. The kingdom will come to certain geographics. Then it says those outside the kingdom. So that means, if that's what I'm going to show you that in a minute. So that means there must be a place on earth that's like desert, for instance, right? That'd be outside the city. So if you could live in the city, so you have to live in the desert. You see what I'm saying? Because it's desert out there. So you can't qualify to live in the city, so you got to live a desert life. You understand? So here is the limit. This checkered thing here, that pink thing right there. So that's the desert out there, right? So that way. So those that can't qualify to be in here, they'll be out here. And there'll be three groups. Now this first one right here, right? Okay, this is, remember those everlasting shame and appallment. See? They can't be in here because they, everlasting shame and appallment, they can't speak any mathematics at all. Everlasting shame and appallment. Remember that group? And then you got the tyrant. Right? They still, right? It's still part of, right? That's the tyrant. They, like I said, they would be punished. A good part of their punishment because they was the ones that were in the fish pump with the devil, all that kind of stuff. And that's part of the group because I'm just saying one of the reasons. Our ancestors suffered under the Holocaust to extremes. And these folks act like that stuff didn't mean anything. They don't care. Oh man, that's past, man. These my fellow man with the devil, That's past, like it didn't mean anything. So now they got to be terror tyrant. Well, he's going to put them in the same. Elijah Muhammad said he's going to put them into. I don't think he said 400 years. He might have said 400 years, but he said they're going to put them into hell. Like he didn't call it Holocaust, but he put it in a slave condition as bad as we had. So now they can feel it themselves, right? And they can be mocked because you disregard the sacrifice and everything out. So now you feel it, and they be mocked. So you're tattooed. So their children, right? Because they have children, they'd be married and everything in there, but they'd be under the tyrant. And they'd be in a similar situation like we went to the Holocaust. Forced to work and everything, hard labor. And they should be marked too, so it'd be everlasting. So that seed would always be marked for that. That's part of the group of people that's in there. And then you got out here, right? This is hell. These are those hell is where, I told you a long time I met that what he calls Siberia, way up in those places where it's really cold. That's where the Quran told you about that. It says they're going to be thrown into hell in a place where there's refuse, garbage, and everything else. And it says there won't be no shade for the sun, no clean water. They'd be drinking like urine and stuff because they'd be placed with garbage and stuff. And it says but it'd be very healthy. Remember, because everybody be energized. Remember, it says energy management. They can have so much energy we have, but they ain't gonna know how to manage it, and we're not gonna teach them to do it. Plus, they don't have discipline anyway. Even if they had discipline, we wouldn't teach them. So they're doing hell. So now they got all this energy, but they totally wicked. I mean, it says, right? It says there won't be any family ties because they be scared. Remember, they didn't know there's no food up there, so they eat each other. They be eating each other. And it says, It says if they're so healthy, man, they have so much energy that if their skin says it, so if their skin is burnt, they get new skin, be renewed. That's how healthy they be because they have so much energy. But they won't. First, they don't have discipline. They don't have natural discipline. We won't teach them discipline, right? Because they say be abandoned. We won't teach them discipline. Plus, right? They won't know how to manage energy anyway. They don't know about fire pillar. They don't know all that stuff because they didn't listen to that stuff. See, the ones that did listen and applied some discipline, those are the ones that's going to be taken to captivity and they're going to be out of service forever. See? They applied that Christianity. It was weak, but it was enough to keep them from being crushed by the government that came in. See? So they'll be oppressed because their pressure will be lower than ours, right? So therefore, remember, higher pressure controls lower pressure. So we have total control of them forever. They'll be out of service. But these here, right, they had transgender and all this BS, right? So there's no discipline at all, none. So they're out there, and everybody's scared of everybody because they know they're the only food. The women be running from the men, and it says that worm will never die. That's what Jesus said. That's a nice way of saying it, right? That their reproductive parts will be on steroids constantly. That's what it says. They won't be satisfied. That's how much energy they have. We don't have to worry about ED anymore. What about Viagra? So they'd be total, always constant. So the desire for sex will be constant, 24/7. But ain't nobody to have it with. So they catch another guy, So man is trying, like little rabbits, trying to satisfy, and you can't. You just can't satisfy it. So you keep doing it, you do it, right? And it's still, can you even imagine that? And catch a woman, and she's running like hell. Because while he's doing it, he's also eating them, biting on them while he's doing it. Because he's hungry too. That's the only food he got. And they catch her, she gets away, he gets pregnant, just like the animal, drop him. The dog wouldn't have a baby. That's hell. And some black folks will be in there with them. You can throw them in there with them. That's the worst of the worst. You talking about demons, the worst of the worst, throwing you with them, the devils. You see? Understand that? That's what if you understand that graph, that's what it explains. See? So watch this, what it says here. See? Let me see, I make it bigger so you can see it. See what it says here? Happy to wash the robes of them, in order they will be authority of them upon the wood of life, and in case they might enter into the sea. Then again, this talking about the Levites, because they wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, right? But look at this here. Outside the city. So that means there's a place outside of the kingdom. Outside be the dogs, druggers, the fornicators, the murderers, adulterers, and everything lacking and doing the lie. In other words, the ones that have no discipline, they be outside. See, there's right there. That's chapter 22 of the angel. Why don't they talk about these verses? They don't talk about this stuff, do they? Moving and growing with the verses, right? So we give you all the scriptures here. You ain't talking about first of all, they don't talk about it because they're lying. Secondly, they don't know what it means anyway. They don't know what it means. They have no idea what it means anyway. You get all everything. Okay, let's start the 4 winds. I'm gonna close, brothers and sisters. Now the 4 winds brings about the resurrection. But see, Angel Key, you have to understand Angel Key to really understand what's going on here. Because this tells you when all this is supposed to happen, which is in any day now. It's based on this war that they're going to have. No, Rand in America and false Israel and UK, if it's God, may God for Antichrist. They're going to war with Iran. That's going to happen any day now. Trump already said they'll make agreement. They're not going to make an agreement. We just don't know how long. We know it's going to be any day now. And that's when the rest. So we're going to talk about this is exactly what's going on right now. So, well, let me go ahead and make this larger too. Well, I don't know. Well, we'll see. So they talk about this. Talking about it be this. Doing this, what's happening here. You can read at your own leisure, right? See, it says Moses came. See, Moses didn't come down. He's talking about angel key. See, Moses represents this fourth wind right here. And that's one of the things the angel like Daniel. You got to be very careful with pronouns. They get you on those pronouns. You think you're talking about somebody else, talking about somebody else. And here, the fourth wind is actually Elijah. So it's telling you remember the fourth winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. So at this point, it's telling you that some of the things happen here is when actually the fourth wind actually happened. So what it said, there was a sound of war in the camp. That means war was going on, but he said, it's not the sound of cry of victory, nor the sound of defeat. That means while the war is going on, that's about to happen. The war is going on, but it wasn't the sound of victory, it's the sound of defeat. And this is where we are right now. But see, at the point, no, we ain't here right now. I should have changed this, right? Let me do that. I didn't think to change that, but I should. Hold on for a second, boss. It's going to take a second to do this. I didn't think to do that, but because that's not, I'm not sure where we are actually right now. Oh, come on, there you go. No. Right here. Okay. Oops. That's good enough. Okay. Unless continue. Okay. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I want to show where we are right now. Right now, Iran. See, I'm not going to the JCLP, all that explained, but anyway, at this point right now, America, Britain, and France in control of the Middle East. But Iran and right there's conflict between the two. They're trying to regain their position, put that away. So when this happens, that's the war, which they will win. But it's not the sound of victory or defeat, so it's war is going on. War is going on, right? Okay. So we talk about Moses. Moses is actually Elijah, and Moses is fourth wind. But see, they said Moses, they really send the fourth wind. So that means you know the time frame that all this is going to happen. And that's when the war, remember the war starts, the war's going on, that's when Suleiman takes control of NOI. People in the dark see the great light. He says some become black. That's why it says black, because you understand, right? And it says when Moses approached the camp, so we're going to say in a minute, because this fourth wind, that's actually Moses, right? So at that point in time, while the war is going on, that's when the wind started blowing. Golden calf is, see this represents the calf. But each side here, see, each one of these is gold, but this actually represents gold too, of each nation. So this represents the calf, and that's the golden part, which is Sunni, Babylon alone. Let's move on. So what's going on? American Britain get kicked out, but the war's still going on because false Israel is still under siege. Okay? And that's when Moses comes and says, enter the camp, right? And now most of the people out of control, Aaron had got them out of control, they don't read that part. And point of hearing, and the point of being a real object among the enemies. So that's why I said they were being crushed, and everybody, they ain't what they used to be. And Moses stood at the gate of the camp, right? That means the four winds are blowing. And whoever is for the Lord, come with me. So the point is, remember, he at the gate of Aaron's camp, it means he come to the NOI. And he says, those with the Lord, remember, the one that's seeking the covenant, come with him. So in other words, that's the four winds are blowing, right? The war's going on, come with him. That means you have people over there that was with Farrakhan, they was just there. Because they were with the Lord, they left Farrakhan and came with the winds of separation. That's what it's talking about here. That's why I said when thrones are cast down, means they just set. So it was with that's that same man in Mark, right? He hadn't got his mind back yet, but he left Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NY backwards, right? Left him to run to Son of Man, or Joshua, or Jesus, what you call him. You understand? So that's what's happening here. While the war's going on, okay? And so, remember, they got kicked out. And they started attacking all black people. Why? Because false Israel under siege, the war's still, if they're under siege, the war's still going on. They're still under siege. And remember, the whole idea was to keep us from understanding the vision. When false Israel goes down, that means we default to the vision, because they was there to keep us thinking that they're the false true seed of Abraham, but if they go down, we realize they're not. Remember, if that wasn't a concern, they wouldn't have to put false. Remember, they put false Jews up. Then they got to go all out to protect it. They said everybody's asking the question: Why are they so stuck with large and false Israel? They ain't doing America because they need it, because there's a force. It's a mental force to keep us right. Remember, force thought. It's a force to neutralize our thoughts in that area. I'm talking about quality. So if we start thinking that way, you got to come with something to neutralize that. If we start thinking, Muhammad has thinking the message of the covenant. Remember, because when Martin Luther King talked about it, they killed him the next day. He was talking about the promised land. That's the message of the covenant. He said, I don't know if you'll be there. I'll be with you or whatever. So he knew he was going to leave after he talked to Elijah Muhammad. And they killed him the next day. So the point is to keep you from that vision. That vision is a force. So they block that force with a lie. False Israel up there. So you have to keep it there to keep that force, neutralize that force. But if that goes away, that force, there's nothing stopping that force anymore. And that force is a unifying force. That's why they didn't want you to have it. That force, that which true to Abraham, that's a unifying force. That's a rallying cry. And so to keep you disunited, we neutralize that. But if that goes, that force goes, there's nothing to restrain that vision anymore. And so there's nothing to restrain our unification. And that's exactly what happens. Because then they attack us, because once they're gone, then we have unified. So the attacks to keep us from happening, right? When they lost the ability to stop us mentally, they attacked us physically. Because that's a mental force. Forces are a mental force, they've been vector. But now use a physical vector. Mental is physical too, but you understand what I'm saying? It's force. Force is physical. So they come against fit. Because they don't. We're going to have more power than them. So they're attacking us here. The war's still going on. Right? Because part of the war is attacking us. That's still the war. Right? Understand? It's trying to tell you exactly what's going to happen when, the time period. Okay, so then what happens? Okay? So this happened. It says, okay, here, right? All the blacks, they attack. Right? War's still going on. Right? And that's when Moses says, those with the Lord, because we says that, the war's still going on. So then he still have to, so they're together, they're all together now, unified. So they had to be unified for him to say that. He said, those with the Lord, because they wasn't mixed together, then how are you going to separate something that's not mixed together? So all mixed together, right? So he says, we're going to separate them out. So those with the Lord, come with me. So what it says here? It says, and backwards, previous. Okay, and so the gate and said, whoever is for the Lord, come with me, and measure the covenant who they were seeking. So what was blocking that is gone. See? Because they was blocking who was messing the covenant, partly false Israel, and then all these other clowns out there blocking. Because people, if you're seeking, that means you don't know where it is. So that's gone now. So that's why he says, whoever is with the Lord, come with me. That means the fourth wind is blowing now. The four winds are blowing. And when four winds blow, this happens. See? Four winds are blowing, and they happen at the same time. There's your key. Right? So all the sons of Levi came, right? And so where it says, every man said, okay, separate him. And so Levi separated from the demons. Right? Those with the Lord. Who wasn't with the Lord? Aaron. It was Aaron's camp and all his followers. If they separated, he says the sons of Levi came. That means the rest of them weren't Levites. You see? He said all the sons of Levites came. That means the rest here. Who were they? They weren't Levites. Most of them was demons. He said all the sons of Levi came. So what does it say? Let's go back and say what it says here. And the sons of Levi, and all the sons of Levites gathered to him. So what's left here? These are Levites here, NOI. These are not Levites, these are demons. And Aaron was one of them, but because he didn't come to me, he was with them. You see, you got the key to see this, right? And so then he says, he took and separated them out. He said, why 3,000? Because that's the 3 year. Each one represents 1,000 if you understand there's a key. And what happens? Boom. Cast them out. Throw them into the fire. Back to the swine daddies. Like it says in Mark. I hope you understand, brother. It's clear enough. This is what's going to happen in the next few days. This is where we are right now. Nobody's telling you what's happening in the next few days as clear as this. In fact, nothing they say is clear. Everything they say is confusing out there. They have no idea what's going on. And Pharaoh guys say, God told me to shut up. So he's supposed to be a watchman. He don't know. Now his preachers know. I'm telling you detailed information about what's happening. I told you these things before they happen anyway. I told you when Pharaoh come in and announced it, 3 years ago, Armageddon is going to start in Europe and spread over that. Where is it at? I said right then, it's on my station. Go out and look at YouTube. I said, no, you're wrong. That was before so-called abomination happened. What happened over in Gaza? I said, no, the war's going to break out in the Middle East. That's where the war's going to be. But there will be a war in Europe. There'll be Armageddon, but it's going to be triggered by what's happening in the Middle East. Right? And not only that, but I've been told that for 30 years anyway. There war in heaven. But I was, anyway, let's move on. Okay, that's it, brothers and sisters. That's quite a bit. I don't know how long I've been here. But it's been a couple of hours, I think. So I took a long time preparing this. I covered a lot of stuff. Hope it wasn't too complicated. That's where we are right now. So if you understand any of this, you should have a clear vision. Like some clear day you see forever. Clear vision of what's happening, what's about to happen. Okay? That right there increased your mind a little bit. Not that much though. Because you got, getting in the gym is part of it, right? You know the machine's part, but you got to do something with it. You got to start exercising it. You have no idea. I said, my power's been tested. They threw me in out for 3 years, and boy, I kicked their ass over there. I was all by myself, had nothing, no man, nothing. They threw me in jail, everything else. I'm here. I beat them 100% everything in every category. They couldn't understand how the hell I got out of there. They threw me in jail. They did all kinds of stuff, right? They didn't torment me. They didn't put their hands on me. They didn't do anything like that. I already been, the scripture tell me they do that, and the master farmer would tear them to pieces. They never do anything like that. They didn't touch Elijah and Muhammad either. They didn't put a hand on them. No, nobody put anything physical. Nobody put anything physical on me. One person tried to poison me, but it wasn't them. 3 years. And they came at every kind of way you could imagine, and I beat them 100%. They put me on trial. Actually, a trial, jury and everything. I had no money, nothing. No lawyers, nothing. And I beat them. I walked out and they couldn't figure how I did it. Because I got the angel mind. There's no one on this earth can F with it. See, I knew this before I went there. But I knew it from nothing like experience. Experience needs scars, but nothing like experience. You see something there, you experience it. What I experienced, what I saw there, they say, if you know how to see God, if I was a Christian, boy, I'd been on my knees, God, thank you, Jesus, boy, because that stuff I saw was amazing. It's like an angel was right behind my shoulder, just kicking ass. But I knew it was the mathematics that was doing it. So they locked me up. Right away, I went on 30-day fast. They tried to force me to eat. I went 30-day fast right away, bam. I don't want none of your food or anything. Right away. Immediately. I kicked the 5 pills into gear, high gear. You know? I admit I was a little nervous at first. I had no idea what that was going to happen. I should have knew. Like I said, sometimes it says the Son of Man, he'd be like someone who, how do you say that phrase? Seeing many things, he comprehend them not. I mean, he'd be so busy looking at everything else, he don't see how it affects him. You see, it'd be like that. He'd see all the stuff, everything affects everybody else, but he never thought about how it affects him. I should have saw that thing about Jonah. I didn't see how it affected me. It already affected me. About the hedge. They have to have that demon, right? Thing is that, like I said, I was rolling the door and everything else. Once I picked up the angel and devoted myself to that, everything dried up overnight. I lost everything, my mansion, my house, everything. Like overnight, in one day. It's like it says in Daniel, one day it was all gone. I didn't bat an eye. Because I understood, 100% angel was this world's life. I gave it up. I understood about energy then. So if I put total energy over here, I don't have an energy over here. By me putting total energy over here, I had no energy to maintain that anymore. I couldn't fuel both. If I try to fuel this, I won't have enough. If I try to fuel this, I don't have enough to fuel this. So I said, this needs 100% fuel. You understand that concept? You had to fuel it. To maintain that quality of life, I had to fuel it, my energy. You only got so much energy, everybody got the same amount. But the angel required all my energy. I didn't see it coming, but once it happened, I realized what was happening. And so, boom, just dried up because I wasn't going to fuel it anymore. I got a lot of flack behind that, right? My children, everything got mad. But I put total fuel in the angel. That's what it took to break those seals and everything else. So I said, So like I said, I had some experience. Right? But like I said, seeing many things, see how it affected myself. So I knew about Daniel and all this stuff, right? I mean, Daniel about Jonah and all that. But it didn't dawn on me that how it affect me. I was going to how break the verses down, how it's affecting people and everything else, right? Because when I had a contract up in Indiana, right? And it was this company, and it was an Indian company. Right, I had a contract with them, and I was showing child support system up there, whatever. And something went down, and they lost the contract or something. And so the Indian guy came to me because I said I knew my stuff, right? So that's why my name and everything else is mad too. But they knew if they wanted something done, I had a reputation, sharp. See, and like I said, these white boys, they don't know shit. 90% of my money I made, right? Because they bring me in to clean up the programs and systems they wrote. Didn't work. Can you fix this for us? I tell you, he's nowhere as smart as you think they are. Anyway, so, and the guy came up and said, hey man, I got a new contract out in Guam, Demon Island. He asked me to go and run the contract for him. They're going to give him some good money, right? When I run the contract for him, I was going there, I would run it. New contract they got. So they need somebody to make sure that they don't mess the contract up and everything else, right? So I should know, man. Going out, that whole thing about Jonah, going out overseas and the place where it was right in the China region. That's no stuff you understand is your key. I should have saw that one coming, boy. I just saw that one coming. And after that guy there hit me, right, just like I said, I was still stuck 3 years, stuck there. I could not leave. 3 years there, I was stuck. And all kinds of BS, they threw me in jail, everything, false charges, the whole 9 yards. And part of the reason why I was there, I took that contract, right? Because I had the information, but I made my mind, I wasn't going over there to talk to Farrakhan and those people over there. I was totally hating those folks what they did to Elijah. And that's what it said. Jonah was supposed to go and talk to them. And I said, man, I ain't going to talk to those folks. I didn't see it that way at the time, right? What I know is I wasn't going over there because I had the angel. One thing I did do, I sent Farrakhan a copy. I keep forgetting to put the book over here. But I got a screen book. I had published a whole bunch of them. In fact, I gave a lot away because over the years, I run into a brother that was saved still with Elijah, right? And he told me, hey, one brother, who was that brother named Babatunde? Out of land. I don't know if he's still around anymore. He was older than me. And he sent me a copy. So I sent him a box of those books. And I started, right? So I got about 2 boxes left, right? I mean, I was, stripping and stuff like that. I was just, because during those days I didn't have the internet. So I used to publish stuff, put flyers and stuff out, all that kind of stuff, trying to tell people. Plus I had me like a temple, because I said that I told you I had a detached house and it was a garage with a room over it. So I used that as a temple, right? And people come over and I try to tell them about the angel and stuff. I had a whole different approach then for the internet and all that kind of stuff. So, I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, and what I did was, I sent a copy to Farrakhan in 1990. Registered mail, make sure he got it. Registered mail with a certified, whatever you call it. Right after that clown got that cancer. Right after that, we got that cancer. Check it out. So he must look at it and say, man, whatever. You got that cancer right after. It says, who the Lord will consume his spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightness of his coming. Then he got that cancer. Good for us there, it said, robbing the nation. So that's what, I'll get 100%. So like I said, and I just saw that thing coming and go, oh, I said, but I said, I said, I get that thing to Farrakhan. I said, man, I ain't going to tell, cause I had some deals with some of these people. That's a long story, but they was thieves and robbers. Let me say this quickly. At that time, what I was trying to do, I was I went into the angel. So I said, well, one way to do it is try to, I was mixing up with Elijah's program a little bit, right? Because what I did was I said, well, okay, I was going to take, right, this before everything just collapsed. I said, everything just dried up overnight, right? Because it didn't happen as soon as I got the engine, I broke the seals, right? And it took me a while to understand what was going on in there. I didn't go intention to break the seals. That's a long story, but I said, I got hold of the book. I like solving more puzzles. So I went and said, well, let me try to figure this out. And I didn't know I was breaking these seals. I looked at it, I said, oh, what the hell I got myself into. The bottom line is that I wanted to tell people, right, I'm in New Jersey, right? And so there were these brothers, right? And I don't know how I guess they must find a flyer. So I don't know how I got in touch with these people. I have not gone so long ago. It's like, 35 years ago, whatever. And so they came around, and so what I was going to do was, since I knew I was buying and selling real estate, all that kind of stuff, I was going to show them how to do this kind of stuff, right? Because remember, they lost discipline. They wasn't doing anything. They wasn't building anything. So I was going to, show them, because 20 years wasn't up yet, so I was going to show them how to realize the program. And so one thing we did was that there was like one group of them were like masons, not political masons, but you build houses, stuff, with your blocks, like I said, doing that stuff. So I went out and I went and got a contract with people to help build their house. Because that's what I was doing. I had contract. I know how to deal with people, contract. I was buying, selling houses, all that kind of stuff, right? So I got it. And so how I did was I was going to supply all the equipment and all that kind of stuff. But they knew how to do the block, all that stuff, right? I supplied the equipment, all that stuff, right? And then at the end, right, then we split the money up, right? And the way it was, initially I was going to get the majority of the money because I had to buy the equipment that they're going to be using because it's the next project. So what the idea was, I told myself, let's build, once we got that contract going, so we worked together, and let's build lofts. Because I said, black folks ain't familiar with lofts, and we can build them cheaply, and they can have nice places and everything else. Because if you know how lofts would lie, because they could build lofts, we could build them cheaply. I said, black folks don't know about that, but it's a good, it's a very inexpensive, but very nice. And the bottom line is, so that was the plan. But initially, I had to get the most, because I had to make the biggest investment, because I had to buy all the equipment they're going to be using to do all this stuff. So I had bought the equipment, plus I was helping them work and everything else. So once we finished the thing up, right, Joe came in and gave me the check. I deposited the check. Next thing I know, the check bounced. And I went to check out, and I found out that it didn't bounce because there wasn't money in there. Because these clowns, they went to him, told him to cancel the check and write them a check because I wasn't giving them money. So that's what he did. So he took all the money, got the equipment and everything else. These are Farrakhan's people. Ripped me off. Okay? Farrakhan's people. So that was the end of that. They got the money, so we never did bid to loss. Because if I showed up, they had followed through on that, I was trying to make a loss. They'd been millionaires, most millionaires back, because that would have been a hell of a thing. If they knew how to, because all you do is follow through. That's Farrakhan's people. They ain't no goddamn good over there. Thieves and robbers. And one of them is a captain over there now. He's probably a regional captain. I catch up with his ass. Oh, I'm catching up with him one day. Catch his ass one day. They ain't hurt me because I had plenty of money at that time, right? But the point is, there's thieves and robbers over there. These like Farrakhan. He's a robber. He robbed the nation. Let me leave you there, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Hope you got something out of this. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. So my Rahim here. That's the covenant. Break our 7 seals. Give me a moment, brothers and sisters. A little technical issue again. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, let it be. Oh, there you go. One second, brothers and sisters. One second. Okay. That'll do it. This way. Okay, problem solved. Okay. Okay, brothers and sisters, problem solved. Okay. The Christian legacy. The Christian legacy. You know, they tell you, knowing by their works. So what's the Christian legacy for the last 500 years? See, we're taught that Christianity is only 500 years old. But most people think it's 2,000, but Catholicism and Christianity is not the same thing. The form that you call Christianity right now is Methodist, Baptist, all that's 500 years old. That's the Protestant movement. That movement started 500 years ago, the Protestant movement. Methodist, Baptist, whatever, right? That's the Protestant movement, protesting. That's where the word comes, because they protest against the Catholic Church. That's what I mean Christianity is 500 years old. And so what's the legacy of that? But see, you need to know the history. I'm not going to go into details here, brothers and sisters, but it says, Gog and Magog will deceive the whole world. But you understand, when does Gog and Magog? So they tell you that's the future. It says Jesus is going to come back. He's going to rule for 1,000 years. And then for some reason he's going to just disappear and get a kingdom over to Satan. And God is going to take and rule and deceive everybody. That's the story they're telling you. So-called millennium. That's bull, total. That's the deception is that chapter itself. That's the major part of deception, because that has already occurred. Because you would not be deceived if you understood that has already occurred. That was the Dark Ages. That was Europeans and the so-called Jews. They was thrown into the pit for 1,000 years. I mean, Europe. And it was locked down by his resurrected empire. Abraham's resurrected empire kept locked down for 1,000 years. And they broke out 500 years ago, exactly like it says. But they tell you that's in the future. Because if you know it's the past, you say, oh, wait a minute. Then you know who Gog and Magog is. It'd be 2 European world powers. There's only been 2 world powers that you know of in history. And both of them European. Britain and America. Gog and Magog. And Gog will come out of Magog, because Magog means the mother of Gog. And they will both come out of the east and go and see the whole world they didn't know about during the Dark Ages. It's simple enough, brothers and sisters. But see, that's what I want to get into here. Part of what I want to get into is the mind war, because the mind war is about, for them, it's about deception. But either way, the mind war is about information. And war, right? War is about destroying resistance. The bottom line is simple. It's about destroying resistance. When the resistance is destroyed, the war is over. And so they've been at war with us as a nation for 500 years. Okay? But they haven't got rid of all the resistance. As long as there's any resistance standing, the war is not over. So we'll examine the Christian legacy, because they're known by their works. So what's the Christian legacy? Before I do that, let me explain a couple of things, brothers and sisters. This will be short today. Otherwise, I won't exist tomorrow, because my wife asked me to do something I haven't done it yet. Okay. See this right here? It says, you will not return to get thorough knowledge of stuff. You need to understand how things work. So what you have here is you got 2 different kinds. You got the Bible and you got the Quran. Now the Bible, it tells you it's sealed. So if it's sealed, unless you broke the seals, that means you have no idea what you're talking about. That's why all these people are in trouble. These preachers, these priests, all of them, they're all liars. Right? That's simple right there. If they tell you even Elijah Muhammad told you the book was under a veil. So if it's under a veil, if it's sealed, that means they don't know what they're talking about. That means they're deceiving people, because they tell you what they're talking about. That means they don't know what they're talking about. But then they tell you, you're supposed to depend on them and give them money and everything else. But by death, they don't know what they're talking about. Because it says the book is sealed. Daniel is sealed. Revelation is sealed. But they still talk about it. And they don't know what it means. It means they're lying. They're part of deception. You see? But you got the books there. Now, the way this works is, I'm going to give you a short version. The universe keeps changing. The seasons change. Right? You got the weather seasons. Right? And you got the Earth transition seasons. Right? As the universe, transfers, as it expands and contracts, you go in different phases, different seasons. And we know it takes 24,000 years for a complete cycle. So you got 4 seasons there, each 6,000 years. That's why they talk about 6,000 years. So we just come out of a 6,000 year cycle. Anyway, you have these seasons. Some people call them cycles. You got these, let's call cycles. You have these cycles of reality. And seasons that we know, summer, fall, winter, spring. Those are weather cycles, right? You also got like cycles in life, like when you being formed in the womb. That's a cycle. Then you're born, then infant, and then then next day you're a teenager, and then those cycles of life. So you got different cycles. So, but what scriptures deal with, right, is the earthly cycles with respect to the universe. So look at it from the point of view of just winter weather cycles. So you have winter, spring, summer, and fall. But those different cycles, and they require different levels of understanding, different modes of action to deal with them. A winter cycle, you have to have a different mentality for the summer. Okay? So they extend the book and say, okay, to define this cycle, right? And now thought is pressure. This environment we live in right now, it came from a mind. This is the reality we see right now came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. That's pressure, because thought is pressure. I'm not just saying it's fact. And this pressure is greater than any other pressure, so it's dominated Hinduism, Sunnism, and everything, because it's greater pressure. Greater pressure. And it was truth. Well, how make mystery shed blood? Because it was, remember, the winter truth is different from the summer truth. You might like it, but some person, they won't like the winter. So God said, because that was the truth, that was the season for that. So that's the truth is, if it's in sync with the season. See, the idea of truth is, they got you so messed up. The idea of truth and everything else is totally messed up. It's mathematics. We think mathematics, you don't have those problems. So Adam was the truth. And Iblis, who said, no, I'm going to keep doing what you told, the old way that, make my prayers every time. He said, well, he was considered wicked, unrighteous. Because he didn't understand seasonal change. And because of seasonal change, Adam was the truth for that period of time. Even though it make mystery, but he'd be the truth for it. So therefore, he's given a book, right, to show him how to be successful during that period of time. See, because I said it's force. The whole reality is pressure, which is force spread out. You have to learn vectors. Vectors is the language of force. If you don't understand vectors, you don't understand anything. Because you understand the universe is based on force. Every act has opposite equal reaction, consequence. And vectors is language of force. So what happens is that you get a scripture. And where's the scripture? I said scripture's like a bomb. Well, the thing is scripture is like tells you how to manage your energy, right? Because you convert your energy to that form of pressure for that environment. Because this reality is different than the reality of 1,500 years ago. So this reality came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. It's different than one 1,500 years ago. This is a new one. And it came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. And they was getting a sealed Bible. And remember, sealed Bible. So they don't understand what's in it, right? So they have to go what's on the top. They still got it. This one, the depth of it, because it's sealed to them. Okay? So it's a book. It's a sealed version they're getting. So they're going to read the sealed aspect. It's still great, still information. And it's designed, right? In other words, there's two sides to it. Like two sides of a coin. They only get one side. They can't see the other side. So this side say, okay, now this is the way you manage your energy. Because everybody gets the same amount of energy. So if they manage their energy this particular way, they're going to create a high pressure system which will blow away all lower pressure systems. See? And the angel tells you that the Quran is just the moon of the sealed Bible. That's the sun of this period. That's the moon of it. So it reflects, the moon reflects, and the Quran reflects the same ideas that's in the sealed Bible. Women are inferior, that kind of stuff. Because this is the time of Adam. I don't want to go too deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is that they get that, and then someone has to take and ignite it, and then you have to fuel it. See, ignite a fire, but if you ignite it, it's no good if you don't have no fuel, or this fire just burn out. So they have to get a book that's ignite it, accept it, right? And then have to, where do you get the fuel from? Well, it's them. The Prophet Muhammad he fueled the Quran. He was the fuel of the Quran. He was intimately connected with because it was his fuel, his energy that fueled it. That's what I'm saying. One person, all need high pressure overcomes low pressure. I don't care how much low pressure is. An ounce of high pressure will overcome tons and tons and tons of low pressure. It's just the way it is. It's infinite. High pressure overcomes low pressure, no matter how much low pressure there is. So when you see one person, and then you tell them, okay, here is the book. Your scripture, you follow the scripture here, and you apply you fuel it, and you're going to create a high pressure zone where it's going to blow away everything else, or everything that's there now. See? But someone has to fuel it. So Prophet Muhammad, he fueled it. Like Isa even Miriam, what you call Jesus, Moses, same thing. They had to fuel it. So in other words, the energy they get, everybody gets the same amount of energy, but they have to folk manage that away in that book. And then they create a high pressure situation, and it expands, eventually overtakes what the pressure system that just like the Quran took out the pressure system that existed before was the so-called Roman Empire. Took it out. Couldn't withstand the Islamic Empire. And then Magog came on scene 5 years ago and blew away the Islamic Empire. They took that book because they didn't have access to that book before. See, in Catholicism, only people had access to that book was the priests, the kings, the monks. Those say normal people didn't have access to it. The Protestant movement, I think it was Gutenberg Press, they started printing the books and then those people started reading the book and they started following what they thought was in it. Remember, it's a sealed book. So once they had the book, all of a sudden now, you're fueling based on what they get from that book, which it says, the lesser light and the greater light. The greater light was first, according to Genesis, and the lesser light was 500 years later. Everyone was 1,000 years and was broken in two parts, day and night. If you look at it and you do the math, exactly when the angel was revealed, which is what Arabs call the angel, is called a gospel, and then 5 years later, right, the Quran. And the Quran blew away. But Prophet Muhammad had to fuel it. He had to live the life, follow what's in there, fuel it. So it depended on him. The Quran wasn't going to do anything by itself. He had to fuel it. Okay? So all these sects came about because after he left, right, they took their own interpretations and then they fueled their interpretations. They didn't fuel his interpretation. So you got all these different sects over there. That's another story. But it has to be fueled. And the energy you have, you take and manage that away. And same thing with the angel. It says nobody could ignite that book because it takes energy to ignite it. So it had to be something about you that allows you, it's something about you personally that allows you to ignite it. Because remember, that's still energy management itself. That had two come together. It's like it's a magnet drawing you together because you're on that same wavelength already. That's how you ever get the book. You come together. then you ignite it, and then, but you got to put and the more energy you put in, right, 100%, rods start changing. And the thing is that, like toss the quality. I'm not going. I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, brothers and sisters. But like I said, you can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. So 1990, that's when the engine was ignited. And then take the message of covenant and start fueling it. See, Elijah was given the supreme wisdom by Master Muhammad. He ignited. He came and said, I know who you are. You know, have you heard the story? Then he lived the life. Right? He applied his energy, he focused energy on that. And he started changing things. He didn't have enough. That wasn't enough. It wasn't high enough. It wasn't able to overcome this system. It wasn't enough. That's why I say to prepare the way. Because remember, you got to keep fueling it. You take them out and stop. But once you stop fueling the pressure, then it settles back down again. You got to keep fueling it. You got to keep taking energy and putting into it. Keep it going. It's this explosion. So you keep that explosion getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But see, Elijah took it to a certain point, and then they take him out. They took him out of there. So when he took it out, right, he wasn't fueling anymore. So then it collapses. See the math there, brothers and sisters? It collapses because he wasn't fueling anymore. He wasn't putting his energy in anymore. It's not going to stay by itself. It's got to be fueled. Then along come Mr. Farrakhan. See, he's got a whole different idea. He's not fueling those books. He had the ability to do it anyway. Because remember, those books is the mind that you have to have. It tells you how to manage your mind, how to manage your energy. How to manage, that's the mind. That's ignited. You get the mind, tell you how to manage. That scripture telling you it's your mind. Mind is like software. It feeds information, hardware, your brain. So that scripture is the mind. So he gave him that mind, and then mind tells how to manage his energy. And Elijah Muhammad did it. And he caused things to change. He had an impact on the world. Now, if he had stayed, but he wasn't able to stay, plus it was issues too, his age and everything else. He was just prepared away. Okay. Remember, the ignited, he has to have, the mind has to be on that same wavelength. That's what Master Muhammad teaching gives him out on that wavelength. That frequency. They're teaching for 3.5 years. You're up there. And then now you ignite it. Now fuel it. That's what they're teaching to get them to be able to ignite it. Ignite the lesson, understand what they mean, everything. Now fuel it. And he walked in and fueled it. So what happens? When he's not there anymore, it's not fueled, then the pressure collapses because he's not fueling anymore. Unless someone else steps in. But the point is, because Master Ram had to give him the new mind. Original mind. But Farrakhan doesn't have an original mind. He doesn't have, he can't do it. He only sees things from a grafted way. So he sees all this as from a graphic point of view, grafting point of view. So that's what he's fueling. That's what he's fueling. And that's on the same level as this reality is here. That's why he don't want to change it. We're going to stay here. We ain't going anywhere. Because on the same level. He fuel it. It's just to keep from being crushed on this level. Because if he can fuel it to the level, remember, he has so much pressure. If you feel it greater, then you blow away this. If it's less, you'll be crushed. But if it's equal, then you're okay. You walk in it. But it's equal. But you're not blown away. And that's what he's teaching. Because, hey, stay here. And those with him, if they listen to that stuff, right, they can make it here. Oh, Farrakhan, he helped me. I was being crushed. You see, I don't know if I try to, because some people get all messed up. He try to explain like this, but I tell you how it is, the mathematical way. Because it sounds like, hey, I'm helping him out. I'm just telling you how it is. I get actual facts so you can make the right decision. So the information he's giving them is how to survive on this level. Because the same pressure he's fueling, the same pressure the devil's fueling. So that's why you say things like you say. Devils ain't devils anymore. We got to stay here, right? See? We intimate with devil. You see what I'm saying? Because that's on the level his mind is. He can't do any better. That's what he's son of perdition. And says they're deceiving, he's deceiving, because that's the quality of it. Since they're deceivers, he's deceivers too. That's the quality of it. Hope you understand. Let me move on, Brown says that. I don't mean to get too deep, but let me move on. Oh yeah, definitely. Wow. I'm not going to get this in, brothers and sisters. Time go by so fast. I can't believe that much happens. So what happens is that in 1990, right, it said the Lamb would ignite the angel, same wavelength, because life is living everything else, put in that wavelength, so he was the only one able to do it, and then start fueling it. And so now, since 1990, the world's changed dramatically. And the thing is, like I said, you may see the wind, but you see the effects of it. So right now, you see, this reality is getting more and more troubled ever since 1990. It's more and more trouble, more and more trouble. You see what I'm saying? Because it's changing it. The pressure's greater, right? And it keeps fueling it. And the only way they can stop it is they have to stop what's fueling it. But they can't do that because high pressure, they low pressure. There's nothing they can do to stop, except if they can trick them into lowering this pressure. And if they trick them to lower this pressure, lowering this, they crush them real quick, and that's the end of it. Okay? So the book and the person, they like husband and wife. See? They're on the same wavelength, but one ignited, and then you got to fuel it. Your life, what you're doing. You can take all your energy, actually 100%, and put it into that. And then you create a high pressure zone, which starts blowing away the low pressure zone. Let me show you. I'm going to have to do it in two parts, brothers and sisters. Okay. See, like this. See? Because that's what the engine's doing. He's fueling it, and then you got the pressure waves going out. And the higher pressure waves than the pressure waves that, because they're putting pressure waves out all the time too. You hear the news media, that's pressure waves. The news media, the education, all that's pressure waves, that's thought waves. They call it thought waves, right? Brain waves? It's pressure waves. And this is greater than that. But you keep fueling it, and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Keep fueling it. But if I stop fueling it, then it collapses. See? I've never explained to you that way, but a lot of things I didn't. I keep telling me I stop assuming. You got to fuel it. It's not going to just sit there by itself. If I go away, it stops. If I stop doing it, it stops. I'm not going to do that. And the only way they can't make me do it, they can deceive me into I'm shutting myself down. And then once I do, they would high pressure. My pressure got lower than theirs, crush me. That's the end of it. Angel and the lamb are one and the same. Okay? It tells them how to manage your energy so you have a high pressure zone. And when you see it, then you also see things changing around you. The pressure of reality is starting to, That's why they're in trouble right now, economic in every form. It's not. It don't happen by itself. Somebody in trouble. They're in trouble just because of mystery God. In trouble because there's a force putting them in trouble. Every action has an opposite reaction. So if they're reacting, you got to say it must be a force that's causing their action. So if everything is declining, economy and everything is in trouble and wars and all that kind of stuff, that means there must be a force that's causing that. I don't know if I get that through to you. So if America's in trouble and they got all these problems, that's why they vote Trump, to get them out of trouble, to make America great again. He said we're in trouble. If they was doing great and their system was greater, then they'd be doing great. They'd be comfortable, economy was great, good, everybody's at peace, right? And wealth and everything, if theirs was greater. But the fact is, they're getting worse every day, and the world's getting more troubled every day. That means there's got to be a force that's doing that. That means new reality is coming in and crushing this reality. So the question is, where's that reality coming from? Where is it? Who is it? It's not just global warming. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm have to close. Previous. Okay, good. I didn't realize. I tell you, brothers and sisters. I didn't realize. And so when you read the story, I'm not going to Mount, it tells you. See, these things are clear. Right? Well, this past reality was clearer than the previous thought. That was clear. It doesn't matter. Look, just look at it like high pressure overcomes low pressure. Whether it's clear, dirty, or whatever, if it's higher pressure, will overcome lower pressure. Dirty water, high pressure air. Well, I shouldn't say high pressure. Well, I said it shouldn't. Well, that's not totally correct, right? I mean, you put water under pressure, right? Okay, use it that way. It could be dirty water. If it's high pressure, it's going to overcome clean water that's low pressure. This is the way it is. So maybe they make myths shed blood, but during this time, this season, and because of their nature, they had higher pressure, so therefore it would come to blow away. Like that's why I said, why they let the wicked overcome the righteous? I think Abraham asked that. Some prophet asked that. So I think it was some prophet asked that in the Bible. Okay? So they couldn't understand how come the wicked, because they don't understand how the universe works. It's high pressure, low pressure. Understand that, and then look at the quality and look at the season. And then you start seeing stuff make sense. So when the season was in, that means that it was a negative season. And so negative people would rule in negative season. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm part 2 tomorrow. I'm going to go into just more details. I had something to do today and I hadn't finished it. Right? But let me give a brief. See, God can make out here 5 years. And their pressure was higher than everybody's. They overcame all the nations. The world empires overcame Hinduism, Buddhism, Sunnism, all of it. Even the Catholic Church, all of it. Because high pressure. But now, the engine's on the scene, seal's broken, right? Messenger of the Covenant, he broke those seals, ignited, and now he's fueling it. Because he's telling them how to fuel his energy, how to manage his energy, rather. How to manage your energy. So he's fueling based on the guidelines in the book. You understand? And he did that. Create a high pressure zone, but you got to keep fueling it. And the zone gets bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And no one can stand against it. So it means it's pushing, it's like you're in an elevator and it's crowded and you push a little bit, right? Everybody's getting tense. You push a little more, right? Push a little more. Everybody after a while, man, you're in a fight, right? Because everybody's against the wall, and you're in a fight. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's happening now. because it's going to be a war. That's why it's. You see, it's getting hotter. They know it's going to blow up in a minute. You understand, brothers and sisters? But the short version is, it said, knowing by the works. Now, what's the works of Christianity? See, they can't answer that question. Oh, Christianity good for the world. How was it good for the world? What has this world been like the last 5 years? Slavery, murder, genocide, theft. That's been characterized whole reality for the last 5 years. Okay. Well, see how evil and wicked they are? Yeah. They are now. When the judgment comes, but during that time, they weren't wicked. They were unrighteous. Because Adam was a righteous, as long as he didn't touch that tree, like I said, what he said, do not touch that tree, that you become unjust. That means he wasn't unjust till he touched that tree. So his mission to shed blood was just for his period. But then it said judgment will take place after 40 years. So now that his time is over. So if those actions now out of sync, because during his time, the actions of the jinn, which are the Sunni Arabs, was sinful, out of sync. They was kind of getting their ass whooped. They had not one victory during that time. But they was the righteous. No, see, your thinking is all wrong. And that's what Suleiman's here to straighten out, give you a mind. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I had a lot more to say, but I'll leave you with that. That's a lot right there to think about. You got to fuel it. And that's why I said the only thing they can do is trick me into lowering my pressure by not distracting. Remember, it takes energy. So I give 100% energy into this. If I start giving 50%, that means they're going to lower my pressure. Is that enough for their pressure to overtake mine? Because once it does, they eliminate me because they're high pressure, they're low pressure. That means they crush me, eat me, and nothing I can do about it. So how would they do that? They send people over for all kinds of ways to distract me. See? That's what it is. So whether they do it intentionally or unintentionally, it doesn't matter. The effect is the same. Right? So at this point, case closed on that. Nope. We'll not accept any more distraction on that level or just get rid of it. Because that's the purpose of it. Because in the end, it says, I talked about this, it says, Suleiman will be betrayed. Son of man will be betrayed. Okay? And put to death. Okay? What does that mean? I know what it means. It's not going to work. But to say it was raised to life. Right? But the thing is that anybody's distraction is the enemy. I don't care what they say, they're the enemy. Because they're taking distracting energy they're against the angel. Because the angel is bringing a new, like, a woman pregnant, right? And she eats something that's wrong, it's going to mess the baby up. And the baby come out all messed up. That's not going to happen here. Anybody if you're not fueling this, you're enemy to it. If you're not fire, you're fuel for the fire. So if you come in distracting, that means you telling me, don't cause me not to focus on energy. And so therefore you're weakening the vibrations, the angel message, you're lowering the pressure. Anytime you lower the pressure, because this pressure is changes reality, but it's also helping my people. Because it's getting protection from them. Because this reality is getting weaker, so it has to just use more energy to try to stop this. So I don't have so much energy to mess with them that much anymore. Because now they're doing everything they can to stop. Like in an elevator, everybody's worried about what happened to everything else. You stop pushing, they ain't worried about the only thing worried about is you pushing, man. Man, you're taking all the room, you're pushing. So you got to focus on that. So if you a distraction and you out here talking about you over here come in my house and with all your BS and you got attitude, you got to go. Because you're doing a purpose or unpurpose, it doesn't matter. The effect is still the same. I got to focus all my energy just to make this happen. I have to fuel it with the energy I get. Now, I haven't really explained that to you that deeply, but I'm telling you right now. It has to be fueled by somewhere. That's why he picked one person, and that person has to live the life of it, to fuel it. If they don't fuel it, you hear about some prophets get killed or whatever? Because they got tricked into lowering their pressure. They try to trick Prophet Muhammad Lord's pressure. He said they try to, why don't you be more pliant? It says in the Quran. They don't say low pressure, but you understand what they're saying. They told him, why don't you ease up? See? So they come in, oh, this, you want to change things, oh, I don't like you say this, and Elijah said all that kind of stuff. Get the hell out of here. Because I'm throwing your ass out, and I'm letting you back in. I don't have time for that. It's a war. Resistance. That's what war is about, overcoming resistance. And you part of the resistance, so you're the enemy. Assalamu alaikum. mission. My mission, brothers and sisters, let's be clear here. Perfectly clear. My mission, the mission of the Message of the Covenant, in the most simplest way to explain it, right, is to take and rid you of your enemies, right? Restore you. Thorough knowledge of self, restore you to yourself. Acting other than yourself, restore you to yourself, and get you home if you're willing. That's it. No one's here to tell you what to do. No one's here to control you. It has to be your decision. It's my mission. It's not to get followers. Not one time since I've been on this mission for over 30 years have I asked anybody to follow me anywhere. I never asked anyone to invite. I never invite anyone into. Assalamu alaikum. So my Rahim here. Message of the covenant. Break our 7 seals. Give me a moment, brothers and sisters. A little technical issue again. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, let it be. Oh, there you go. One second, brothers and sisters. One second. Okay. I do it. Okay, problem solved. Okay. Okay, boss, this is problem solved. Okay. The Christian legacy. The Christian legacy. You know, they tell you, knowing by their works. So what's the Christian legacy for the last 500 years? See, we're taught that Christianity is only 500 years old. But most people think it's 2,000, but Catholicism and Christianity is not the same thing. The form that you call Christianity right now is Methodist, Baptist, all that's 500 years old. That's the Protestant movement. That movement started 500 years ago, the Protestant movement. Methodist, Baptist, whatever, right? That's the Protestant movement. Protestant, that's where the word comes, because they protest against the Catholic Church. That's what I mean Christianity is 500 years old. And so what's the legacy of that? But see, you need to know the history. I'm not going to go into details here, brothers and sisters, but it says Gog and Magog will deceive the whole world. But you understand, when does Gog and Magog? So they tell you that's the future. It says Jesus is going to come back. He's going to rule for 1,000 years. And then for some reason he's going to just disappear and get a kingdom over to Satan. And God is going to take and rule and deceive everybody. That's the story they're telling you. So-called millennium. That's bull, total. That's the deception is that chapter itself. That's the major part of deception, because that has already occurred. Because you would not be deceived if you understood that has already occurred. That was the Dark Ages. That was Europeans and the so-called Jews. They was thrown into the pit for 1,000 years. I mean, Europe. And it was locked down by his resurrected empire. Abraham's resurrected empire kept locked down for 1,000 years. And they broke out 500 years ago, exactly like it says. But they tell you that's in the future. Because if you know it's the past, and you say, oh, wait a minute. Then you know who Gog and Magog is. It'd be 2 European world powers. There's only been 2 world powers that you know of in history. And both of them European. Britain and America. Gog and Magog. And Gog will come out of Magog, because Magog means the mother of God. And they will both come out of the east and go and see the whole world they didn't know about during the Dark Ages. It's simple enough, brothers and sisters. But see, that's what I want to get into here. Part of what I want to get into is the mind war, because the mind war is about, for them, it's about deception. But either way, the mind war is about information. And war, right? War is about destroying resistance. The bottom line is simple. It's about destroying resistance. When the resistance is destroyed, the war is over. And so they've been at war with us as a nation for 500 years. Okay? But they haven't got rid of all the resistance. As long as there's any resistance standing, the war is not over. So we'll examine the Christian legacy, because they're known by their works. So what's the Christian legacy? Before I do that, let me explain a couple of things, brothers and sisters. This will be short today. Otherwise, I won't exist tomorrow, because my wife asked me to do something I haven't done it yet. Okay. See this right here? It says, you will not return to get thorough knowledge. So you need to understand how things work. So what you have here is you got 2 different kinds. You got the Bible and you got the Quran. Now the Bible, it tells you it's sealed. So if it's sealed, unless you broke the seals, that means you have no idea what you're talking about. That's why all these people are in trouble. These preachers, these priests, all of them, they're all liars. Right? That's simple right there. If they tell you even Elijah Muhammad told you the book was under a veil. So if it's under a veil, if it's sealed, that means they don't know what they're talking about. That means they're deceiving people, because they tell you what they're talking about. That means they don't know what they're talking about. But then they tell you, you're supposed to depend on them and give them money and everything else. But by death, they don't know what they're talking about. Because it says the book is sealed. Daniel is sealed. Revelation is sealed. But they still talk about it. And they don't know what it means. It means they're lying. They're part of deception. You see? But you got the books there. Now, the way this works is, I'm going to give you a short version. The universe keeps changing. The seasons change, right? You got the weather seasons, right? And you got the Earth transition seasons, right? As the universe, transfers, as it expands and contracts, go in different phases, different seasons. And we know it takes 24,000 years for a complete cycle. So that's, you got 4 seasons there, each 6,000 years. That's why they talk about 6,000 years. So we just come out of a 6,000 year cycle. Anyway, you have these seasons. Some people call them cycles. You got these, or let's call cycles. You have these cycles of reality and seasons that we know, summer, fall, winter, spring. Those are weather cycles, right? You also got like cycles in life, like when you being formed in the womb, that's a cycle. Then you're born, then infant, and then, then next day, teenager, and then those cycles of life. So you got different cycles. So, but what scriptures deal with, right, is the earthly cycles in respect to the universe. So look at it from the point of view of just winter weather cycles. So you have winter, spring, summer, and fall. But those different cycles, and they require different levels of understanding, different modes of action to deal with them. A winter cycle, you have to have a different mentality for the summer. Okay? So they extend the book and say, okay, to define this cycle, right? And now thought is pressure. This environment we live in right now, it came from a mind. This is the reality we see right now came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. That's pressure, because thought is pressure. I'm not just saying it's fact. And this pressure is greater than any other pressure, so it's dominated Hinduism, Sunnism, and everything, because it's greater pressure. Greater pressure. And it was truth. Well, how make mystery shed blood? Because it was, remember, the winter truth is different from the summer truth. You might like it, but some person, they won't like the winter. So God said, because that was the truth, that was the season for that. So that's the truth is, if it's in sync with the season. See, the idea of truth is, they got you so messed up. The idea of truth and everything else is totally messed up. It's mathematics. We think mathematics, you don't have those problems. So Adam was the truth. And Iblis, who said, no, I'm going to keep doing what you told me, the old way that, make my prayers every time. He said, well, he was considered wicked, unrighteous. Because he didn't understand the seasonal change. And because of seasonal change, Adam was the truth for that period of time. Even though it make mystery, but he'd be the truth for it. So therefore, he's given a book, right, to show him how to be successful during that period of time. See, because I said, it's force. The whole reality is pressure, which is force spread out. You have to learn vectors. Vectors is a language of force. If you don't understand vectors, you don't understand anything. Because you understand the universe is based on force. Every action has opposite equal reaction, consequence. And vectors is language of force. So what happens is that you get a scripture. And where's the scripture? I said scripture's like a bomb. Well, the thing is scripture is like tells you how to manage your energy, right? Because you convert your energy to that form of pressure for that environment. Because this reality is different than the reality of 1,500 years ago. So this reality came out of the mind of Gog and Magog, and it's different than one 1,500 years ago. This is a new one. And it came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. And they was getting a sealed Bible. And remember, sealed Bible. So they don't understand what's in it, right? So they have to go what's on the top. They still got it. There's the depth of it, because it's sealed to them. So it's a book. It's a sealed version they're getting. So they're going to read the sealed aspect. It's still information. And it's designed, right? In other words, there's two sides to it. Like two sides of a coin. They only get one side. They can't see the other side. So this side say, okay, now this is the way you manage your energy. Because everybody gets the same amount of energy. So if they manage their energy this particular way, they're going to create a high pressure system which will blow away all lower pressure systems. See? And the angel tells you that the Quran is just the moon of the sealed Bible. That's the sun of this period. That's the moon of it. So it reflects, the moon reflects, and the Quran reflects the same ideas as in the sealed Bible. Women are inferior, that kind of stuff. Because this is the time of Adam. I don't want to go too deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is that they get that, and then someone has to take and ignite it, and then you have to fuel it. See, ignite a fire, but if you ignite it, it's no good if you don't have no fuel, or the fire just burn out. So like they have to get a book that's ignite it, accept it, right? And then have to, where do you get the fuel from? Well, it's them. The Prophet Muhammad he fueled the Quran. He was the fuel of the Quran. He was intimately connected with because it was his fuel, his energy that fueled it. That's what I'm saying. One person, all need high pressure overcomes low pressure. I don't care how much low pressure is. An ounce of high pressure will overcome tons and tons and tons of low pressure. It's just the way it is. It's infinite. High pressure overcomes low pressure, no matter how much low pressure there is. So when you see one person, and then you tell them, okay, here is the book. Your scripture, you follow the scripture here, and you apply you fuel it, and you're going to create a high pressure zone where it's going to blow away everything else, or everything that's there now. See? But someone has to fuel it. So Prophet Muhammad, he fueled it. Like Isa ibn Miriam, what you call Jesus, Moses, same thing. They had to fuel it. So in other words, the energy they get, everybody gets the same amount of energy, but they have to manage that away in that book. And then they create a high pressure situation, and it expands, eventually overtakes what the pressure system that just like the Quran took out the pressure system that existed before was the so-called Roman Empire. Took it out. Couldn't withstand the Islamic Empire. And then Magog came on scene 5 years ago and blew away the Islamic Empire. They took that book because they didn't have access to that book before. See, in Catholicism, only people had access to that book was the priests, the kings, the monks. Those say normal people didn't have access to it. The Protestant movement, I think it was Gutenberg Press, they started printing the books and they gave it, and then those people started reading the book and they started following what they thought was in it. Remember, it's a sealed book. So once they had the book, all of a sudden now, you're fueling based on what they get from that book, which it says you had a lesser light and a greater light. The greater light was first, according to Genesis, and lesser light was 500 years later. Everyone was 1,000 years and it was broken in two parts, day and night. If you look at it and you do the math, exactly when the angel was revealed, which what Arabs call the angel is called a gospel, and then 5 years later, right, the Quran. And the Quran blew away. But Prophet Muhammad had to fuel it. He had to live the life, follow what's in there, fuel it. So it depended on him. The Quran wasn't going to do anything by itself. He had to fuel it. Okay? So all these sects came about because after he left, right, they took their own interpretations and then they fueled their interpretations. They didn't fuel his interpretation. So you got all these different sects over there. That's another story. But it has to be fueled. And as you have, you take and manage that away. And same thing with the angel. It says nobody could ignite that book. Because it takes energy to ignite it. So it had to be something about you that allows you, it's something about you personally that allows you to ignite it. Because remember, that's still energy management itself. That had two come together. It's like it's a magnet. They draw you together because you're on that same wavelength already. That's how you ever get the book. You come together. then you ignite it, and then, but you got to put and the more energy you put in, right, 100%, rods start changing. And the thing is that, like toss the quality. I'm not going. I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, brothers and sisters. But like I said, you can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. So 1990, that's when the engine was ignited. And then take the message of the covenant and start fueling it. See, Elijah was given the supreme wisdom by Master Muhammad. He ignited. He came and said, I know who you are. Have you heard the story? Then he lived the life. Right? He applied his energy, focused energy on that. And he started changing things. He didn't have enough. That wasn't enough. It wasn't high enough. It wasn't able to overcome this system. Wasn't enough. That's why I say to prepare the way. Because remember, you got to keep fueling it. You take them out there and start, but once you start fueling the pressure, then it settles back down again. You got to keep fueling it. You got to keep taking energy and put into it. Keep it going. It's this explosion. So you keep that explosion getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But see, Elijah took it to a certain point, and then they take him out. They took him out of there. So when he took it out, right, he wasn't fueling anymore. So then it collapses. See the math there, brothers and sisters? It collapses because he wasn't fueling anymore. He wasn't putting his energy in anymore. It's not going to stay there by itself. It's got to be fueled. Then along comes Mr. Farrakhan. See, he's got a whole different idea. He's not fueling those books. He had the ability to do it anyway. Because remember, those books is the mind that you have to have. It tells you how to manage your mind, how to manage your energy. How to manage, that's the mind. That's ignited. You get the mind, tell you how to manage. That scripture telling you it's your mind. Mind is like software. It feeds information, hardware, your brain. So that scripture is the mind. So he gave him that mind, and then mind tells how to manage his energy. And Elijah Muhammad did it. And he caused things to change. He had an impact on the world. Now, if he had stayed, but he wasn't able to stay, plus it was issues too, his age and everything else. He was just prepared away. Okay. Remember, the ignited, he has to have, the mind has to be on that same wavelength. That's what Master Muhammad teaching gives him mind on that wavelength. That frequency. They're teaching for 3.5 years. You're up there. And then now you ignite it. Now fuel it. That's why they're teaching to get them to be able to ignite it. Ignite the lesson, understand what they mean, everything. Now fuel it. And he walked in and fueled it. So what happens? When he's not there anymore, it's not fueled, then the pressure collapses because he's not fueling anymore. Unless someone else steps in. But the point is, because Master Ram had to give him the new mind. Original mind. But Farrakhan doesn't have an original mind. He can't do it. He only sees things from a grafted way. So he sees all this as from a grafting point of view. So that's what he's fueling. And that's on the same level as this reality is here. That's why he don't want to change it. We're going to stay here. We ain't going anywhere. It goes on the same level. He fueled it. It's just to keep from being crushed on this level. Because if he can fuel it to the level, remember, he has so much pressure. If you feel it greater, then you blow away this. If it's less, you be crushed. But if it's equal, then you're okay. You walk in it. But it's equal. But you're not blown away. And that's what he's teaching. Because, hey, stay here. And those with him, if they listen to that stuff, right, they can make it here. Oh, Farrakhan, he helped me. I was being crushed. You see, I don't know if I try to, because some people get all messed up. He try to explain like this, but I tell you how it is, the mathematical way. Because it sounds like, hey, I'm helping him out. I'm just telling you how it is. I get actual facts so you can make the right decision. So the information he's giving them is how to survive on this level. Because the same pressure he's fueling, the same pressure the devil's fueling. So that's why you say things like you say. Devils ain't devils anymore. We got to stay here, right? See? We intimate with devil. You see what I'm saying? Because that's on the level his mind is. He can't do any better. That's what he's son of perdition. And it says they're deceiving, he's deceiving, because that's the quality of it. Since they're deceivers, he's deceivers too. That's the quality of it. Hope let me move on, Brown says that. I don't mean to get too deep, but let me move on. Oh yeah, definitely. Wow. I'm not going to get this in, brothers and sisters. Time go by so fast. I can't believe that went that fast. So what happens is that in 1990, right, it said the Lamb would ignite the angel, same wavelength, because life is living everything else, put in that wavelength, so he was the only one able to do it, and then start fueling it. And so now, since 1990, the world's changed dramatically. And the thing is, like I said, you may see the wind, but you see the effects of it. So right now, you see, this reality is getting more and more troubled ever since 1990. More and more trouble, more and more trouble. You see what I'm saying? Because it's changing it. The pressure's greater, right? And they keep fueling it. And the only way they can stop it is they have to stop what's fueling it. But they can't do that because high pressure, they low pressure. There's nothing they can do to stop, except if they can trick them into lowering this pressure. And if they trick them to lower this pressure, lowering this, they can crush them real quick, and that'd be the end of it. So the book and the person, they like husband and wife. See? They're on the same wavelength, but one ignited, and then you got to fuel it. Your life, what you're doing. You can take all your energy, actually 100%, and put it into that. And then you create a high pressure zone, which starts blowing away the low pressure zone. Let me show you. I'm going to have to do it in two parts to go, sisters. Okay. See, like this. See? Because that's what the engine's doing. He's fueling it, and then you got the pressure waves going out. And the higher pressure waves than the pressure waves that, because they're putting pressure waves out all the time too. You hear the news media, that's pressure waves. The news media, the education, all that's pressure waves, that's thought waves. They call it thought waves, right? Brain waves? It's pressure waves. And this is greater than that. But you keep fueling it, and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Keep fueling it. But if I stop fueling it, then it collapses. See? I've never explained to you that way, but a lot of things I didn't. I keep telling me I stop assuming. You got to fuel it. It's not going to just sit there by itself. If I go away, it stops. If I stop doing it, it stops. I'm not going to do that. And the only way they can't make me do it, they can deceive me into I'm shutting myself down. And then once I do, they would high pressure. The high pressure got lower than theirs, crush me. That'll be the end of it. Angel and the lamb are one and the same. Okay? It tells them how to manage your energy so you have a high pressure zone. And when you see it, then you also see things changing around you. The pressure of reality is starting to, That's why you're in trouble right now, economic, in every form. It's not, it don't happen by itself. Somebody in trouble, they're in trouble just because of mystery God. In trouble because there's a force putting them in trouble. Every action has an opposite reaction. So if they react, you got to say, it must be a force that's causing their action. So if everything is declining, economy and everything is in trouble and wars and all that kind of stuff, that means there must be a force that's causing that. I don't know if I get that through to you. So if America's in trouble and they got all these problems, that's why they vote Trump, to get them out of trouble, to make America great again. He said, we're in trouble. If they was doing great and their system was greater, then they'd be doing great. They're comfortable, economy was great, good, everybody's at peace, right? And wealth and everything, if theirs was greater. But the fact is, they're getting worse every day, and the world's getting more troubled every day. That means there's got to be a force that's doing that. That means new reality is coming in and crushing this reality. So the question is, where's that reality coming from? Where is it? Who is it? It's not just global warming. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna have to close. Previous. Okay, good. I didn't realize. I tell you, brothers and sisters. I didn't realize. And so when you read the story, I'm not going to Mount, it tells you. See, these things are clear. Right? Well, this past reality was clearer than the previous thought. That was clear. It doesn't matter. Look, just look at it like high pressure overcomes low pressure. Whether it's clear, dirty, or whatever, if it's higher pressure, will overcome lower pressure. Dirty water, high pressure air. Well, I shouldn't say high pressure. Well, I said it shouldn't. Well, that's not totally correct, right? I mean, you put water under pressure, right? Okay, put it that way. It could be dirty water. If it's high pressure, it's going to overcome clean water that's low pressure. This is the way it is. So maybe they make myths shed blood, but during this time, this season, and because of their nature, they had higher pressure. So therefore, it would come to blow away. Like that's why I said, why they let the wicked overcome the righteous? I think Abraham asked that. Some prophet asked that. So I think it was some prophet asked that in the Bible. Okay? So they couldn't understand how come the wicked, because they don't understand how the universe works. It's high pressure, low pressure. Understand that, and then look at the quality and look at the season, and then you start seeing stuff make sense. So when the season was in, that means that it was a negative season, and so negative people would rule in negative season. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm part 2 tomorrow. I'm going to have to go into more details. I had something to do today, and I hadn't finished it. Right? But let me give a brief. See, God can make out here 5 years. And their pressure was higher than everybody's. They overcame all the nations. The world empires overcame Hinduism, Buddhism, Sunnism, all of it. Even the Catholic Church, all of it. Because high pressure. But now, the engine's on the scene, seal's broken, right? Messenger of the Covenant, he broke those seals, ignited, and now he's fueling it. Because he's telling them how to fuel his energy, how to manage his energy, rather. How to manage your energy. So he's fueling based on the guidelines in the book. You understand? And he did that. Create high pressure zone, but you got to keep fueling it. And the zone gets bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And no one can stand against it. So it means it's pushing, it's like you're in an elevator and it's crowded and you push a little bit, right? Everybody's getting tense, you push a little more, right? Push a little more. Everybody after a while, man, you're in a fight. Right? Because everybody's against the wall, and you're in a fight. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's happening now. because it's going to be a war. That's why it's. You see, it's getting hotter. They know it's going to blow up in a minute. You understand, brothers and sisters? But the short version is, it said, knowing by the works. Now, what's the works of Christianity? See, they can't answer that question. Oh, Christianity good for the world. How was it good for the world? Slave. What has this world been like the last 5 years? Slavery, murder, genocide, theft. That's been characterized whole reality for the last 5 years. Okay. Well, see how evil and wicked they are? Yeah. They are now. When the judgment comes, but during that time, they weren't wicked. They were unrighteous. Because Adam was a righteous, as long as he didn't touch that tree, like I said, what he said, do not touch that tree, that you become unjust. That means he wasn't unjust till he touched that tree. So his mission to shed blood was just for his period. But then it said judgment will take place after 40 years. So now that his time is over. So if those actions now out of sync, because during his time, the actions of the jinn, which are the Sunni Arabs, was sinful, out of sync. They was kind of getting their ass whooped. They had not one victory during that time. But they was the righteous. No, see, your thinking is all wrong. And that's what Suleiman's here to straighten out, give you mind. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I had a lot more to say, but I'll leave you with that. That's a lot right there to think about. You got to fuel it. And that's why I said the only thing they can do is trick me into lowering my pressure by not distracting. Remember, it takes energy. So I give 100% energy into this. If I start giving 50%, that means they're going to lower my pressure. Is that enough for their pressure to overtake mine? Because once it does, they eliminate me because they're high pressure, they're low pressure. That means they crush me, eat me, and nothing I can do about it. So how would they do that? They send people over for all kinds of ways to distract me. See? That's what it is. So whether they do it intentionally or unintentionally, it doesn't matter. The effect is the same. Right? So at this point, case closed on that. Nope. We'll not accept any more distraction on that level or just get rid of it. Because that's the purpose of it. Because in the end, it says, I talked about this, it says, Suleiman will be betrayed. Son of man will be betrayed. And put to death. What does that mean? I know what it means. It's not going to work. But to say it was raised to life. Right? But the thing is that anybody's distraction is the enemy. I don't care what they say, they're the enemy. Because they're taking distracting energy they're against the angel. Because the angel is bringing a new, like, a woman pregnant, right? And she eats something that's wrong, it's going to mess the baby up. And the baby come out all messed up. That's not going to happen here. Anybody if you're not fueling this, you're enemy to it. If you're not fire, you're fuel for the fire. So if you come here distracting, that means you're telling me, don't cause me not to focus on energy. And so therefore you're weakening the vibrations, the angel message, you're lowering the pressure. Anytime you lower the pressure, because this pressure is changes reality, but it's also helping my people. Because it's getting protection from them. Because this reality is getting weaker, so it has to just use more energy to try to stop this. So I don't have so much energy to mess with them that much anymore. Because now they're doing everything they can to stop. Like in an elevator, everybody's worried about what happened to everything else. You stop pushing, they ain't worried about the only thing worried about is you pushing, man. Man, you're taking all the room, you're pushing. So you have to focus on that. So if you a distraction and you out there talking about you over here come in my house and with all your BS and you got attitude, you got to go. Because you're doing a purpose or unpurpose, it doesn't matter. The effect is still the same. I got to focus all my energy just to make this happen. I have to fuel it with the energy I get. Now, I haven't really explained that to you that deeply, but I'm telling you right now. It has to be fueled by somewhere. That's why you pick one person, and that person has to live the life of it, to fuel it. If they don't fuel it, you hear about some prophets get killed or whatever, because they got tricked into lowering their pressure. They try to trick Prophet Muhammad lower his pressure. He said they try to, why don't you be more pliant? It says in the Quran. They don't say lower pressure, but you understand what they're saying. They told him, why don't you ease up? See? So they come in, oh, this, you want to change things, I don't like you said this, and Elijah said all that kind of stuff. Get the hell out of here. Because I'm throwing your ass out, and I'm letting you back in. I don't have time for that. It's a war. Resistance. That's what war is about, overcoming resistance. And you part of the resistance, so you're the enemy. Assalamu alaikum. The mission. My mission, brothers and sisters, let's be clear here. Perfectly clear. My mission, the mission of the Message of the Covenant, in the most simplest way to explain it, right, is to take and rid you of your enemies, right? Restore you, thorough knowledge of self, restore you to yourself, acting other than yourself, restore you to yourself, and get you home if you're willing. That's it. No one's here to tell you what to do. No one's here to control you. It has to be your decision. It's my mission. It's not to get followers. Not one time since I've been on this mission for over 30 years have I asked anybody to follow me anywhere. I never asked anyone to invite. I never invited anyone into my house, so to speak. I never invited anybody to participate. Never asked anybody for any money. Not one time. That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. So, use an analogy. If I have a house and you uninvited guests, and you come knock on the door, it has to be let in, right? Then if you have sense, then you respect the house. First of all, you wasn't invited, but it has to be let in. Let in, you respect the house. You follow the rules of the house, right? But you want to come in, and then start wanting to change things around. This ain't right, that ain't right. It should be like this. Come with attitudes. Get the F out of my goddamn house. I didn't ask you to come in to begin with. You knocked on the door. There was no sign that say, please come in. There was no sign on the door like that. All you saw was information going out. A loudspeaker, pumping information out. But I asked you to come in. That's simple to say. So if somebody came into your house and knocked on the door, first of all, who are you? Okay, and you nice enough to allow her in, what would you do? They're going to start shitting on you, telling you what you do, and, you shouldn't be doing this, and messing up your furniture, and marking your walls up, and pissing on your floor, and so forth, so on, making a mess. What would you do? Tell them to get the hell out. Get attitude and what the hell are you there for? Nobody asked you to come here. No one asked you to come here. That's not my mission. Elijah's mission was to take and baptize you in water. In other words, take you and like you bathe a baby, take care of you and stick with you. And Master Brahman told him, said, you got a hard job because you got to be patient. Because he has to prepare these people for the message of the covenant. But that's not my mission at all. Not even close. Because once I accomplish my mission, right, then as it says, we come together because my mission is to remove that which is separating us. Because we're connected by nature. And the man of Mark, he came to Son of Man because by his nature, not by his mind. I often use the parable description of saying the Son of Man is like a body's comatose, and he's the brain. He's alert. He's awake. But the body's dead. The body's comatose. It's paralyzed. He's trying to activate the body again. So the body is his. He's part of it. He's conscious of it. He's trying to revive it. You see? But it's paralyzed. So why is it paralyzed? You got to remove what's paralyzing it. And that's my mission. Because once I move what's paralyzing it, then the body comes alive, starts moving. That's my mission. That's it. Clean it up, inwardly and outwardly, and get them home. Restore you. It's my mission. So let me go a little further to this, brothers. This is a special presentation, right? Not my normal one, because I'm going to make this clear. Because over the years, I get people coming here with their bullshit. Drop the bomb on you, F-bomb on you. Hell out of here. If I ask you to come here, tell me what I should be doing, what somebody else did, I don't need that. I didn't ask you to come here. My mission is not to do what Elijah did. It says Elijah had a mission, a preparation mission. There are two different missions. It's not me to do his mission. His mission was prepare the way for this. His job was prepare the way for this mission. So I'll make this very clear. Zero tolerance. Like I said, if you fire, you will not be burnt by fire. You'll be invigorated by fire, inspired by fire. But if you're not fired, then you fuel for fire. And how you know? Because as soon as you come into contact with the fire, it's going to two things happen. You get brighter, your flame gets brighter because now you're adding fire to fire. Or you say, ooh, you get all, you know, because you've been burnt. That means you ain't fire. You're fuel for fire. Either way, we'll use you. It's like a child. You know, if you analyze these things, you know, you have a child and you want them to do something, right? And then man start pouting. Well, see, that's their way of controlling you. What they're telling you is they're only going to be happy if you do it they want you to do. You see? And we got people like that falls in that category, you know, and get on. We don't care about, get out of here. Take your pouting and bullshit someplace else. Take your bad attitude someplace else. I ask you to come here. You're being warned because you got some bad road coming to you. You're gonna be going down some bad road in a minute. Get the hell out of here. I don't care about your attitudes, your wants and dislikes. You come here. If you don't like what you see here, get the hell out. I ain't asking anybody to come here to change anything. If you don't like what it is here, get the hell out. Get away fast as you can, because you're going to get burnt. That's why acting like that, because it's burning you. That's how you know they shouldn't be there, because it's upset and it's burning them. They're not fire. And this is all about fire. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let me point out a few things here. Okay? That's why you have soap and fire. Soap to clean you up outwardly. Fire inwardly. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, let's look a little further here. See, outwardly. See, they're cleaning shit off of you. It's causing you to stink and smell and everything, right? Well, that's the demons, the devil, Satan. See? They're the ones act you, because, you know, right? If you stink and smelling stuff, and now people acting like they're acting, that's what it says. Because of these things. It ain't their fault. That's what Farrakhan said. Oh, no, it's them. They're the vectors that's causing the problem. Outwardly. And so that's his job, to remove the outward soap. The demon, the devils, Satan, false Israel. See? Clean off outwardly. That's what's causing you act. Because those vectors there. You move those vectors. Now you clean outwardly. That's why it says soap. It comes with soap and fire. You don't use soap and fire together. Okay? Then once that happens, right, separate them out away from you, because they're all over. You can't recognize. Look how filthy they are, because they're covered with demons and devils and Satan, Hollywood, and all this, and demons who pretending to look like you, but they ain't you. Setting the false examples and carrying on. Remove all that. That's the soap part, and then the fire comes. That's the inwardly. Now you get your mind, your vision, and get your home. And this gets into tribulation. That's the fire. You got to get your mind. After you clean that other stuff off, now you got to get the fire. It's a true vision. So they had a bad vision for you. Or they had no vision at all. Setting the false examples in current. That's why it says fire and soap. And this is directed towards the Levites. See, when you understand angel key, the elect, they still go. They're pure. They didn't get corrupt. So you don't have to go through this process. The Levites had to. Okay? See, the gold, they got it. They had 30 years to, if there was any problems, they got it. They wasn't affected. That's why it was out. It was clean. It was pure. They had to require any soap or fire. See? So they couldn't be deceived. But the Levites they were. And so they had to be clean up like gold. See, it says, like the gold. But that means, right, they had to be original. So in the process of cleaning, right, that's where you're going to separate the demons out, because now it look like you can mix, they all mix together, and he has to separate them. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. That process. Now we have I can't go into much detail because it's still too late. It's still too early, right? But we got demons and the Nephilim. I think I'm saying it right. Nephilim. Who's the Nephilim? And devils, and hypocrites, sellouts. But who's the Nephilim? See, the opposite of the demons. That's what the Bible called them, Nephilim. Oh, that's from Muhammad said Nephilim. The Shia are Nephilim. Original, but white skin. See? Now, that's why we have to be careful to use the words, because it's my job to get the original black people. And the Nephilim, we have a lot of those here too. I talked about that, but I said I would not reveal exactly all the details about that. I'm about to do it, but not quite yet. Because they have to be separated differently from the demons. See, I talk about centrifuge. If you understand how centrifuge work, see, most of us have no idea about it. These things, we don't look into it and say, because when I hear something I've heard before, I try to look into it and understand what it is. Instead of just say, oh, that's a centrifuge, and you don't know what a centrifuge is and what it does. I guarantee 90% of our people have no idea what a centrifuge is. They may know the word, they don't know what it does. So when you put pressure on something, everything responds to pressure differently, depends on their structure. right? They may look alike, but that's just on the surface. It's the structure that is affected by, or the nature that's affected by the pressure. And what centrifuges do, and I need to look that up actually, but the way I understand it, I mean, I understand how centrifuges work, but the reason why they need it, because when you get uranium or whatever they're trying to separate, it's mixed with something that's similar to it, but it's not it. You see? So the uranium has a certain property, certain nature, and you could use that to make a bomb. But there's other stuff, right? It just looks like it, but it doesn't have an effect. Like, well, I guess salt and sugar looks alike, right? But they have two different natures. If you mix them together, how would you separate them? Okay? You could separate them because they both respond to different pressures too. So what happens is you put and a centrifuge spins it around faster and fast, and when it spins it around, right, that means that's putting pressure on it. If you understand, we put centrifugal force. Remember, pressure is force. When you spin around, you create a force called centrifugal force, circular force. That's why I call it centrifugal, circular force. But force is pressure. So what happens is that you spin it fast enough, and then one's going to respond one way, one's respond up. So one will move more towards the surface, and one will stay closer to the center because they're different, respond differently. And so when that happens, then you move the uranium out. Because if you store it back down, they're going to mix back together again and pull it out. And that's one way of doing it. And so Elijah was told, right, because the demons in the original, they look alike. So how do you separate them? They told Elijah, you can't do it. The pressure's not good. You don't have enough wisdom to do it. You don't have enough. You can't create the pressure that's needed to cause that separation. So he was told, if you understand Angel Key, to preach to both of them. They said, well, we got chaff amongst the wheat. He said, no, don't try to separate them. Don't you try to do it. Mr. Covenant would do it. Suleiman would do it. Because the pressure has to be tense enough. You know, it says, when the four winds blow, see, you know, why it says wind? Wind is pressure. See, intense pressure. That's no, I don't want to go there, brothers and sisters. But the point is that it's telling you that at that time the pressure is great enough. Because when you put centrifuges in, it has to go fast enough. If it goes slowly, you ain't gonna get separation. You have to find how much pressure you have to be before you get the separation. So therefore, you know how fast you got to spin to get the thing spinning. Lower than that, it won't do it. Right? So how much pressure is it going to take to separate the demons from the saints, so to speak? See? And that pressure comes when the war starts. Because then they're able to separate them. Because you see in the Exodus, where Moses is able to say, those with the Lord come with me, and the sons of Levi came with them. See, you got to understand what they're saying there. Because they was during the war. It says there was a time of war, but there was no victory or defeat. So during the war, that became possible. Because they was all mixed in together. He said, those with the Lord come with me. See, you don't understand these things. But that was at that time, that was the force became enough to make that separation. But before, they was all mixed in. Okay? And when he came, him and Moses but see, Moses, see, that represents the fourth wind. So he's one of the winds. And Joshua's with him. See, I don't really want to talk to Angel Keybell. Says I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. Because the Lord, that means those with Joshua. Mention of the covenant, come with me. See? So I'm putting enough force to allow you to separate and go with Joshua. You get it? Because he's one of the winds. He's the fourth wind. So now that fourth wind was enough force to separate him. That's why I said, I tell you don't understand the angel. I said so much more that you don't see. He's the fourth wind. So he's saying he's the one that those was Lord. So in other words, that wind was powerful. The pressure was great enough for that fourth wind to separate them. Give it to Joshua. That's what it's saying, and mathematically. It says so much I can't talk to you because you don't know the math, you don't any stuff, so I say it. And you probably don't understand that either. That's why it's the fourth wind. He's the fourth wind that does it. And now the pressure was great enough to him, the fourth wind, to separate and give it to Joshua. The Levites, separate from the demons. Mm-hmm. But see, the thing about that is, as I told you, at that point, right, that's when they attack. And then the winds blow. So the pressure's great at times. But it says they attack all blacks. And that caused all the pressure on the blacks. See? Because they attack all blacks. Right? So they come together, but then the pressure's great enough to separate them. They're all together. However, you can't separate the Nephilim like that because they're not black. Because they're going to attack all blacks, black skin. So that means the demons, and then they come together, then you can separate them. But Nephilim, they're not affected by that. But we still got to get them, they're our people. And it gets complicated because some of the Nephilim don't know, like some of the demons don't know they're demons, and some of the Nephilim don't know they're original. But it don't matter when you put it in a centrifuge, like I said, right? And you get speed high enough, it doesn't matter what they know and what you know, what you don't know. The force is going to cause you to separate. So we're going to take a different procedure to separate the Nephilim from the devils, because they're going to attack all devils. See, I said so much I haven't told you, brothers and sisters. The Nephilim won't be, they'll be have to separate it, but not separate like that. And actually, I mentioned that earlier, a while back. I said, you got a lot of people out there that's really rich and don't know it. Some of them know it, and some of them don't know it. But they won't be separated in that manner because they're going to attack all blacks, the precious on. And so they don't look like whites. And some of them know they're Nephilim, and some don't know they're Nephilim. Like some demons don't know they're demons, and some do know they're demons. Let's look at this psychology of the demons. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't have time to be monitored because I got a lot of work to do. I'm the one that has to figure all this out. No one else. Right? No one in heaven or earth, no one else could do it. Not even the God. He's the only. That's why he has to do it and then give it to. And he said, then give it to him. So I don't have time for this stuff. And look at this demon situation. Now, a demon it can be more complicated than you know. Because a demon is someone who has like Farrakhan's follows the devil. So he's really a devil by nature. But you got some demons, right? That follows black. Black. That's why I say you have to use the right terminology. That follows black, but not original. So they think they're original because their father was black, but their father was a demon, and his father may not know his father may not even know he was a demon. Because see, his great grandfather on his parental side, slave master's son, right? But now he's still a slave, but he's slave master's son. He may be light, he might be white complected. But he may be dark, but still, he got that devil gene in him. So maybe, right? So, whether light or dark, right, he's still. So he married, so he ended up with a black woman. So now the next child is black skin, but they may not know that his grandfather was a devil. And how many generations that go down? On the male side. So now I say, my father was black. Yeah, he might be black, but he still may have been a demon. You see what I'm saying? So you think you're black. You think you're, and you're not. You don't know it. You got to trace all the way back, foul. Trace our lineage. Oh man, my great grandfather. What's this guy? What's that star? The guy played Batman. What's his name? I can't think what his name is. He thought it was really liberal and everything else. I can't think his name. I think it started with N or something. And he went to the background check, found his grandfather was a slave master. He shut it down real fast. He's a big star. I can't think his name is. I think he played an accountant or something. Anyway, I don't know if you heard that story. He said, he's going to go back. So, because I ain't had nothing to do with slavery and that kind of stuff. He looked back, found his grandfather. They were slavers. Then he shut that down real fast. You see the problem there? So now, when you go back to the civil rights movement, then you start understanding it better. Because now you got this person here. Their nature, they want to be around. They want to be around devils because that's their nature. But they're black. And the devils don't want to be around because they don't want a nigga around me because they look at skin color. So the person, they don't know that they're original. I mean, they don't know they're devils. They think they're original because they're black. So, but they want to be around. They want to be around devils. But devils reject them. So then they go around black people, original black people, because they look the same as them. And they can't find peace with them either because they don't agree with them. They don't like what they're talking about. They got in conflict with them all the time. They like ghosts. They're right trying to find a home. They can't find one because they go to the white people. They don't want them because they're black skin. They go around to the rich people. They don't want them because their nature conflict, man. They talking stuff. They don't hear that stuff they're talking about. So they get kicked out of almost every place they go because they can't find peace over here with them because they don't want them. And they can't find peace over these because they ain't talking, man, oh man, y'all don't look, how come y'all don't love America? Let's go fight. They don't hear that shit. See what I'm saying? So they're like lost. You see? They can't find their place because they don't know who they are. They can't find their place in the world. See? So we have demons like that. The demons don't know it. They can't find their place. They can't find a place around devils who they want to be around. And they're around these black folks they don't want to be around. But they look like them. So they go, see what I'm saying? So you got a problem. Now those are the ones don't know. But some demons do know. Now what's their attitude going to be? They know they want to be around, they know they're devils, but they like being around devils, but devils be around them. So they want to force it. Let's march. Let's have immigration, civil rights movement. We're going to force daddy to love us. We want to be around daddy. You see what I'm saying? See the attitude? So they know they're demons, and because they want to be around them, they're going to stand for it. See, they know they're demons, they know that you know, that's what they want to be around. And they're going to fight. They're going to fight their way in. The other ones, they don't know. So they don't know. Should I be over here? Should I be over here? You know, I'm black. But I ain't like them. You know, I'm like them, but I'm black. You know what I'm saying? I'm like the devils, but I'm black. Right? But I ain't like these. Right? But I'm black. I'm like black like them. But I ain't like them. See? I don't like being around them. I like being around them, they don't want me. You see, I'm lost. But the other ones, they're going to fight their way in. Immigration, I'm going to live next door to you and everything else. Because they know they say what they want to be with. They don't want to be with you. I mean, you look like you don't want to be with you. I'm a married white girl, I'm a married white man, I don't want to be with you. You see, it's like, that's what somebody got to deal with. He got to separate all that out. And Nephilim got similar problems. Here they are. They're white skinned, but they want to be around black people, original people. You see? And when they're around white people, they don't like being around them. So they have conflict with white people. And that's the same thing. If they know the Nephilim, or if they don't know, they got the same problem. They don't know the Nephilim. Right? So they vagabonds too, man. Okay? They can't find their place. I look like them, but man, I can't get along with them. I don't look like them, but I want to be with them, and they don't want to be with me because I don't look like them. That's why I have time for this bullshit. That's all things we have to deal with. See? And see, I know these things. You don't know these things, so I know what I'm dealing with here. I see what I'm dealing with. How people act, reacting. That's why I try to make it simple to you, saying, if I say something and you act all, that means you ain't one of us. You fuel for the fire, because you're not fire. You fuel for the fire. See, it's like this thing about females. See, the devil's idea, because that's what it tells you right in the scripture. Their idea that females is inferior. It's right there in this whole story of Adam. She was told to be his helpmate. He was superior. And remember, the Quran is the, when you see, they don't understand these things. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. The angel tells you that the Quran is the moon of the sun, which is a sealed scripture. So the moon, if it's the moon, it just reflects what the sun does. So you're going to see the same ideas in the Quran that reflects what that is, because that's part of Adam's rule. So it's going to reflect what's in the sun. And the sun is a sealed Bible. So they say, well, a man is a degree above the women. But when you get to the real sun, that's replacing that. It tells you, no, they're equal. Male and female gods. So that's one thing, because the devil mind, that's their mind, that's their nature. See, they gave us they gave us their mind, right? But the mind we have is really reflected their mind. This whole reality came out of their mind, and our reality is coming out of our mind. And the angel is a nuclear bomb, because it's one reality. It's like the spring reality is going to destroy the winter reality. So the angel is the mind, the new mind, that's going to destroy the old mind. It's more powerful. So the angel is like a mind, a bomb that was set there and nobody knew how to ignite it. It was a new reality. The angel is the new reality that was sitting there, and nobody knew how to explode it. And soon my coming, he ignited, and so now it's exploding. And now you got the conflict between the old reality. That's why this reality is in trouble, because that new reality is exploding and it has greater pressure, so it's exploding. And now this, right, it's pushing this old reality, the old reality out of, it's crushing it. That's why it's in trouble. Angel's causing that. So why exploded? He don't need anybody's help. He didn't ask for anybody's help. He knows what he's doing. High pressure overcomes low pressure. Only thing low pressure can do is try to resist the expansion of the high pressure. But it cannot do it, but it's going to try. And it's just like the sun. You know, actually the sun is exploding. I don't know, but see, you see explosion like instantly. What if something takes 1,000 years to explode? The sun's exploding. We think energy explosion means something expanding. Energy is being released. But how fast is it? It's just how fast it does it. The sun's doing it on a real slow method. It takes billion years, but it's doing it. Energy's coming out of it, ain't it? That means exploding. The light coming out of energy is exploding. It just takes a long time to do it. So the energy exploding. Information's coming out. You see? It's blowing away everything in its path. It's high pressure. And so he keep on, that's what I'm saying. It keep on, because he got plenty of energy, because long as Suleiman right? He's taking that energy and converting it into angel power, angel energy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's good, how you can manage your energy. So he's taking his energy that he gets and converting it into angel energy, which is explosive. It's higher pressure than their mind is. So it's blowing away their mind. See? And when it does that, that makes blowing away their mind is part of the soul process. The things that's keeping you, got you all messed up. American dream, the demons, all that stuff. Blowing away that. Outwardly. Now after outwardly is gone, then inwardly. Now burn up all get the cancer out of you, all right? The inwardly stuff. Get your mind. That's inwardly stuff. After you clean like a diamond, right? It's a diamond, you gotta, when you first find a diamond, it's in the dirt, it's got dirt and shit all over it, so you clean all that off of it. And then, but it's raw. And now you gotta cut it, make it, give it form. You don't find a diamond that look like a triangle like you see in the store. No, that's gotta be cut. Look like that. It's just like, it looks like a piece of coal. It's just, a diamond you can it look like a rock or something, but or just right. You see the diamond, you see the light and everything in it, but it's raw. You got to chill and put it back in it, give it form. That's what true relation does. Give your own mind, give it the right mind, and everything else. You understand, brother and sister? That's right. And see, so that's what I'm doing. Then you got the hypocrites. Well, those original people that are so corrupt, you can't do anything with them. But the demons also fall in that. The demons are hypocritical by nature. Because they got two natures they're struggling against. And hypocrite what? You're saying one thing, doing another? You see? So you say, if you say, they come around, you say, okay, remember, the original mind says, once you got your mind, but the original mind knows that the male and the female are equal. But the devil mind don't see that. They see the males is superior. So you get the demon mind come around you, remember they conflicted, hypocritical by nature. And so you can identify them right away because you say the male's, his nature going to tell him that's not right. He's going to get third-degree burns. Man, you can't go. Because nature tells him that's wrong. Because his nature says the male is superior. It's right there. That's the way it was built. They tell you Adam and Eve's story. They tell you the nature of the two. Male was first. Female was afterthought. She's supposed to help meet to him. She's supposed to submit to this. What the Seal Bible say? Submit to your husband. Why? Because that's the grafted mind sees it. They're recessive. It's in their nature. So if you tell them, hey, they're equal, they rebel against that because their nature, that goes against their nature. So they got three to get burned. Amen. See, because they burn, the fires burn them up. They're getting bruised. See, it's going to bother them because it's burning them. That fire is burning them. But the original mind won't have that response. At first, it's going to be a little uncomfortable because they still got that devil mind. It's kind of like go against that devil mind, but that ain't their mind. Their nature will accept it. It's their mind that got the problem with. But their nature will accept it. See? But with that demon, it's the other way around. His nature will not accept it. His mind says, but his nature will go against it. That's why he get the burns from. Because it's going against his nature. They're going to say, nah, man. Then I'm saying, once you get your mind back, you start seeing these things clearly. See, I see these things totally clear, but you don't because you still have, how can you see it? You still, it's just the lens of the devil mind. It's still looking from the lens of the false of the sealed Bible. See things I'm revealing to you now. If you think about it, that you see it. You see it. The original mind won't have no problem with it at all. It's like I said, it's going to be a conflict with their mind, but his nature's not going to rebel against it. So he's not going to get burnt. But demon will burn. You got to, oh man, look, you got to burn, man. I got burn marks. Because nature's going to rebel against that. Because he's the devil. And devil's nature tells you right in Genesis, the female is inferior. And the Quran, which is the moon of that, says the same thing. Remember, that's why you understand what the Quran is. And I'm saying the Quran's not wrong, but it's for the season. It's for that season. Made the sun and the greater light and the lesser light. And it was 500 years apart. Because every period was 1,000 years. And it was a day and a night. And each one 500 years apart. And the Quran came exactly 500 years after the sealed Bible, sealed angel was revealed. Exactly like it says in Genesis. See, so they don't know, like I said, they don't know a goddamn thing. They can't touch this because this pressure is so powerful. You can't touch any of this stuff because when you understand this, look at that, say they don't know anything. That means their pressure is very low compared to this. That means they can't stand against it. So if all he needs, he got high pressure, he don't need any help. So if you come in the house and you say, well, that means, okay, if you're going to help, you're going to increase the pressure, that means you come in to help, that means you're going to be positive. You're not a pushmobile that's trying to slow down the pressure, weaken the pressure of the angel. That's what you're trying to do by getting in the way, lowering it, causing disruption. Because remember, the pressure, he's taking his energy and converting it to pressure, convert to the angel pressure. But here you got to convert some of his energy to dealing with you. You see? Mess with your mess. Having to battle with you. Waste time talking to you. That means you're slowing the pressure, you're weakening the pressure that's like you throw a rock in the sea. Okay, you got the waves going out. You keep throwing a rock. But also so the waves, you keep that pressure going, building up. But then you'll come in, we'll throw a rock today, or get in the way of the rock, or throw a lesser rock. Okay? That's what you're doing. So you weaken the pressure of the angel. Because you're diverting the energy to you. And so no more of that. So I made my final move on that. I gave it to someone who could deal with that, so I don't have to be distracted anymore. If they can't do it, just shut down. Because you're not helping. If that doesn't work, it's shut down. Period. If you understand what I just explained to you. Okay? Because he's converting, that's the energy. Remember, if you have centrifuge, you got to get that centrifuge up to a certain speed to make that separation happen. But if you slow down, then separation won't happen or you shut off. If you get up to speed and then shut off, it comes back together. No, once you get up that speed, you got to remove it. Otherwise, if you slow it down, they come back together again. Can't have that. Right? And that's where he's converting the energy he gets to high pressure, because he's the only one who can do that, to the high pressure of the angel. So if he stops, now I know they'll come and try. See, the thing is, they can't stop. Low pressure cannot defeat high pressure. Only thing they can do is to trick the high pressure to lower this pressure. I've talked about this before. So when they come in, they either sent in by low pressure, tell them low pressure, turn the heat down. Because remember, it depends on me converting my energy to angel energy, the quality. But if I'm out here scratching my ass, playing pity pat, and with your dumb ass, all that bullshit, then that's not happening, is it? It's not energy come from nowhere. The bomb was there. Somebody had to come and convert their energy into that energy, but first had to unlock that energy. So you know energy you need to convert it to. So he came along and said, okay, broke the seals, that's okay, that's the level of pressure you need. So now you have defeated. So now you got to take your energy, who is worthy, that you have, and convert it to that energy. Now you got the high pressure system going. And that, as long as you keep feeding it, their energy keeps growing, stronger, get bigger, and it's defeated the lower energy. Because they also converting their energy to that lower energy, but that's the only energy they converted to. They don't have any model to convert it higher. They convert, remember they're going, both of us going, they convert the energy to that level, they don't convert it to this level. So you got the war going between the two. It's a mind war. So they're feeding that, and I'm feeding this. But then they say, hey, can we slow it down? Send Farrakhan there, slow the energy down. Make it weaker. Lower the pressure. Because, you know, Jesus or some spirit out there doing it, he has to convert his energy to that. As long as he converts his energy to higher pressure, there's nothing they can do to him because they can't overcome high pressure. All they can do is try to slow it down, send people in with their bullshit to have me distract my energy to something else so I don't convert to angel energy. And if I'm fool enough to do it enough, my energy gets low enough, then they can get me. If my energy drops lower than theirs, then they can take me out. And I ain't gonna let that happen. Because it says, I mean, that's something I haven't talked about. Because they're gonna make a very serious attempt in a minute. See, it says, some are betrayed. The Son of Man will be betrayed in the hands of men and put to death. Oh boy, if you understood the injury, you'd understand what that means. It said, woe to that one that betrayed him. See? But he'll be raised. He'd come out of it and destroy that one that betrayed him. See, I understand what that means exactly. And they're trying to set me up for that. Because the only way it will work is my energy level has to drop low enough. And at one moment, it's low enough, then it's done. I have to drop lower than theirs. And that's not going to happen. And they got people sitting in to do that. And I'm not supposed to know it. I see it. I'm not going to be distracted anymore. I said the fire's on. It's up. I'm not going to be distracted anymore. Like I said, I put it over there. So if they're part of that, they can't touch me. If that don't work, I'm shut down. That's the alternative. That's what I came with. You'll handle it, but you better be handling it right. Otherwise, shut it down. Because I'm not going to be distracted anymore. Because I'm distracted. Right? And those are people out there that's blocking everything. Hey, I'm not having a problem with that. Because this pressure's crushing them. They resist. Remember, this is a war. When you have war, the idea about war is resistance. Overcome resistance. So they're part of resistance. But they could only win if my lower the pressure. My pressure. But I keep my pressure going, it's resonance. Keep going out there, resonance, building, keep going against theirs. And then if they're distracted, it means they're lowering their pressure. Because they ain't putting all the energy into maintaining their level. Their dipper is lower, but they can lower it even more. That means their disaster comes faster. And so if they distracted, and and they got to put all the energy into stopping this. That's what's going with Farrakhan and them. That's why they're being defeated. That's why he said he will consume the spirit of his mouth to keep putting information out there. So they got to do all the information they got to do to try to block, to keep their pressure up enough to keep my pressure overcoming them. But it's not working. Their pressure is dropping fast. That means they're overcome. Soon they'll be crushed. He's thrown out. And the separation comes. You understand, bro? I'm making it as simple as possible for you. So you're not going to defeat me. Only way you can defeat me is I'm foolish enough to drop my pressure, to let you distract me and come with your bullshit. Now, oh, he feels so bad. He don't like what I'm saying, so I'm gonna stop saying it. You know, because he feels so bad. I don't give a goddamn whether you like it or not. I ain't asked you to come here. I ain't asked anyone to come here. I'm winning. I'm on the battlefield. I'm kicking ass. A demon slayer. As long as I keep on putting this pressure in, my energy into this, 100%. Keep putting it out there. It's not a goddamn thing they can do to me. Nothing. They've already tried. There's nothing they can do. Unless I'm foolish enough to listen to your dumb ass, because some people are just dumb. Some of our people are just dumb. They was dumb before they came here, they're dumb now. But they won't make it. That's why I said in the wilderness to wipe them out. Got hippies, got sellouts. The whole job of Farrakhan is to get me to, and to keep our rest of our people from hearing this, so their pressure stay low, so they can be eliminated. Keep that pressure low, so the devils can handle them. And that's why our people are going to this situation right now, because their pressure is low, because they ain't getting this message. So the pressure diverted into NFL and all this bullshit. When they got enough energy to overcome them, but they're mismanaging. And my job is to show them how to manage their pressure properly. And part of the problem is destroy those people that's blocking it. Hope you understand, brothers. I'm gonna leave it there. I know they can't touch me long as because high pressure cannot destroy low pressure unless they trick me and lowering it, and then they send people in. And I got to deal with this and deal with that. No, it's not going to happen. That's the end of it. Because we get to the point right now where they're trying to really spring the trap. I said, the Son of Man will be betrayed. He's a handsome man. If you understand Angel Key, you'll see exactly what they're talking about there. And put to death. Okay? But then he survived it because he kept his pressure up. But that's the point where they think they can do it and shut me down. Because if their pressure's higher than mine, they crush me. And I'm not going to let that happen. That's why I came to the decision that people around me, whatever their reason is, whether they hear for purposely or it doesn't matter whether they're doing it on purpose or unintentional. It doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. So I said, okay, if you don't apply your energy 100% to helping this, you go over there. Like I said, you have to be 100%. All your energy has to be applied like I'm doing it. I'm taking all my energy and turning energy. And I've been doing it for 30-some years. See what's happening in the world around. It says every time I open broke world seals, these things begin to happen. Everything started changing. What, in 1990? They tell you that. Why? Because the energy was released. That bomb was exploded. And I'm still exploding. Like the sun's exploding. I'm still exploding because I keep feeding it, keep putting energy in it every day, 24/7. They tried to put me out a couple of years ago. I couldn't even move. Tried to stop me from putting the energy out there. Convert my energy into, I get energy every day like you do. But see, they can't, their brains are not powerful enough to convert to higher level. So they have to get me to lower my level. Enough they can their pressure become greater than mine. It's not going to happen. So I keep mine higher. I keep feeding it. That's how it works. Because it's exploding. I'm exploding that angel. Keep feeding, putting energy into it. It's like the sun. The sun run out of energy, doesn't No more energy. It doesn't explode anymore. Stop exploding. Runs out of energy. But as long as it got energy, got fuel in it, what? All that energy, all that energy in there keeps converting it to light and everything else that's exploding. But if it runs out of that, then it stops. Then you have a supernova, it just comes apart. And so this thing, if energy requires, it was sitting there. It requires someone to feed it. Feed it energy. It was sitting there for 2,000 years. Someone had to feed it energy. So they had to go and break those and feed it energy. Someone had to break those seals and feed it energy. That's what the Lamb had to do. Who is worthy? No one could. Someone had to break it and feed it energy. Not just break seals, but actually feed it energy. Where did energy come from? He had to take the energy he gets and keep giving it, converting it to energy. That's the explosion. That's the power. Who make war with the beast? Who is like them? Who can make war with the beast? Whoever counted 10 horns? Whoever did these things? Because they keep burning this energy. High pressure kept this. And that's what we're trying to stop from doing. And it's not going to happen. Because the Lord's pressure. So like I said, those demons come around, they got to go. I'm handling them. Hypocrites, sellouts. Fire across the whole thing. It's trying to slow it down. So if people come around here, they're bullshit. I don't want it. We identify them out. They don't want to put the energy into injury. That means they're going to be low pressure. They're going to be crushed. If you're not fire, you're going to be burnt. You're fuel for fire. So they're not putting that in. Because first of all, they can't do it anyway if they're a demon. So they ain't put all the energy on. I got myself worried. I'm sweating, carrying on. Let me close out, brothers and sisters. You understand the process now? That's what I say. What are you doing with your energy? Are you managing energy, converting energy? Or you out there BSing around? Because if you BSing around, you're going to get burned, you're going to be crushed. If you're not putting your energy into energy, you're going to be crushed, period. There's no way about it. So if you're playing games and everything else, you're going to be crushed. You're not going to be fire. And you're going to get burned. And, oh, man, why are you doing this? Why are you saying this, man? And you're lying. You're saying stuff that ain't true. But when you're lying, that means that's right there. Tell you right there, you're being crushed. Because you don't have anything else to get out, so you got to lie. Try to defend yourself with a lie. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Oh, well, let me see what I got here. I have anything else here before I go? There's a message of covenant. That's what he says. Pure fire. First he got soap and he got fire. I told you what the soap was. Get the demon, all that stuff. I clean the shit off of you. And then take your tribulation, get your mind back. Huh? 5 pillars. And then get you home. It's for Levites. But that's not required for elect. See? Because that's why they gold. It was pure already. See? And that's my mission. Not to come in, because like I said, my people already. It says those with the Lord, they're already with me by nature. Already got all the followers I need. My people are with me. The problem is that they, like I said, you got this house was filthy and dirty now. You got to clean it up. They with me by nature. The problem is they got this filth on that's keeping them away from me. They don't know they're with me. But they are with me. That's why I clean them up. Once I clean them up and get all the factors that's keeping them away from me, then we're together. It says, once the 4 winds blow, they came together. Can these bones live? They came together. Once the 4 winds blew, what's the winds? As the fire that burnt, took all that stuff that's separated us, then we came together. Nothing wrong with my people. So they're my people. The point is, what's keeping us apart is about to be moved. It's about to be blown away. The vectors that's keeping us apart is about to be blown away. You understand, brothers and sisters? So I'm out here saying, please come help me. I don't need your money. As like I said, it's like a body that's comatose. Once I removed, was paralyzed in the body comes together. So I'm not worried about that. It says, the sheep know their master's voice. I don't have to go out and ask people to help me and say, no, my people are with me. It says, when you're ready, your people will be ready. That's what it says on Son of Man. When you're ready, your people be ready. I already got my people. It's just the point is, what's keeping them away from me? Them. That's why the soap was coming. To get them out the way. So now we come together. And then put them to the tribulation. Clean them, finish, burn all that stuff out of the way. Get their mind and everything. So now we good. Get their mind and everything, and now we good. That's just the Levites. The other was already got them. You know what I'm saying? So I got followers. I got millions. By nature. He said they came by nature. Did you read Mark? They didn't come by because of mine. And then I gave them their mind. That's the soap. And the mind. The nature brought them to me. Because we got the same nature. The demons don't. When you put that centrifuge on, demons going away, they're going to come to me. The demons going to go over to the devils. Ain't that what happened in Mark? Ain't that what happened in Mark? They came to me by nature. And the demons went to the devils by nature. Oh, I want to go over to swine. He says right there. The separation took place right there. Centrifuge got high enough, and boom, they came to me and they went there. To them direct. I don't want to go home. I don't want to make me leave the country. I want to go with the swine. And Satan said, I don't know, I want to go with you. Help me. Get his mind back. It's right there. But I ain't worried about this bullshit. And if you ain't with this, get the fuck away from me. I'm saying so one last time. Is that clear enough? Get the hell out of here. I ain't asked you to come here. I don't need you. I'm in command. I'm in control. Look at the world around. I'm in control. I'm in control. And the goddamn thing they can do to me, nothing. And Master Muhammad's with me. He's my backup. He says anything, he said, no one will prevail against you. He says, he's my Air Force. It's right there. Read Joshua. I got you. So I'm not worried about a goddamn thing. I don't need you. Get the fuck away from me. Last time I tell you. Get away. I don't need you. You're a distraction. And you're not going to give me low amount of pressure. You're not going to give me low my force, the engine pressure. You're trying, it's not going to work. So is that clear enough for you? And pretty soon I'm going to explain to you about the Nephilim. We're going to get them too. But that's going on right now, but you don't know where you can't recognize it. I'm actually doing that right now, but you don't recognize it. You understand? You got it? So get away from me. Now, if you want to go and help us something there, okay, I got a little over here, a group over here. I told them, y'all go handle it. You better do it right. Because I don't have time to not be distracted anymore. Go and handle it. You want to work? That's it. And if anybody ain't, get rid of them. But I can't be distracted by anymore. I got too much to do right now. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Things that it. God came, it's pretty, Malachi is straightforward. Then came, raised up Elijah. Then you got the son of perdition. He destroyed everything Elijah was doing. It says right there in Exodus. Destroyed everything Elijah was doing in Elijah's absence. And then Joshua came with the same name as Jesus. Joshua, I keep that wrong. I think I spelled that wrong. Joshua is the way you say it in Hebrew. The way you say it in Greek is Jesus. Messenger of the covenant, who you seek. That means they're seeking them. They want, that's what they want. They don't want Farrakhan. They're seeking messenger of the covenant, the purification, the return home, get their nature back. They had their nature, right? What it says, with their own knowledge of self. Because the universe is ours. We get home, the next 6,000 years, where I said, Master from a day child, we explain that. But still, no. We're still the gods. Nobody's going to tell us what to do. We can make our own queen of planets, God of the universe. We're going to traverse the universe. Anywhere in the universe we're going to go. We hit like these. And we ain't going to take 10 years to go from one star to another. We can get there in hours. Depends on how far a star away is. Once you say God's, that's once you get home and you got thorough knowledge of self, that's it. Future off the page. Female and male. Beautiful. Unlimited. Unlimited. But first we got a little work to do. I'm handling it. I ain't asking anybody to help. I'm handling it. My people out there, you don't worry about anything. I just trying to keep you from messing around, hurting yourself. But I got you. I don't need help. Okay. See here? This is where I got people right now. Okay? But we're going to take care of it, see? There you go. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with our people. So it's my job to get mission. Now, we're not going to force you. We're just going to get information and give you the means to go. Now, you have to decide whether you want to do it or not. That's your choice. Promised land. Should land right there. This is start. But the whole plan is ours. But that's where we're going here. It says when you go home to build houses you have not built. Oh, they thank you, House Assad. They building. All the stuff they're building right now is for you. Right? That's just take a break for 6,000 years. See? And then you get the whole, then take the whole thing. See? So we're going to take a break for 6,000 years. We have 6,000 years of hell. Now we're coming out of it. So we're going to take a break for 6,000 years in paradise. Brothers and sisters, we got you. These assholes with this bullshit. We're going to test them. We're going to we're going to take a break. But first we're going to kick some ass. And we're going to kick our ass till we're thoroughly satisfied. Or we're going to kick some ass. Nothing they can do, brothers. I explain this. Nothing they can do. Their time is up. But you either fire or you fuel for fire. Let's go, brothers. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Okay, brothers and sisters, I have a little bit of a technical problem. Bear with me for a minute. Okay, problem is resolved, I believe. I believe it's resolved. 1 more second here. And okay, the problem resolved. Okay, brothers and sisters, the mind war. This is a redux from yesterday. Need to understand this, brothers and sisters, because this explains to you what's happening in the world today. Okay. We need to know what's going on right now. You can't ask Farrakhan, because his answer is, watch the weather. Oh, he says he's been told to shut up. Yet, his sycophants keeps saying they're speaking for him. So, I mean, if you're a ventriloquist, you're told to shut up. Shouldn't your dummy shut up too? Move on, brothers and sisters. So we want to talk about pressure. Now, see, most of you understand pressure. You heard about it, some type of pressure. If you don't understand the mass of pressure, and actually, the only way you're going to understand this universe, life, how the thing works, you have to understand pressure, because pressure is the nature of our existence. Even your body, right? It's all about pressure, blood pressure, lungs, right? Even your reproductive system, all that's pressure. So if part of your body's pressure, the whole thing has to be pressure. That's another scientific concept. And it's whole reality. You're under air pressure. Sound is pressure, pressure waves. It's all pressure. Right? Water, pressure. So we're going to talk about the quality. See, because you understand the basis of pressure, but to get to the wisdom of it, that's the quality of pressure. What do I mean by the quality of pressure? Well, pressure comes in many forms. You see? It's like heart pressure and lung pressure. That's two different tastes. Pressure has different quality to it, right? One is taking in air from the outside and pumping it in, and one's pumping blood from one side of the body to another. Anyway, quality. So the thing is that thought is pressure. Thought is pressure. Thought is vectors. Vectors are forces spread out. Thought is pressure. The more powerful your thought is, the more pressure. Greater pressure forces lower pressure into submission. Forces it. It can't resist. Lower pressure cannot resist greater pressure. Cannot do it. Lower pressure has to submit to greater pressure. That's where it is. There's no exception to that. Lower pressure has to submit to higher pressure. We think of, to the extent that we think of God, He has greater wisdom than us, so His mind is much powerful than ours, so we have to submit to that. Because our minds are weaker and it's lower pressure. Right? So let me show you something. Let me make a short change here. I want to show you something because I want to make this very clear. Hold on, brother, for a minute. 1 second for a minute. One second for a minute. This one will take but a minute. Because I'm not sure if you understand this concept, so I'm going to give you a short graphic of it. Okay, about right here. Oh, okay. Okay, this way. Okay, it's going to take a couple of seconds here, brothers and sisters. Things that will help in understanding this. Where is this? Oh, there it is. Take a minute, brothers and sisters. There you go, use this. Almost there. One more. Almost there, brothers and sisters. Give me a couple more seconds here. Okay, there you go. That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay. I think you need this. No, I'm showing here, brothers and sisters. See this right here? In the center, it's like you throw a rock in the ocean, right? Then you get waves going out. You also look at this like, but each wave is less pressure. The greatest pressure is the center. The next, it gets weaker, and the formula is 1 over r squared. 1 over r squared. That's how weak they get. The greater r gets, that's mean the further out it gets, the weaker the pressure is, right? So you can look at this at a people. Say you have people that's very powerful minds, then they would be in the center. Then next outside them would be the next level, so forth, until out here be the weaker minds. See, so they're comfortable out here. They can't make it here. But here, the pressure is fine for them because at this level, remember r 1 over r squared, the pressure out here is lower than the pressure here, so they're comfortable as long as they stay out here. They move in here, they're going to be crushed because this pressure is greater than them. So this is the greatest pressure, so it can't survive. It has to go out here where it's lower pressure. So the weaker people, the weaker minds will be out here. They'll still be part of this, they'll be out here. And they'll be happy there. They wouldn't be happy in here because the pressure's too great for them. They're happy here. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? That's why I did the graphics to understand that. So pressure is weaker and weaker. So the wisest would be in the center. The least wise would be out on the perimeter. It's weaker and weaker and weaker. So understand that. So when a prophet or messenger comes, right, they have high pressure and they start changing the reality around them like this. See? So the greatest minds come, right? They'll be those believers and go further and further out. And eventually all the believers, the belief is just not as strong. They're not as wise. They don't understand that well. And in some cases, they become sex. Like you see on Storyland, got different sex. Well, that's because of different levels. See? So they're not crushed, right? Then, you're not crushing, you're pushing them away. You're pushing them out into their own bracket. See, I never explained to you before. I say greater pressure will crush you. It crush you, right? Or it crush you if you have no place to go. But if you have a place to go, it push you out until your pressure zone, where there's no pressure there. The pressure is equal to you, so you don't feel any pressure. But if you came in here, you feel pressure. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. The more you've been here, so therefore in the hereafter, right? I told you, I said there'd be one throne in Mecca, another throne in Jerusalem. The God would be in Jerusalem. The high priest would be in Mecca. And then we have, I show you in that ark, surrounding and further, right? Depends on your level where you are. Right? But the earth is finite, so eventually there's no more room. So if you get out of here, there's no other place out here. So if you get out here, you can't go into that. Let's do it this way. Give me 1 second, boss. This is again. I need you to understand this. Well, you need to understand that. Put it that way. Let's do it this way. Here. I shared this earlier, but I didn't think to do it. Didn't think to do it, so. Okay. Oh boy. Oh man. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna try it and let it go. Okay, that'll do. do how to do it. Okay, this is what I want to show. Okay, say for instance, there's a brick wall here. Can't go any further. Right? So therefore, how did it happen? 1 second, brothers and sisters. Oh boy, I tell you, they must have fun playing with my systems here. Must be really fun. There you go. There you go. There you go. That'll work. I think. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, what I want to show here is oh boy. What's going on now? What I'm going to show is if there's a wall here, like you said, you have a pond, right? And you throw it in, well, at the edge, you can't go any further, right? See? So this is like the edge. You can't go any further. See? Right? So I'm saying, so these survive. Anything less than that would be destroyed because there's no other place for them. See? It just has a place for this much weakness, this much low pressure. Low pressure can survive out here, but there's no room out here for any lower pressure. So that's crushed. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, you put this here, the pressure. You have lower pressure people, get lower and lower and lower out here. This is the lowest pressure. Any lower than this here, there's no place for it. So it gets crushed. There's no place for it because this is the wall here. See? It's the wall here. So there's no place for it. You understand that concept? So if you're talking about our people, right? You say, okay, you got the wisest in the center, and the most that's the greatest pressure, and it extends outward. That's male and female. You have male and females in here. Understand? Male and female in here. High pressure. The high pressure needs. You have male and females out here. And male and female out here. These here have, right? The highest pressure females will be here. That's the highest pressure males. They have to, see what I'm saying? So that's why this shows you equality. Because if you say all men are high pressure women, then all the women would be out here, and all the men would be in here. How would that work? The high pressure women in here with high pressure men. They're compatible. Low pressure women be out here with low pressure, right? And anything lower cannot survive. There's no place for it. They get crushed against the wall. You understand that concept? Okay. Now that's just raw pressure. But pressure has quality to it. See, this whole reality is pressure. This whole reality is pressure. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Another. I just messed up today. I have to tell you, I just messed up. Well, I'm not going to say anything. I just messed up. That's messed up. That's all there's to it. I think that'll work. Let's try it. Okay. Try it one more time. Okay. My thing here. And okay. Okay, great. Okay. Hopefully I'm off and running this time. Okay. So what I want to show you is this. Now see, this is showing quality. This is the reality. It's the reality we're in right now. But the reality has quality to it, right? It has economic side to it, has religious side to it. All those are pressure. All that's pressure. Weather. Any reality has to have favorable weather for that reality to continue. Right? That's the atmosphere. The atmosphere has to be, right? See, that's another thing I never talked about too much. But see, I said, we actually control the atmosphere. We just don't realize it yet. It tells you in the lessons that we do. But there's a social aspect to it, media. Because say for instance, you're at a reality and there's total tornadoes and constantly, it couldn't survive. The weather, because they couldn't build, they couldn't do anything. The weather has to be favorable to that reality. And this reality, these Gog and Magog, who is American Britain, had favorable weather during this 500-year run. Because look at their military right now. You may understand this, but their military depends on good weather. It depends on good weather. Their planes will not fly if there's hurricanes or tornadoes, right? The Quran tells you that. They could not be able to pass through without our permission. They wouldn't be able to fly. The boats would not be able to fly if there are tidal waves and stuff in the ocean. They wouldn't be able to float. You understand what I'm saying, brothers? People march, armies wouldn't be able to march if it was hurricanes or tornadoes. They totally depend on weather. You understand? So every time I got my mighty military, but they leave out, yeah. But if the weather's no good, that military is worthless. Who controls the weather? See, we don't pay attention to that. I don't care what military, what they have. It depends on weather. Much of it depends on weather. Weather is very important to any reality. You breathe in weather. You breathe in the atmosphere. Social, media, communications, all those are vectors, right? Government, well, that would be in the social. See? Actually, give me a second. Let me change that. Change that for a second. Let me change that for a second. I should have been doing this than what I was doing. I put that away. Oh boy. Instead of saying social, I'm going to say government. Because it's more govern. It's okay, that's good. The government, all those things depend on reality, like the economic system here, capitalism, is based on this type of reality. Another reality will have a different type of economic system, a different type of government, different type of media, different type of military, different type of religion. Religions try to get you to understand how reality works. So all these things right, is the quality of their pressure system. It's like your body is a pressure system, but it's the quality. Your heart use pressure a certain way, your lungs use pressure a certain way. All use pressure, reproductive system, but they all use pressure, but they're different and different. They have different quality of pressure. You understand? So all these are pressure, but like I said, in regular pressure, you see pressure, air and water, or you put in the air. You see, all you see is air upon air, and if you put on a tire, you put higher pressure than it's right. It forces the tire to expand because it's higher pressure. It has to be higher pressure than the air around it. So now it can expand because it's higher pressure in there than the air around it. You understand, brothers and sisters? So it's the quality. Understand that. So that's the other. Now you had also the quality of the pressure that's coming in. So let's look at another side of this, right? Okay. Here we go again, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna do a redux, but just bear with me, because I'm not gonna say anything. Not gonna say anything because I don't get into blame, and ultimately it's my fault anyway. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you something here. Okay. Do it this way. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Oops. Okay, so we'll find this. Okay, that way. We do this like this. Okay, like this. Oh. Okay, that'll work. I think that'll work. Oops. Okay, that'll work. It's important you understand this process, so I'm taking a little time to, I should have did this earlier, and I meant to, and I allowed myself to just get distracted. Okay, go back here. There you go. There you go. Okay, we talked about the different qualities. Okay? And we're talking about the different levels. Right? Pressure, the organization. That's how the new world will be organized. What's like that organized like that too? See, because we was on the bottom because we was the lowest pressure because of energy deprivation. See, they was at the center and we was at the bottom because energy deprivation. So we was lowest pressure. Okay, but we had the capability to be higher pressure. We just lowered that pressure because of energy deprivation, which I explained. I'm not going to go into the details, but those who know, maybe they can take time to explain to you, or I'm going to have a redux. And so I said the quality of the pressure. So this is the quality of reality. Economics, religious, that tries to define how things work. Economics, in this reality, that's capitalism, which is exploitation. That's another story. And the weather is important in every reality, right? But it has to be favorable. Like if you have a winter reality, you should have winter weather. A hot spell in the winter would be disastrous. It'll melt igloos, it'll melt icebergs. Things that you depend on to be frozen, because you need weather to be consistent with the season. But you don't want a freezing spell, ice spell in the summer. And so the weather was favorable to Adam, who made Mishra shed blood for 500 years. It was favorable. So he always had, because they would say, oh man, look, the weather, you know that thing about Patton? He prayed for good weather, and the good weather came when he was fighting in World War II. You see, they had favorable weather for them to do what they did, because the weather was unfair. They wouldn't be able to rule as they was missioned to do. The media, that's propaganda, the so-called news, had information they provide, right? That's then the military. Okay, the kind of military have, okay. So what happens is that got a bug problem, brother and sister. They did some street pavement in the neighborhood, and it riled up all the insects. So all of a sudden, everybody's being infested with roaches and ants and everything. So got caught in exterminators. I guess they was on the streets or whatever, but now they come to everybody's house. That means like a plague. Yeah, I'm talking about plagues, right? At any rate, so remember, and those are vectors. See, that's pressure, but it's the quality of pressure. See, so their pressure, their reality, their pressure, because this whole reality is pressure. It came out of their mind. Mind is pressure. Thought is pressure. And it's the form it took. That's the quality it has. So we have an economic system, a religious system, whether it's, a government. That's quality it has, right? The quality the system has to have. So what happens if this system is being removed, right? Then the removal reflects the quality of the system itself. Because that's how they would, right, experience it. So the economic system would be hit. The religious system would be hit. The weather would go bad. The government would break down. The media would be fail. The military would fail. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the it was just plain pressure. Then it would just be crushed, collapse. But no, it would take that form. You need to understand that. See, so the plagues would take. So you'll see what kind of plagues they would have by the structure of their reality. This is structure. This reality here. See, we won't need a military. Because once you have one nation, we need a military. It's not going to fight. Once we get home, once we take total control, right? See? And our government totally won't need we don't need a government, if you understand it. But because it depends on what you call a government. We won't need a religion, because we know how the universe works. We won't have to guess at it. You understand what I'm saying? And we'll have weather that's consistent with that reality. Anyway, the problem is that's coming in, just going out. So they're going to experience trouble in all these areas. See? And so when you're looking at it, you say, man, look, the military's having problems. The economic system have problems. Now you're here. But you got to understand, if you're a spring person, then you're part of the reason why those things are happening. Because the spring is what's causing the winter to fail. That's what I'm showing here in this picture here. See what I'm showing here is previous. Oh, what happened here? Okay, bro. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna have to redux because this is do a redux, brothers and sisters. Right here, here you go. Okay, that'll work. That's what this picture is all about. See, this is the winner, right? And these are winner people. I'm sure on the stage they're developing, so they, AI age, they're really developing, right? But this is coming out of a winter mind. Robots. So we don't need robots. Well, really, that a robot is an extension of slavery. See, maximum profit, minimum overhead, right? So they enslaved us. But if you can find someone, see, in other words, the whole idea is to find something that would do the work for you, and you don't have to pay it. Get it? Do work, maximum profit, minimum overhead. So what's the next stage? A robot. They use us as robots. That's why I use the word Negro, but use us as robots. But when you have a real robot, you don't need us anymore. So what you do with us? So I say, maximum profit, minimum overhead. I said, just think these things through. That's what a robot is. Maximum, now you have to pay it. It's what everything it tells you to do. No feed, but nothing. You have to feed it. You have to give power, electricity, whatever. You don't have to get out of bed. You don't have to marry. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You have to argue with it. You can't maximize your profit any more than that. And no overhead. Zero overhead. Right? That's the ultimate slave, a robot. But they don't need us anymore at that point, would they? See what I'm saying? So the point is that they're at that stage right there. See, it's very dangerous. This stage is very dangerous for you, brothers and sisters. Like the Industrial Revolution was dangerous for you. But they say it did it because they freed you because, they got tired. No, they didn't need you anymore. The Industrial Revolution means they have machines and things to do these things, so they need you anymore. So they threw you in a ditch. That's exactly what they did. Okay? And the plan was to get rid. They did send a lot of you back over to Africa called Liberia. All the idea is to get rid of you. So it's Jim Crow law, everything, but the idea was to get rid of you. See? But it was hard for them to do that because you still have natural pressure that they couldn't overcome. See, our nature was, we didn't have our minds, but your nature has pressure, and it was low, but it was strong enough to stand up against their pressure to survive. And that gets the quality of the female. I'm not going to that. You understand that? So in other words, because that whole idea, they would have gotten rid of us. But our nature had enough pressure, vector pressure, right? Because our mind was gone. And they couldn't totally crush out of existence. Okay. That's why we're still here. And there's more to it. Maybe tomorrow I go to all the details about its momentous heaven and earth every 50 years. It's a lot there. maybe I couldn't connect right together, brothers and sisters, because it's a whole puzzle here. But anyway, you're growing now. Your energy is increasing. The problem is that you don't know how to turn it into power. You have pressure, but they're controlling the quality of it. You have to get disciplined. And the only way you get disciplined, you got to get your mind back. And then you have control of your pressure, which is power, which you don't have yet. Okay? You don't have yet. But what is showing here is this one, and the cross represents, right, their idea how things work. Their so-called wisdom. So here's the robot, and that's the wisdom that gave AI, Christianity, that's all together, right? And they have us over here, right? The media keep us, vectors keeping our brains, bad information, keep us under control. That's why I have a wreath around it, right, like a crucifix. Because they got us, our minds, right, controlled by this false reality called Christianity. Sealed Bible. See, I'm just trying to get the idea. I created this myself. No one did this for me. I created this myself. Right. I'm giving you a picture of what's going on. So you see the sun rising right on the horizon. That means that's going to destroy all of this. That spring sun. It's a mind war. The spring sun is coming up. Remember, this whole reality is based on their mind. But now a new mind is coming. And its pressure is increasing. So it's displacing their pressure. It's putting their minds under pressure. Their mind under pressure. That means they're putting this reality under pressure. And so they're fighting back with their understanding of how things work. That's what they got across his hand. Right? And their technology, that's the robot. Because I just leave it there, bouncers. Let's try to get some idea of what that bitch is all about. So I talked about, I said, this is the structure. It's the structure they have too, right? The higher pressure is not, right? So right there, their minds were stronger than ours, because during energy deprivation, during Holocaust, because we had low energy, it takes energy to think. And the only thing they had so much pressure on us, they wouldn't allow us to think at all. The only thing we would think of was what they want us to think. That means they had control over our minds, control over our thoughts, because we had to only think what they want us to think. And the only thing they want us to think is helping them, do for them, work for them. But now it's changing. As we start energizing, right, then it's hard for them to control. They was controlling our nature. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. It's a lot of concepts there. I'm trying to keep them separated so you can understand each one of them. And so, this is the quality there. So, the pressure that's being imposed upon them, they're going to experience it this way. They're going to experience it in collapsing economic system, right? Religious failure. Always their religion is not working. They said people are far away from the church. Always the idea of how things work is not working, right? He said their wisdom will be destroyed. The weather's not working and not favorable anymore. They get adverse weather like never saw before. And the government, conflicts in the government, and the media just lying and all everybody sees, and the military, failures everywhere. You see, that's just showing. All that's showing is that they're under pressure and they can't withstand it. And that's the way they experience. So you see what's going on with them. They're crumbling under pressure. And they cannot stop it. Let's move on, bro. So let me show you something else here. Another aspect of this. So here, now you have seasons. Right? The universe has seasons because everything in a circle goes seasons, right? So like we have these seasons, and also, right? You said that there's a 24,000 year cycle. Arizona's axis. That's each one 6,000 years. 4 times 6 is 4 times 6,000 is 24,000 years. And we just come to it. That's why I say 6,000 years for Yakub. They actually had 12,000 to get the next 6,000, but we have a surprise for them on that one. That's why I had to have a maker. I'm not good at that kind of detail here, brothers and sisters. Maybe I sit down one day and take 3 hours and walk this piece by piece by piece to put the whole thing together. But we got a season. And so one season, when the season, it displaces other seasons, destroys other season. Spring destroys winter. Spring destroys winter. Summer destroys spring. And fall destroys summer. When summer and fall comes in, and stuff start dying and stuff because the summer stuff starts dying because it's fall now. When the winter comes, right, destroys the fall. Right? Because you got different seasons, so you got new reality. And the wisdom of that reality is different than wisdom of another reality. The wisdom of the summer, how you get through the summer, what you have to do to survive in the summer, is different from in the winter or spring. But during the winter, that wisdom works, and if you apply that winter, you're gonna be successful. Right? You got ice hockey, man. You got snowballs and ice skating and and skiing and right, and you got icebergs. You can make ice spears and right. The ice spear was just as deadly as a regular spear. But you don't have any wood, so you make ice spears, snowballs, whatever, and that's good. And so during the winter, the more you control that, the more powerful you're going to be. The more powerful you're going to be in the winter. Right? But your whole wisdom and everything depends on the winter. Now you may have never experienced. You may have grew up in the winter. You may your whole life in the winter. You don't even realize there's spring coming. But then spring comes, all of a sudden your winter's in jeopardy, and you start feeling this difference. Oh man, things are melting. Oh, what's this heat from? I never felt. It's not as cold as it was. They ain't gonna say heat. It's not as cold as it was before. Oh, my icicles are melting. My igloo is melting. My house is melting. You see, what's going on? And you're gonna try to figure out how to preserve that, because that's where your power is. That's where your life is. That's everything you know. Your reality is. You have everything to preserve that. Let's say there's spring people in there. Well, they're under your control. Because their reality, their ideas, the only way they can survive is they have to have your mind to survive. They have to have a winner mind to survive, but that's not their mind. That's your mind. That means you control them because that's your natural mind. That's not theirs. But they have to adapt, accept your mind, survive in the winter. You see how simple that is, brothers and sisters? But you control them because that's not natural to them. They're trying it on. Like, animals have a natural coat. We have to, see, so that's natural mind use. So you have control of them because you know how that mind works and they don't. They just got to hold on to it. They got to respond to it to survive during the winter. That's not a natural mind for them. So they have to have your mind survive. You see what's going on, brothers and sisters here? So what happens? But spring is coming in. All of a sudden, their mind's not working too well. And those people, that spring people, they see the mind they have is kind of, it was how it worked before for them. Now it's not working too well at all. And they see, and when they experience the weather's not so cold anymore, hey man, that's good. See? And they like that. But the winter people don't. Man, oh man, it's getting warm. It was 20 degrees, now it's getting 30 degrees. What's going on, man? It's getting 40 degrees. Something wrong, man. We can't handle that. It's above freezing, man. If it gets above freezing, everything's gonna melt. We gotta keep it below 32 degrees. but they can't. And you walking around with a mind that's 20, 30 degrees, right? But that's not a mind that's go against your nature, because you don't like it. Remember, your nature is spring, but you got a cold mind. So there's a conflict there. So when things start warming up, you start questioning that mind. Because that mind is telling you how to deal. But and they're fighting to keep the winner. And no, you hope the winner goes. You hope it you hope the temperature keep rising. So now you got a conflict between their mind and them. Because they want you to help them fight to keep it cold, and you're saying, no, man, you might not say it to them, but you're saying, no, you praying that it keeps getting warmer. Because your nature tells you, man, that's where I want to be. You still have that mind, but your nature's telling you, man, I like that warm. So then you start questioning your mind, because your mind says you should work to be successful in the winter, but now you don't want to be successful because in that cold weather. You like the new weather, this warmer weather's coming in. But they fighting against this warmer weather. And they want you to do it too. And some of you might do it. You say, man, you don't want to do it because you want the opposite. So now you got a conflict between you and them. See? So when they started seeing that start getting close to 32 degrees, and you ain't helping them keep it at that 32 degrees. They can't keep it 32 degrees anyway. They expect you, everybody to help. Let's keep it staying down 32 degrees. And you ain't doing that. And then you start